Live now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially live. What is good, everybody? Finally, the top 30 is here after months and then weeks of delay. we are finally here for the top 30. I wanted to do this at the beginning or towards the end of the year, and then travel happened, and then I wanted to do it earlier, and then other travel and other things happened. But ironically, the timing's kind of perfect with these recent chapters. And I feel like it's not a better time to do a top 30 than right now. Joining me today, I got some few familiar faces in the community. Some people are going to be popping in and out of this stream as well, since it's going to be a long one. Let me just go through and introduce them if you don't already recognize them from chat every time we stream. But we got Nigel, who's been most excited for this. How you doing, bro?
What's good, everybody? I'm so pumped, dude. I set 15 alarms this morning, and I'm more than happy to be here, bro.
Perfect. And then we got Safama, who I know was it ever since, honestly, the top 30 last year was Safama's coming out party. I think, he was kind of sneaky in chat before, and then ever since that top 30, he just blossomed, and the takes have been nonstop. Maybe it's even gone a little too far, so we'll see if he reins it in a little bit. But but I'm excited to see his list this year. How you doing, Safama?
I'm good. I just realized how much people love my takes, so that's why I've been expressing them. But
hey man, I'm looking forward to it. Hawaiian Punch, who's joining us all the way in Korea. What's good, bro?
Yo, I'm live. I'm here. Excited. Spicy takes.
All right, man. And Teddy, I'm sure he's going to be very excited. He's got some spice for us as well. What's good, man?
Hey, man, we're living good. First of all, I got to call you out with your fraudulent self. How many times you promised us to get us together like this and make this happen? Took this long, but not for real, though. I'm glad to be here. And yeah, it's definitely going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a lot of, clashing takes, but we're here for it.
For sure. I see Rickon is in the voice right now as well. Are you here with us,
guys?
What up, man?
Oh, doing good, bro. I literally woke up like 30 minutes ago. I got my ass in the shower. Now I'm ready for top 30, man.
All right, cool. All right, man. So that's our lineup right now. We're going to be having some people probably come through later. I think Hidden Island might join us around 12. Parvision, I think he's a little sick, so we'll see how he feels. If he feels good, he'll be probably coming through as well. And then Larry from That One Piece Talk might be coming through as well around some time. So that being said, we're going to start off with just us right here and start off with number 30. I'll kick things off here. Number 30 is a tough one, right?
Yeah.
Because, I think outside of, some of the higher ones in the top 10 and around, 15 to 18, 30, the cutoff point was a pretty tough pick for me to really decide. I thought about Weevil. I thought about potentially Crocodile. I thought about maybe even Lucci. There's a lot of guys out there, right?
Hey, yo, with what you're saying right now, bro, can we do honorable mentions? Because those two names are in my honorable mentions. They barely didn't make it.
So many too.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we could go through honorable mentions. I don't have it.
I just have 6 people in the same spot. I don't got
I love that. Safama with the slashes. I still remember last year when he had the most random slashes in there. I think he had Vista and Kinemon in the same tier. So I'm looking forward to yours. Yeah, honorable mentions, like I said, Weevil. I thought about him as well. I tried to put my boy Magellan in there somewhere. Couldn't do it in the end. Couldn't do it in the end.
No, the reason why I say no way is because I feel like our lists are gonna end up pretty similar because those names are all in my honorable mentions.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go through them real quick and
go for it, man.
I know some of y'all gonna be like, yo, this nigga crazy, but here it is, right? We got Queen, Killer, Crocodile, Jinbei, Weevil, Magellan, Shiryu, and Kaku.
Oh, okay. Shiryu's on my list. And that's
that's
one of my
Shiryu
spicier ones. That's one of my spicier ones, to be fair.
And I understand the logic behind it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, everybody
all
else you
rank
mentioned is
any
not on my
people?
list either.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Nigel with
tried.
the 1999 super chat guy on number 1. All right, man. You better back that talk up. I want to see it. I want to see it when you actually reveal it. Oh man.
No.
Any other honorable mentions that weren't mentioned?
Wait, yo, did we say Dofi?
Well, sleeping on Buggy. Buggy deserves honorable
True,
mention.
true.
He's got
Buggy.
that charisma feeling, bro.
Especially after last chapter where he was coming
Yeah.
out speaking over Crocodile Mihawk. You gotta get some street
Dude,
cred
was
for that.
ballsy.
Yeah.
That was so good,
that
bro.
takes some serious cojones to do.
Somebody mentioned Doflamingo, which is a good point to transition into because Doflamingo is actually my number 30.
Let's go.
Yeah, so Doflamingo is my number 30. I think even like in terms of what he showcased, maybe you can make the argument that he's not as strong as some of these other people. But I think one thing I factored in a lot this time around, surprisingly, was personality and like fight IQ. So
That's big.
with
That's
that,
major.
exactly. So for me, like Doflamingo, even if he isn't as strong as what he showcased in Dressrosa against some of these other guys, I think his personality, he's gonna be a guy I can trust at the end of the day and to get the job done. So that in the end, I just went with my gut, and Doflamingo is gonna make the list for me at number 30. Yeah. So next up we have Nigel. Who you got at number 30, bro?
I actually have Doflamingo same as well.
Hey,
number
there you
30.
go. Perfect. No arguments there for me.
There is a lot of characters that I even debated on putting in my number 30, like right there as well. And even Jinbei was like one person who I debated at putting at number 30.
Yeah,
But yeah, the number 30 easily on the list, I feel like, is probably one of the most interchangeable spots besides even in the top 10. I feel like the top 10 characters on any given day like could best each other. It just really depends, like on the circumstances and I guess the day. But yeah, I have Doflamingo in my top 30 as well, even though he got beat by Gear 5 Luffy, or not Gear 5, Gear 4 Luffy. His versatility is probably like one of the greatest we've seen out of any other character, like, in terms of fighting. Like, I think he's still a monster in fighting and still probably has a lot to offer left in the story, but who knows. But yeah, I have Dofi, and he's my favorite character too, bro. He's my favorite character in the entire story, so I could not put him on my list.
Oh, Larry's here. What's good, bro?
Hey, welcome, Larry.
I think you might be echoing a little bit, but welcome, bro.
Larry.
All right, looks like he's still getting things sorted, but all right. So we got back-to-back Doflamingos. Hold on, I'm trying to format this thing. The text is way too big. Did anybody leave Doflamingo off, by the way? Just a little.
No, I got
teaser.
Dofi on my list. Gotta respect the dude.
I'm not even gonna hold you, bro. I had Momonosuke at 30, bro, and I didn't even know Dofi was still alive.
Oh, hold on.
That's my bad.
Hold on, man. I love it. All right. Well, that
Hey,
transitions
you
us
know how
right
it
into
rolls,
him.
There you go.
Perfect, because he was up next. Momonosuke at 30. Explain yourself, bro. Explain yourself.
No, I just forgot about.
No. Forget about Doflamingo. I want to hear Momonosuke at 30, and you need to explain that logic.
I put Hina on the list before I put Momonosuke. That's crazy.
I don't know, bro. It's a big ass dragon.
Bro, he took the narrator. What the narrator said, mad serious. He's not future scaling.
He said Momo
have
in
you
20
seen the
years.
yeah, you applied the 20 years.
Love it. Only from Safama we would get Momonosuke. Guarantee
Hey.
you, nobody else,
Go.
even Momonosuke, came across their mind. But that's why we got Safama here, man.
He came across my mind. He would be an honorable mention for me.
All right.
God.
My
That's
bad.
funny.
I'm a Momo supporter.
Well, who do you have at number 30 then, Hawaiian?
So I was debating between a lot of former warlords, especially Jinbei, and who I went with, which was Boa. I just think her conquers hockey, gives her the edge over Jinbei. So
I feel
why
that.
Boa.
Bo's on my list as well, a little higher though. But we'll see where she lands, if she lands anywhere for other people. Bo's a good pick though.
This list is so hard to go with. It's like,
Yeah.
we don't really know.
All right, next up, Teddy, what you got for us, bro?
So this character, I feel he's been criminally underrated just because of when he became, when he was introduced in the story. But I got Cracker at 30.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cracker.
On the
he
list.
had out of all the characters that went up against Gear 4 Luffy, he had one of the best performances, and he could clap into existence. I don't know how many Biscuit soldiers that we've confirmed are above Gear 3 level, because Luffy couldn't do anything to them until he went into Gear 4. Imagine an army of that coming at you. Even Luffy couldn't do anything substantial if it wasn't for the help of Nami. At least it hasn't been shown in the story that he could have done anything. So I feel like he's criminally underrated, and that's why I have him 30.
That's fair, which brings up an interesting point. I want to ask you guys this question. In terms of how you guys rated these guys and ranked these guys, like what were the factors? Obviously, the two big ones are like narrative versus feats, right? That's always been a kind of a discussion in terms of power scaling. I've always said I lean towards narrative personally, but I do always find it interesting when people kind of lean towards another way. Because Teddy, it sounds like by your Cracker choice, you're really looking at what has been shown in the story so far a lot more heavily.
I look at both, because I feel like if you want to have a most well-rounded take on power scaling in One Piece, you gotta consider both, because the way Oda writes the story, he incorporates both. He will tell you, oh yeah, these characters who consider monsters, and then he'll show you characters that are monsters, right? So it's like you gotta take both into consideration when you power scale. And with Cracker, like what ended up happening is when I don't know if it was the same for y'all, but the beginning of the list, it's a lot more narrative driven than it is feats driven, right? And then as you keep going further down, then you start noticing, okay, well now there's some characters we actually saw what they can do. So that's what ended up happening. And that's why usually for me, at least, my experience has been that from 22 or 23 down, it's chaotic, because it's a lot of characters that may not have the most like
for sure
narrative weight, but they've shown a lot. So it's like,
because on the lower scale, they're like less important characters overall. So you really have to start to look at what they have done more. So I feel you on that. Cracker's an interesting pick though. I like that. Rickon, what you got for us at 30?
Okay, so basically I was thinking about the narrative and feat perspective as well. And I think like as the story goes on, usually the characters that have shown the least, in my mind, end up being stronger as the story continues, right?
True.
So like the obvious ones everyone knows about. But like everyone said, 20 to 30 was so hard. And at 30, I put Crocodile. I wanted to put him a little bit higher just because bounty went up. I'm sure throughout the past 2 years, a lot to improve himself in terms of using his devil fruit, etc. But I think Crocodile was a really good pick at 30. I was debating between Jinbei, Ellen, and Dofi. I'm gonna go with Crocodile.
That's a good pick. Crocodile's interesting because, like, I think he got a bad rep because of how early he was as a villain.
Him and Enel,
right?
both.
Yeah, same. And then we just haven't seen anything from him since then. So he could. The bounty jump is pretty crazy. Like he's almost at 2 billion. That is a crazy bounty jump.
Do y'all follow Gio on Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah,
my guy.
He made a post recently, right, where he talked about how Crocodile was always worth $1 billion, and based on his performance in Marineford, I can see it. The people he was going up against, I'm like, dude, the audacity on this man, like, what?
He did. He clashed with Mihawk at one point, didn't he?
Yeah. Mihawk, Akainu, like he wanted to smoke with everybody. I'm like, yo, Crocodile, are you like? It felt like he was doing PR to raise his stocks. Like, it's so funny.
He's fighting for his reputation.
All right, looks like some of our special guests have made it to chat. I'm trying to figure out how to get there. Larry's there. I see.
Yo,
I don't
yo.
think there he is. All right, word.
Uh-huh.
He's on. You're on video. You don't have to be on video because I can't show it anyways.
No,
So
I want these guys to see my disappointments.
all right.
All right.
All right.
Hey,
word.
yo,
It's for them. It's not for the
Smoke.
audience.
All
It's
right,
for them.
word.
Hey, you know what? I'm in playoff mode now. I was laying down, now I'm sitting up. So you gonna
Listen,
come with
man,
all that smoke? Gotta
Little
respect
triple
it.
double.
All right,
Here,
hold on.
bro.
Let me see if I can get Sebastian in there. Well, in the meantime, Larry, who is your 30, man? Let the people know.
All right. This is gonna be super controversial, and I know,
I'm
and it's
correct.
alright. It's alright, bro. But my top 30, Magellan.
I respect
Hey,
it.
listen,
Oh,
I
that's a good one,
respect
bro.
it. That's not. I'm a Magellan fanboy. I didn't have the guts to put him in there, but I had
Me
him at
too,
30
me too.
last year. I had him at 30 last year, but this year it's just been a long time. So,
Listen,
no,
Dude, the
I respect
only
it.
thing stopping me
Magellan was
is
crazy.
it's been so long since we've seen him that like I'm sure he's scaled up. I don't know. I just haven't seen him on screen for a bit. You know.
Listen, y'all
Magellan's the
talking
Ben
about
Simmons.
y'all talking
It's
about
good
he scaled
once.
up, right? Y'all got Crocodile. He ain't do nothing. The entire
Wait,
full
wait,
time
wait.
skip.
Well, we got his bounty, right?
You got
Yo,
Magellan over
like,
Crocodile.
Hold
That's
on,
crazy.
hold on. When did bounty start to equate to
The-
power?
yeah,
Alright?
the
It's
bounty.
That doesn't mean
Always.
anything. We talking about bounties equals threats. Heard it from Aokiji himself. The threat level of Crocodile right now is warranted. That's why his bounty's high. But Magellan had Ivankov, Jinbei, Crocodile, Mr. One. He had everybody in that prison running, bro. And they ain't even have Sea Stone cuffs on.
This man just went
It's too-
Hydra and
it's too-
decimated the whole Black
There's
Empire.
There's not going to be any
Yeah.
Magellan slander from me. I'll tell you that. much.
Robin was the most
No,
valuable
never.
person. Robin was the most valuable person on Earth, but she was weak, so she had an $80 million bounty. Second, she
Yo.
gets strong, and she has, she's the most valuable person on Earth. Then her bounty becomes a
Hold
billion or
Hold
whatever.
on, Larry. I'm also shocked you went after Crocodile when Momonosuke is on the board for Safari.
Oh, you know what it was? You know what it was, Zach? It was so blasphemous that I didn't even want to mention it.
Right? It just blacked
It
out.
was so
It's just
blasphemous.
blacked
I was like, yo, I can't mention it.
I told you I wanted to
That's
change it.
I understand.
Yeah, that's
Someone-
obvious.
someone-
Nah, it's too late, bro. You
Put in
locked it
Dofi.
in already.
That's obvious.
Hold on, I'm trying to get Seb in here. I see Seb was in the chat. What's his Discord account? Is he in the Discord?
I could send it to him.
Word, yeah. Once he's in the server, I'll get him in a roll, and then we'll catch him up. And it looks like Par's taking care of the baby, doing daddy duties right now, so he'll be joining us in a little bit. Like I mentioned
Not being a
earlier.
deadbeat. You love it.
Yeah, not being a deadbeat. Love to see it. Like I mentioned, Hidden's probably gonna be coming through around 12, he said. So yeah, we got a good squad. We got a good squad coming through.
Nice.
While Seb gets set up here, let's move on to number 29, I guess. All right, so 29, and honestly, the next one is more narrative driven because we haven't really seen anything from these guys. And 29, I have Yasop because I highly rate the Red Hair Pirates, especially from what we've seen with Shanks, the discussions around from the Marines in terms of portrayal, the highlighted, Beckman, Yasop, and Rue. And I think in terms of they're just going to be stronger in comparison to other Yonko commanders. I'm not going to put them too high because we haven't really seen anything from them. But I think I'm happy to put them around 29. I think is pretty predictable. Number 28 is going to be Rue after that.
All right.
All right.
It's crazy because I have the exact same like two coming up.
Oh, word. All right. So we'll get to you in a sec here. Nigel, who you got?
This might kind of be a shock to some people, but and number 29, and to me, I would just kind of feel disrespectful not to at least have him in the lower tiers. I'm gonna have to go with Rob Lucci, that I read at 29.
Oh, that's fair.
That's fair.
did-
He was under honorable
he
mentions
did-
for me.
Yeah, I feel like he could have been borderline honorable mentions, and I feel like he also could be borderline not in here. I feel like it'd be disrespectful not to put him in here after he has been like one of Luffy's like biggest rivals ever, and he's
Mhm.
come back. He's had a mythical Zoan awakening. Kaido didn't even have that, and I feel like even though he did just kind of get slapped up by Luffy, he didn't get knocked out by Luffy, which I feel like that all of us thought he would get knocked out by Gear 5, and he didn't.
Recovered quick.
But
Oda's awakening.
Yeah, he recovered very quick. I feel like he's got a lot more to offer, and I don't think I don't think there was enough time. I don't know how to explain it. I don't think there was enough panel time in Oda's mind that to just show fully what he's got. You know what I mean? I feel like he still has a lot more to offer.
Rock solid pick, man. Rock solid. Lucci's an interesting one when it comes to, I think, narrative versus feats, because I think one thing that I always with Lucci, I think Luffy going into Gear 5 to fight him was much more of a narrative choice for Oda. Like, I don't think he was
100%.
really thinking about like, oh yeah, Luffy needs to go into Gear 5. He just was thinking back to the panel back in his lobby. He's like, oh, wouldn't be so dope if both of them are awakened with this black cloud and white smoke, and they're just, emulating that exact same thing. So yeah, it's like moments like that for Lucci is kind of hard to judge him, but I respect it. He's shown enough to definitely be around here. All right, Safama, above Momonosuke. Who could possibly be stronger than Momonosuke at 29?
You're not letting me change my pick, so I have
it's locked in.
Here.
You have seven people. All right.
I'm not seven.
I was gonna have 1 of 7. He's gonna pick one.
Bruh. I have to pick one.
No. Give me all 7. Go for it. I want to see which 7 people are all on the same level.
I got Hancock, Drake.
Hold on. I can't.
Shiryu.
Boa, Drake.
This guy needs some chocolate milk, bro.
Lucci, Shiryu.
Some milk.
Keep going.
Keep those for now, then I'll name the rest.
And then you're gonna
combine them. Yeah.
For the next level, you're gonna bump into the next level. All right. So tell me the logic behind Boa, Drake, Lucci, and Shiryu.
Drake.
I felt bad for Drake, but I know. I just wanted him on the list because he seems very strong. We haven't seen him do anything yet. But he lost to Killer, so that's kind of sad. Oh yeah, Killer. Yeah, Killer at 29 too, I guess.
Oh, word. All right.
Wait, no. Wait, did Drake lose? No, Drake lost to Apu, I think, or who did Drake lose to? I don't even remember.
Drake.
I just have him on the list.
Drake went. Hold on. Drake was fighting the CP0.
He got by CP0 for a bit.
Yeah.
Then he came back.
Oh yeah.
Drake is a bum, bro.
Hondo, bro. That's why I was like, I don't know about 29.
Yeah, you guys, chat's going crazy. I'm telling you, the people. That's why, most people in here already know Safama. We already knew this was coming. All right, we knew this was coming from last year.
I knew this was coming, but I'm still shocked. Momonosuke?
Yeah, Momonosuke still got me. Momonosuke still got me.
Oh my god.
Momonosuke slander is not tolerated.
I mean, as a character, I can praise him, but from a power scaling standpoint,
as a character, for sure,
baby. What?
Yo, real talk though. If y'all put Momonosuke at 30, then put Green Ball at 29, bro.
Oh no.
Because we saw what Momonosuke did, right?
At the toxicity, I love it.
Hey, Lord Vegeta, welcome
that out there.
Welcome to Elite. Appreciate you, man. Just 5 of those, right? Just 5 of those for now. We're good with 5.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, word.
Bro's doing his top 50.
Got a super chat. Like the stream. Appreciate you, Z-More. Hawaiian, 29.
All right. At 29, I've got Crocodile. I think that narratively, he's gotten better. He's gotten stronger. So yeah.
I just need to see the sand coated in haki, and then we're good.
Yeah, I need to see more, right? It's just like the narrative is cool, but we just literally have not seen anything from him since.
I think he's gonna get like the Rob Lucci. You know how Rob Lucci came back with an awakening and super buffed up durability. I think that's what's gonna happen to Crocodile as well.
That's a fair prediction. I think that's a fair prediction. I respect that. All right, Teddy, 29. Who we got?
Okay, so when I made my list, right, I tried to be as objective as possible, and you can only be so much, so objective. 29 is the one pick that is like my selfish pick. That's NL. Got it.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad you set it up that way, because now we understand it's from the heart. It's like it's like a fanboy pick. So I feel you.
Literally the most fanboy pick of all, because I was just like, in terms of how dominant any character has ever been in the series, I feel like he's up there. Like this man, only Luffy was a problem for him, and at the end of the day, he still walked away from it. So if Oda messes around and gives him haki, no. I mean, he has observation haki already, but I'm talking about the rest. It's like, God, man.
Fair. No, I respect that because you know, and Enel's a dope ass character. Hope he comes back in the story. He dominated the arc that he was kind of isolated into. So fully respect the pick.
Thank you.
All right, Rick, and I think you said you had the same pick as me, right? Yasop?
Yeah, I got Yasop at 29.
Word.
I don't know. I like also really value the red hair commanders
Mhm.
just from a club perspective, and also stuff that I think a sniper with great observation hockey could use. Too. I think Yasop has that. Like, I just rate the red hair pirates really, really highly, so I got him at 29.
Word. I got the same thing, so no disagreements
pick.
with me.
Yeah.
All right, man.
And like, I can't put him any higher, right? Because once again, we haven't seen too much, but just from Cloud alone.
Hold on, do you think it's a wild pick because it's too high or too low?
Is it high, or do you think it's too low?
I think just because he hasn't even sneezed, I don't know where he at. Like, I can't
That's
put him anywhere.
exactly my point, because
Like-
I so wanted to put him on there. If you want me, my personal opinion, I feel like if we ever find out what the red hair pirates can really do, they might take over like the whole like top 1 through 15. I
Facts.
genuinely believe that, and
Yeah,
because outside of Beckman, we didn't really get anything substantial for Rue, Yasa, but I just don't want to even put them on the list. That's not because I don't think they're strong. I just I need
I feel
to
the
see
same way. The same way
I
about
want to
Dragon
talk about
too.
feats.
Oh,
Yasop, he produced Usopp, and that's a god, so pretty big feat there.
And
That
that
love
is
Might as well
quite a
just
feat.
yo, you could put Buggy over Yasop. I would accept that.
Obviously,
That's because he's done
not,
more.
that's not even a joke, by the way. That's why wouldn't
Yeah,
Buggy
like,
be better than Yasuo?
I said this in the beginning, but I think the longer we go into the story and like the less we see from some of those upper tier characters, I think the stronger they're going to be portrayed. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of going off that perspective.
Yeah, Rickon's kind of on the same wavelength as me, whereas like some of these
Yeah.
characters where I'm just like, I have a vision of a story that I believe is gonna happen. And if I truly believe that's gonna happen, these guys should be at these levels that I expect them to be. Is the thing, you know?
And
But-
then you have like that kid, thing happen where he's not that strong, and then he's like,
Well, kid, I never rated
23rd
that
on the
high. Well, yeah, sometimes things change. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong about it. But if I gotta stick to my beliefs. You know what I'm saying? All right, Larry, who you got at 29?
yo, Kuma.
Kuma.
That ass.
That's
I
a
feel
heavy
like-
pick.
Listen to me, yo. No matter where Kuma is mentally, that's still a bad man. You feel me? Like
he a menace.
the ability to do everything that he's done, plus the special body that he has, and et cetera, et cetera. He's always going to be top 30 alive. But if it's top 30 all time, of course he's not going to be in it. But he has one of the strongest resolves we've ever seen in the show. And we know the show's premise is willpower, right? I consider Kuma to be one of the strongest willpowered individuals in the show. So he's going to be top 30 for sure, even without hockey blooms and stuff like that.
That's interesting because I think this is where the list is going to differ for some people. Like I mentioned earlier, for me personally, I'm factored a personality and like fight IQ a lot, and with Kuma being, as of right now especially, quite literally just like completely unstable, like that's like part of the reason I left like the Seraphim. I thought about them for a second, but like literally they have no free will, so like how can you really count on them if all it takes is like a Marine to tell him to say go fuck off? You know what I'm saying? But so yeah,
Yo.
as far as power wise, no disagreement there. Kuma's a
Yeah,
menace.
like put it this way, Kuma protected the Straw Hat ship for 2 years. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Then he also fought at Marineford and fought Ivankov, and like it was easy diff, bro.
Yeah.
like Kuma's slightly underrated, but I get your point as to why
Mhm.
it would be like he's a Seraphim. But also we just seen him in one of the latest chapters move on his own and go to Marine Joa, right?
Mhm.
So it's like he's still there, bro. He's just not completely conscious.
True. Good point. Good point. All right, 28. Like I mentioned earlier, same thing. Lucky Roo, just kind of right around. Yasop, same reason as before. So we could move on from that. Nigel, who you got at 28? Hello? Nigel might be.
Oh, sorry, dude. I was muted.
You good?
I was here talking to myself. 28. I actually have Yasop as well.
Word.
I think. So I don't know. It's really hard. At least for me, one of the main things I struggled with when making this list, it's like, it's trying to find a healthy balance between, are you basing your list off pure feats, or are you also basing your list off clout? And there's some people that you just kind of have to put on your list, but they genuinely have no feats, like Dragon. Like that's one of the biggest ones. I feel like everybody probably has on their list, but he's got pretty much no feats. I know that the red hair pirates, they're strong. They've got to be really strong. If their captain can do all this, bro, and they're moving around like this, all with no devil fruits, they have to be. They just have to be strong, dude. They gotta be. They clash with. I don't know if Shanks went and stopped Kaido himself. Like if he just had a 1-on-1 with Kaido, like before he.
For agenda purposes, he did.
Okay.
Wasn't King there too?
It was like King and Kaido.
Yeah.
And I think that was it. Versus, I don't know if it was all of Shanks' crew.
Yeah, like we didn't
That's
get
what I'm
any.
saying.
Well,
Yeah,
technically,
but-
it would have been Shanks' own because he pulled up with his officers.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we got you there, Teddy. You can't drag your agenda too far.
Just don't let me run with it, bro. I can go very far.
But yeah, I have to put Yasop there, dude. I have to have him at least somewhere. I feel like he's probably one of the more weaker red-haired pirates, kind of like Usopp is for the Straw Hats, I think. But I don't know, dude. I don't know. Yasop could be just, I don't know, Wyatt Earp out there just Wild West shooting everybody up. But you never know, dude. I feel like he's one of the more weaker ones though, compared to like Lucky Roo and Ben Beckman.
Mhm.
Oh wait, who do we think Shanks' like top 3 commanders are? Because I always assume Beckman, Yasop, Roo. But
They mentioned
Yeah.
that. They mentioned that. They
so
mentioned
right.
that when they revealed his bounty. It said red hair
yeah,
pirates,
yeah.
and it's like Rue, Beckman, and Yasop are like in a tier of their own kind of thing.
Yeah, bro, it's one of those things where like once we see something, I can see them shooting up like 5 to 10 places just because like of their
Mhm.
position.
100%.
Like Nigel, you mentioned it is a struggle, like clout versus feats, right? And like some of the higher ones when we get into like the top 5, like I didn't not feel confident about because like it's like feats wise they've shown nothing. But like I had
the
to
most
pick.
difficult thing.
I had to pick a side, and like for some of these characters, I was just like, do I believe strongly enough that like something's gonna happen for this character? And if I do,
Yeah.
I just gotta back it. I can't be a coward, and I got to take on the criticism, which I understand. But some of these characters, I just gotta stick to my belief. But all right, should be an exciting one coming up next. Safama, which 8 characters do you have at number 28?
I beg you, bro. I need to remove Drake. I want to put in Hawkins instead of him.
Oh.
I don't know. I forgot. I confused the two. I swear. Like I thought Drake was the dude that was 14.
So you're gonna
that was
put
Hawkins, so.
you're gonna put Hawkins and Killer on the same level after Killer 1?
Oh.
It's an O.
I don't know. I forgot about Killer too. You can put
Killer's
them
in
together.
there, bro. You told me Killer's.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yo, 29, bro.
Yeah, this guy just woke up.
Killer would have won if Kid didn't have an arm. So that was just lucky. But in reality, I think Hawkins can probably beat Kaido if he was lucky enough to get
What?
somebody he cared about. But he probably won't be.
I'm telling you, man. I was prepared.
There's no
I was
way.
not prepared. I thought I was prepared. I was not prepared.
Ain't no way I'm there, bro.
All
There's
right,
no way, bro.
Yeah, but my pick is
28. Yeah.
originally
Who?
Jinbei. Jinbei, yeah.
All right, Jinbei.
Jinbei and Katarina Devon.
I love
I
Jinbei.
love
Oh,
that.
God.
Love that. You had me in the first half. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
run out of characters.
No, he never had me.
Jinbei at 28 is like not completely unreasonable.
That's the thing too. You can't even like.
It's criminal, bro.
Oh man. All right. What about Katarina Devon? Decided you to put her like over like Boa, who just had her frozen up into stone like 5 jabs. Like
That's a good question.
a while back.
Shape shifting is crazy. Like if you can like look like, you know, like change your look to be like whoever like in the world, that's a crazy power. You can do like a lot of things with that. So I just feel like that's
Wait, Hawaiian Punch, good point in chat. Hawkins is already dead.
Wait, Hawkins is dead?
Yeah.
Pretty sure he is.
Bro, that was.
Hey, we
Oh my
be
God.
smoking on that Hawkins back. What you talking about, man?
Dude,
Yeah,
Hawkins
you know
is
what-
so good, he's still alive.
You know what's crazy about that Katarina Devon pick? That and her being over Boa is that she literally goes after the prettiest people.
Yeah.
So she would immediately get defeated by Boa because she thinks she's
Yeah.
pretty.
Yeah.
Immediate
Yeah.
diff.
I can't
Just
wait to
snap.
see the rest of the list, man. It's pure
You know,
entertainment.
it gets better
Mustafa.
from here. On God, it gets better. It gets
All
better.
right, word.
Is it your conception, your perception of better, man, worries me, bro. I ain't gonna lie to
It
you.
was like,
Last year is great, and I think he had like Vista and Kinemon on the same list, and
No,
that threw
forget
me
about
off.
that. Forget about that.
Kinemon's dropped. He's out.
Okay.
He's lost your
We
respect
don't talk
And I'm on
about
top
After-
40 now. But like,
after tanking that Kaido hit like that. Come on, man.
it. Yeah.
Oh man. All right, Hawaiian. Which
crazy.
hopefully still alive character you have at 28?
So a few other people have had like picks that they just love the character of. That's one for me here. I got Beige. Capone
Mm,
Beige.
Okay.
Capone gang.
What?
Yeah.
For the
Over
drip?
Boa?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He wouldn't fall for her. He's a family man now. He
it
can
is
take
always
Boa.
that way.
I ain't
Yo.
gonna say nothing, but you could be the most family man ever. You see Boa, demon
Yeah,
time.
somebody, we gotta call him the
he's
horny police.
Italian.
We got the horny police, bro.
Hey, what?
He only,
In fact,
only
what you
goes
mean,
after
dog?
pasta.
What you mean?
Isn't Beige already stoned?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Too. Like,
Oh, true.
is he gonna get
Hey,
turned
hey,
into, like,
He's
again?
he stayed bricked up.
he's a good actor.
Oh man, Beige. Hey, listen, for the drip alone, for the drip
okay,
alone.
You're doing drip. He's top 3.
Oh man. I get this is a fan pick, but why the fan pick at 28 though? I would have slid. You maybe slide him in at like 30.
I don't know.
All
I
right.
just felt like it.
I will say, based off your picks so far, you got Crocodile, Boa, Beige. It seems like drip is actually a factor for you.
Hey,
All right, Teddy.
Influence.
28.
the goat himself, Dofi.
Okay.
I like that pick.
Thank you.
Dofi, yeah. Makes sense.
That's a solid pick.
Super
Thank you.
versatile fighter too.
Word, no complaints from me. Rick and Lucky Roo, right?
Yeah, I got Lucky Roo. Pretty much
Word.
same reasons as you two.
Word. All right.
I need these guys to do something in the future, otherwise this list is incredible. But
Yeah,
I'm sure
no,
they will.
there's a lot of guys on my list that I could look real bad in the future. But, you know, I just got I go out a coward or I go out with sticking to my beliefs, man.
Bro, my top 5, I might be fighting for my life. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, nah,
So,
I'm right there
okay.
with you, bro. Okay,
Not a kid, so you're good.
Larry, who you got?
I got Killer. 28.
Killer.
That boy was
Ooh.
on the rooftop for a reason, dog.
He was
He was one of the
styling.
ones to hit Kaido and hurt him as well. Unlike, Kid. So, Killer definitely deserves that spot, man.
Can I just say real quick, Killer is so wasted on Kid. He
Yeah.
deserves a better captain, bro.
Bro,
I
It
can't
should be
believe.
called the Killer Pirates.
No, for real.
that's bro.
Hold
Hold
on,
on, though. He also
Should call
got
the Killer
2v1 like that.
That's
Like, let's not gas him up too much. I think like
Yeah,
he
Kid's a
was-
lot stronger.
he
Have you
was-
seen the anime? Have you seen that Sonic attack he landed on Kaido? Come on now.
Roof Piece was impressive. I don't think anybody was expecting that from Killer and Roof Piece.
Kid is awakened. Kid's a lot stronger than people think. It's just the slander is crazy. I really don't tell how people
Now
don't
I'm
have
excited.
Killer in their top 15.
Now I'm excited to see where Kid is
I'm
going to be on
gonna
that
spoil
list.
you right now on my list. I do not have Kid on my top 15, and I'll tell you why when we
Oh,
get to
not
it.
top 15, nowhere near
Not
there.
fair, bro. I don't have
Nowhere
him.
near it.
I thought you were about to say he wasn't on the list, though. That's a little too far.
No,
Yeah.
no. Dude, I gave you my honorable mention.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
wasn't in. So yeah, he's on the list, but he's not top 15, bro.
He's in dishonorable mentions.
Bro's in another pile.
No, he's in casualties, unfortunately.
All right, on to 27. 27, I actually have Sanji. Sanji, yeah, I
Hey, yo,
think
Zach, we're gonna need to have a conversation.
you got him higher. Sanji, I think the opponents he's faced warrants him. He's been, shown even more recently. I'm not sure if I could put him above. The rest of this list is just really strong. Some of them are really driven by narrative. I won't lie. But even in terms of feats, I think the rest of this list is very strong. So Sanji 27.
I'm glad he's on the list, but 27 feels a little low. Ain't gonna hold you,
Man, like I
my
like
boy.
above some of the first Yonko commanders. I don't know if he's because
There's, like,
that's
too many people to-
that's who's coming up. That's who's coming up
Listen.
after that.
Lucky Roo and Yasop under Sanji is kind of crazy.
That's why I don't want to have them on the list. I
It
know
feels
they-
weird.
them on.
Yeah.
My whole
Yeah,
list is gonna be
Zach, you
skewed.
bugging, bro.
Lucky Ruins Yasop. Hold on though, like you were saying, they don't belong on the list. You think they could?
I know, but if I had to put them on a list, I can't put them
Oh,
under
right.
Sanji, bro. Like that's crazy.
I can't say anything. So it's like, bruh.
I get it though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, cause like that's where like it kind of messes you up. Cause like on one side it's like Lucky Roo and Yasop is like narrative to an extent, and then there's like feats that kind of drag them back. So I kind of try to balance it, and now they're kind of just in this weird spot at like 28, 29. So I feel you on that.
Listen,
Nigel,
Sanji ain't even
Yeah.
third strongest on his own crew anymore. So
nah, that's
Oh, you got
disrespectful.
Jinbei
Hold
over
on.
him?
Yeah, what's good? I'm gonna
Absolutely.
go really fast because I
Yeah.
just got up to the window to order at McDonald's.
Okay.
I'm starving.
What's the order, bro?
So number 27, I have Boa Hancock actually.
It is like they take that as an order, sir. We don't have a number 27.
Wait, did you guys hear me? You
Yeah,
guys
we
are
got it,
quiet.
yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
No, we heard you now. We got you. Boa's a good pick. Boa's coming up for me soon as well. So yeah, go get your food. Boa, respectable pick there, I think. All right, let's have some fun now, Safama. Who we got? 27. One or multiple characters?
I mean, it could be multiple, but I'm just gonna say Doflamingo.
Are you making this on the fly? Like, what's going on? here?
I think he is, bro.
Well, no, it's just
Yeah,
because
it sounds like it.
I added so many characters, and I'm
He's gonna be
inputting
at
so many
like the
characters.
top. He's like, oh shit, I still got like
In my original
Kaido,
list, I had-
Shanks, and Big
In my original list, I had
Wait,
Momonosuke. I had a bunch of losers, so now I'm like removing them and putting them with people I just remembered. So it's just like being
Alright.
flexible, but
Doflamingo
Doflamingo.
by himself there. Fair.
I love
don't-
to see the Doflamingo love.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I don't understand the logic of the rest of the list, but I'm not gonna question it. Hawaiian.
So I've got a bit of a meme pick.
That's way
Wait, no,
too.
not yet. Not
Wait.
yet.
Not yet.
Not a
All
meme
right.
Pick yet. It's
Little
next.
teaser.
I had Doflamingo as well.
Oh, okay. Word.
Doflamingo as well.
Doflamingo getting a lot of
Think
love
he's
here.
Pretty strong. And again with the drip. I think
Oh
it's
yeah,
one
for
of those.
the drip continues. Love that. All right, Teddy. Who we got?
All right, so that's 27.
Yes, 27.
Yeah, that's the person that I forgot. The he, they, them, whatever. Yamato, get me out, please.
Ooh, that's
crazy.
That's low,
Okay.
man. That's low.
I know it's low. I know it's low.
But you
That's
say you
too low,
forgot
bro.
him. You say you forgot
Well,
him.
I like
Thank-
think anyone with advanced conquerors should be much higher. Like I think that's such a rare and valuable power. It's
So
potent.
I understand that, but again, it's unfortunate for her that she went up against Kaido of all people. So I'm gonna be honest, I do not have a good gauge on how strong she really can be because he didn't go up against somebody that that's comparable to her where I could be like, okay, I can see how strong you are. She went up against Kaido. Most people look like chumps against Kaido. So
She didn't look like a chump though.
and
She held her
him
own.
back
Yeah.
by
She was
herself.
pretty good, yeah.
And she one shot ulti.
did
She
she?
did a lot. Yeah, she knocked out ulti.
Was duking it out with Luffy for a bit.
Yeah.
Did
was in,
you
like,
see
90 before,
like all the stuff that Ulti did after that? I would not call that a one shot, bro. Like
Not a one
she
shot, but like
Got knocked
she
out,
watched
though.
one tap to Ulti, but Ulti got up like, man, what was this bug
How-
bite? We get
Hold
busy
on.
now.
How many people do you think that's above in the 25 that could like hold back Kaido the way she did?
Everybody.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
nah, that is
okay.
No, I know.
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
No,
that was a good while she
No.
was there. That was a
Okay.
good while.
Let me ask you. Okay, I'll give you names, right? I'll give you some random names. You tell me if you don't think they can hold up. If I say Marco, Green Bull, Law, Zoro, like anybody that I just said there, do you think they're not able to at least hold off Kaido?
Okay. So Marco couldn't even do much to Big Mom. One, right?
Couldn't do much.
Two. Green Bull wouldn't even step foot on Wano because Kaido was there.
But see, that's a lack of confidence, not a lack of skill.
Lack of confidence equals lack of hockey. In my opinion. You can't bang out. Yamato wasn't
Go
doubtful.
hand in hand. That's true. I'm just talking strictly.
Man,
in
we
terms
should have
of-
gotten Green Bull versus Yamato. That would have like set all the questions
Yeah,
aside.
we could have got
But yeah.
scale.
I was looking forward to that. I was like,
Yeah.
if we got that, I could get a good gauge on how strong she is.
Yo,
And you know what?
base form Yamato put Green Bull on his face.
Who? What?
Wait, what did you say?
Base form Yamato put Green Bull on his face.
Nah, he just complimented her a little bit, like, "Ooh, that haki was cute." Come on
Yeah, you're
now.
wilding, bro. All right, go ahead.
True.
Go
Dude,
ahead.
I'm telling you what happened.
I think
Am I right?
your perception of her character probably lowers her a little bit too
You
heavy
know
for
what,
you.
man? That's most definitely that's true. And I'm gonna be fair, right? I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna say probably on my whole list, she's probably my list, like my most creditless pick, just because I do not like her and I forgot she existed. Like not because I tried to forget, I legit forgot.
I
And
feel
then
you on that.
I got reminded. That's
Yeah,
why
I mean,
picked-
like I don't like her character as a whole either, but when I started to actually just like look at what she did, it like she just shot up the list for me. But yeah, we'll move on for now. Rickon, who do you have at 27?
I have Sanji as well.
Oh, word, bro.
No, bring him
Okay.
Wait, last three picks, bro. We have the same.
Yeah.
But nah, bro. Sanji's durability boost, all of his Germa stuff, the lineage stuff, speed, Jambe. I'm surprised I didn't put him lower, but just looking at the other people that are coming up, like especially from 20 to 26, I don't know if they could. I don't know. Like it'd be pretty tough to put him, but I had to put Sanji like above some of these guys.
Mhm.
Crocodile for sure, Yasop, Lucky Roo. Feels weird, but we haven't seen much from them, and I think Sanji's in a good spot.
Yeah, I feel you on that. All right, Larry, what you got?
For my
27.
27th pick, I'm gonna go with my man Dofi.
Okay.
Listen,
3
I feel
Doflamingos in this
like-
one.
I feel like a lot of people put Dofi against Cracker and consider him and what Luffy said that Cracker's just stronger, but I think that's false. I think if he was able to like awaken, and he would turn all the biscuits into string and then just take care of, Cracker immediately. I think it's more comparable to say that Doflamingo versus Cat would be a way better fight, and it would be probably an
agree.
extreme fight as well. Dofi doesn't get much credit, and a lot of people be like, yo, Bullet got stronger after he went to jail, right? If I'm gonna power scale Dofi to that same degree, Dofi got stronger too.
That's a good point. That's a good
for
point.
sure.
I think when it came to
It's definitely
Dofi,
Dofi.
yeah, when I thought back, it's just like the birdcage in itself was fucking crazy.
it
And
was
then
insane.
Yeah, like he was doing that while fighting Luffy and Gear Forth, like
While he's guts,
yeah.
Ooh.
Like or Fujitora is just like pushing his sword against it. It's like what's going on here?
And there's one more feat. There's one more feat that Doflamingo has that nobody really notices. So
Yeah.
there's a difference between Aokiji freezing Whitebeard and Aokiji freezing Doflamingo. When Whitebeard got frozen, he ended up breaking out of it through vibrations of his Devil Fruit, right? Doflamingo didn't break out of it because of his string. It was for sure because of Hockey. And not a lot of people give that credit because nobody else in the series was able to do that.
Probably
Fair
what Garp
point.
did actually, right? In 1081.
Well, I wasn't gonna mention it, but Garp also did it.
Yeah.
But I think that's because he's also a Conqueror's
Not early
Hockey
on, for
user.
sure. Yeah.
Fair. All right. On to 26. I have Boa Hancock.
Nice.
Boa Hancock, especially after her recent showing against the Blackbeard Pirates, where she just dusted all of them besides Blackbeard and just held them hostage. That was cold. I think she gets kind of slept on like some of the other warlords because she hasn't been able to showcase too much. But now she's actually got a feat. She has Conqueror's Hockey. You look at the kingdom she rules over, every single one of them is like a master of hockey. And the fact that she rules that kingdom, I think, is another boost to her credibility as well. So I think 26 is fair for her right now, given what she's shown.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's a good pick. Zach, we might have a really similar list. I'm not.
Oh,
We-
word.
honestly, we have like, if Yamato didn't exist, our list would be a lot more similar.
I feel that. Yeah. It's just like everybody has a few spicy ones in there, especially I'm sure once we get to the top.
The top is Mayhem. Mayhem is gonna happen.
Yeah. All right, Nigel. I hope you got your burgers and fries. Who we got at?
Bro, I got my McDonald's, dude.
Oh, what was
I
your
just
order?
made it
What was your
home.
order?
I'm so pumped. What did I order?
Yeah.
A 20-piece chicken McNugget, 2 large fries, and a large
I'm
Sprite.
judging
God
you.
damn, bro. What the hell?
Judging you, bro.
Man said I'm ready for this whole stream, man.
Dude, yeah. Crazy thing is, I only weigh 155 pounds too.
Hold on, though.
I'm
Like,
not gonna store
I
that.
wasn't even thinking about the calories. That's got to be like $15. Like, fast food
Yeah,
is
it was
expensive
like
these
it was
days.
like it was like 13.87.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I would never. I could never. All right.
I'm treating myself, dude. I'm treating myself. It's a
I
big
feel you.
stream.
All right.
26.
Anyways, yes, sir. 26. I got Killer, bro. Killer
Bumbo?
I feel like
I-
deserves to
but-
be on the list. He was up on the roof for a reason, in my opinion. And like whoever mentioned it earlier, he did injure Kaido, bro. He did injure Kaido. I don't think he's complete fodder. At some points, I thought Killer was highly more impressive than Kid and Wano, which is kind of sad to say, considering your captain's supposed to be the one that's supposed to shine the most. But I do have. You guys might be surprised where I have Kid on my list, but yeah, I have Killer here at 27. I think that's pretty fair. Or 26, sorry. I think that's pretty fair.
Interesting. I think he might be a kid. 26 feels a little high.
It's just not high.
A bit
Yeah.
high. Ain't
I would have
gonna
said
lie.
like 30 to 29. That could have been a good spot for him.
Yeah, that'd be a good
When you
spot.
see who comes after him, you'll see why I have him at 26.
Bro, he got Lucci at 29 and Killer at
That's what I'm
26.
saying. Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
explainable,
Yeah, I think
bro.
Yeah,
I
that
think
doesn't
Killer
make
is
sense.
more powerful.
I'm
than
wondering
Lucci.
with the rest of the list because he's got 3 people on there now that I don't even have on my list.
He's gonna put like Calgara, bro.
Hey, listen. Nolan, Mont Blanc, and Calgara were beasts. Okay, like you remember that snake that we saw on Skypea that nobody could do anything to? Yeah,
They-
I did not.
Nolan slide through the head of that snake like butter, bro. He's different. Like we're not ready for that conversation. But yeah,
The all-time combo.
All right,
Mhm.
here we go.
I'm most interested in this guy's list. I
Yeah,
gotta keep saying
it's,
this, guys.
it's
This is
fireworks every
wild.
time. This
Every time.
Safama, 26.
26. I got a double whammy. I got 2 people. I got King and Queen.
Oh my god.
What?
Ain't no, dude, there's no way you're
How-
putting Queen on the same level as King.
Well, obviously, the 2 commanders.
Dude, the logic.
Obviously,
Oh,
man.
Jack-
Come on.
Yo, Jackson's out, right? Yo, where's he at? Commanders.
Oh my god, bro. What?
King and Queen, they're on the same level. Sanji and Zoro on the same level. I thought.
Oh.
Oh, wait.
everybody agreed
Hold on.
with
No,
Oh, I see-
save
I
it
see,
for
I see.
later. Save it for
Bro.
later.
See the agenda. I love it.
That's not even spite, bro. Come on now.
Oh my god.
You should
know
wait
it's
till you
not.
see 24.
It's not.
This is bad.
I have a question. Do you have the Gorosei on your list?
Who?
The Gorosei. Do you have them on your list?
No. The hell?
Okay, good.
Oh, interesting.
Good man.
Oh,
Good
man.
man.
We're
Nah,
gonna
it's
I
a
just- I
Safama.
just need to make sure.
These picks are hilarious because like every one I'll be like, okay, I could comment on it. When he drops his pick, I just don't even know what to say.
Yeah, I lose. I just lose everything.
I'm just like, what's my
That's-
counter?
that's
Like,
so
there's too
straightforward,
many
though, king and
counters to
queen.
mention.
That's unbelievable. I can't believe it. Nah, whatever.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah,
man.
I'm just gonna be entertained by this for now.
All right, all
And then the audacity to be outraged, Stefan. I love it, man.
right. Hawaiian, you said this pick's gonna get you institutionalized as a meme pick. I don't know if you can match up to the king and queen. That's a hard one to follow.
All right.
Oh
So
my.
I think I'm gonna pick the first Marine. And this is the only Marine to my knowledge to be so strong he does not even have a rank. Give me Bogard.
Oh
Right.
man, where's
Oh,
Par?
Bogard.
Just wait till Par Vision comes through. He'll back you on this.
Yeah.
Most underrated.
Garb's right hand man.
character in One Piece.
Is he scaled up just because of what Garb did?
Alex, see this?
I think he's scaled up because of his drip. Like,
Oh, just drip alone. Like you don't think he has like a little solar system fist or
Oh, no.
something small?
I think he's got that sword, and I think he can do what Garp does with his fist with his sword.
Mm.
All
He's
right.
an underrated swordsman.
Okay, Bogard. That wasn't as shocking because I know Par's coming in later, and I'm sure he's gonna have Bogard. He's saying in the chat Bogard high already. But yeah, we'll move on from that for now. Teddy, 26.
Okay, I got my boy Rob Gucci.
Okay,
Yeah.
Lucci. See,
Yeah,
now
I'm
that
sad.
Lucci above Yamato looks even crazier now.
It
Yeah,
doesn't-
I just don't
I
know,
don't
bro.
know, man. I don't know.
This
Like,
is- this
so
is
you-
wild to
what
me.
you're telling me that Yamato is doing better against Gear 5 than Lucci.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
Yeah,
All
Yeah.
right. All right.
Lucci got
Honestly,
put in
you
a
got it
bag
right.
after, like, Luffy was like goofing. Like we mentioned this earlier. I think in the first place, Oda was just on his narrative grind on that fight, really,
Definitely.
right?
You didn't need to use Gear 5. I'm of the mindset that a serious Gear 4 would have been more than enough. And in fact, give me Gear 3 or Gear 2, because with the haki that Luffy has now, it should be more than enough to deal with Lucci. But you know, I'm impressed that he's awakened, and it just sometimes it's just the way characters look that make me gas him up a little bit. Like, you know,
Mm-hmm. I feel you. I
some
feel
other
you.
Feel
characters
you,
like,
bro.
like yeah, I fuck with
Well,
it.
as long as they look cool, they're definitely in your top 20, bro. I got you.
No, hey, okay, Larry, don't do that. Don't do that. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Don't do me like that. Don't do that.
Man, this is where it gets interesting because now I'm looking at people who have like 3 to 2 to more, in Safama's case, like 12 people that are now on my list, and like I'm just thinking about who gets left out that I actually had, especially as we
Crocodile.
get higher.
That's
Alright.
probably, yeah.
Yeah, don't put Croc in your top 30, bro. He's not there.
All right, Rickon, I'm guessing you also have Boa, was it?
Yeah, bro, I got Boa as well.
I'm spoiling your list here, man. I'm sorry.
Oh man, no, don't worry. Hopefully it changes when we're going up. But
Yeah,
I got
we'll see.
Boa. She had a really, really good showing.
Mhm.
Hachinosu basically turned most of the Blackbeard parts to stone, held her own, until obviously Blackbeard pulled her in with the vortex.
Mhm.
But she's strong, dude. And I just want to see more of her in the future. I think it's a good spot.
Fair. All right, Larry, what we got?
For my 26th pick, it's gonna be Kaku, man.
Kaku. no
Kaku.
way.
Hold on a
Yes,
minute
sir.
now. You can't bag on a Lucci pick and then bring Kaku in at 26. What's going on here?
Well, I
Ain't no
got
way.
I got Lucci higher, but Kaku himself currently right now, I think, is 26.
All right. Do you have? I'm guessing you have like no narrative picks on your list.
Absolutely not. So Gorosei are out, Emu's out, Dragon's out, Yasop, red-haired pirates are out, except the ones that have
Okay.
actually like breathe air.
Mm.
You know.
Okay.
So that's gonna be my
Which-
list, and I know a lot of people are gonna disagree with it.
Yeah.
But I would never be able to create an accurate list if I just
Yeah.
started listing people where I think that they should be when they clearly might not be there either.
I completely agree. Like people have Yasop in their top 30, and for all we know, he can be like the cook for the red hair pirates. Like I agree with you.
He's not the cook though. We know
Yo,
he's a
what's up, guys?
sniper.
Yeah, I was gonna say, bro. I swear, Lucky Roo's cook, right?
That boy gotta be.
Hey, Hidden, what's good, bro?
What's good?
How
I
you
know
doing,
I just
man?
got here. I just wanted to chime in on this part in particular. I do agree. I think that we shouldn't, always make assumptions based on where a character, could be. But I also think that there's a difference between saying where they could be and where they should be. And narratively, if a character has been built up to be some sort of powerful force, if we were introduced to, let's say, a Yonko that we haven't seen fight yet, well, based on what we've seen of the other Yonko, we can have an assumption relatively where that character is going to be. So even though they haven't breathed air or done anything yet, we can still make educated guesses. We don't expect Eam to be Gaimon level. I don't think we expect any of the, I think there's
Why not?
I think there's why not? Because they just dropped a
got Buggy
laser
as
on an
Yonko.
entire island. Gaimon's not
Buggy as
dropping
Yonko.
lasers.
We got Buggy
Emu
as
has a
Yonko.
feat, like
They're like Gaimon doesn't drop lasers on islands.
No,
bro.
you
I
said
think
we
they're-
have to make an educated guess, and wherever that Yonko could be if we never saw him, Buggy's a Yonko. Where is he placed on the top 30?
This is
The thing is, though, the way that Buggy was introduced to us was before he was a Yonko. The hypothetical Yonko I'm talking about is a character we haven't met yet, we haven't seen yet. We're just told that they're a Yonko. Without the context that this is Buggy the Clown as that Yonko, we would probably be safe in our assumption that they're a strong character. We're not going to assume
But it's not
anyone with a
definite.
Yonko type. Yeah, it's not definite, but it's more than likely that they're a very strong character. I'm not going to assume that every Yonko
Emu
or
could be
every
a weak
high level.
character.
Emu could be. I would say Emu is not on my list, but I think someone like
He's
Dragon.
probably handed down.
Like
his
Dragon
powers.
can't be
I'm
Gaimon.
just saying I don't think it's fair to discount a character completely just because they haven't done anything yet. I think you
Yeah.
can still make very safe assumptions about their range or where they should be, because the whole story is based around the narrative. Why discount the narrative when all the power scaling is based on the narrative? That's how it's constructed. Luffy doesn't become god tier overnight.
Yeah, but you gotta put feet into it. I think overall, that's your opinion.
Absolutely.
You could think that, but like overall, that doesn't mean you're right. You know what I'm saying?
But, like,
and neither
real
does
quick-
us. So
Well then,
Yeah.
that's not the point then. The point is, I'm just saying the point is that I feel like it's probably not fair to discount characters for that, because we do that every day. When we talk about the story, we do that all the time. We assume what a character, should be capable of. We don't just kind of assume they're capable of anything, right? It's not like every character is just like an open book. They have some,
But most of the time, it's a combination of portrayal and
Yeah.
feats.
That's
and
how-
Emu has none of,
but that's a guessing game.
yeah.
At the end of the day, it's a guessing game.
it's an
Yeah,
Like, I'm gonna
and
go
then
off
like you
things that I've
gotta.
seen.
That's part of the fun. I think that's like the top 30 list. What makes it fun is like all these different perspectives. I think Larry, you lean the heaviest to feats out of everybody on this list. And then everybody else is kind of trying to play this like guessing game and like trying to balance everything in between the two. And then we got like Safama, who's making it on the fly right now, and like it's like there's necessarily not a right or wrong answer. Sometimes there is, but it's, I think everybody has their own, as long as you explain it in your own way, like there's really no wrong answer technically.
But y'all don't let me explain myself, man.
All right, go ahead. Explain Boa, Hawkins, Lucci, Shiryu, Killer. Go ahead.
That's way too much for me to handle. But give me one name at a time.
All
I'll
right, rain
explain.
check. We'll come back to you on Hidden. Now that you're here, let's catch you up.
Yes.
30 to 26.
All right, so this is probably the first top 30 list I've ever done, so be nice to me, guys. Okay?
Listen, look at
This is my
Safama's
first
list.
attempt.
Nobody's gonna get flamed here. All
I
right, you're
just
gonna
see
be fine.
Safama in here, and I know Safama's ready to rip on me if I start tripping up. So I'm just letting you know. All right. So my 30 is Jinbei.
Okay.
My 29 is Crocodile.
Nice.
My 28 is Lucci. My 27 is Dofi. And my 26 is Queen.
That's
Mm.
that's pretty sturdy.
I like the Dofi pick.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty solid.
It's
you, brother.
interesting though. Like these are all people that I'm like, oh, solid picks. But then I look at it, it's 4 people that's not on my list. So now I'm interested in who you left out.
I don't have Crocodile on mine.
I don't have Queen. I don't have Lucci. I don't have Crocodile,
Queen,
and I don't
yeah.
have Jinbei.
Yeah, I don't have
So-
any of them.
You don't have Queen?
No, I don't have Queen.
No.
I think I feel like looking at my own list, I maybe forgot a couple characters that
yeah.
might have to be on here. Like
Yeah.
when you guys correct me on that,
Happens.
but- yeah, but
No
I got a
worries.
bunch of good ones on here.
Word. All right, cool, man. On to the top 25. At 25. To 25 and 24, honestly, even as of right now, I'm trying to figure out who I should put below. You know, 25, I'm gonna put Marco at 25.
Oh no, the disrespect.
Wow.
Yes, I mean I am gonna
disrespectful.
disrespect Marco. Why? Because he's retired. Okay, he's not built the same like before. His cardio's not the same.
Cardio is crazy. Like blasphemy.
All right,
He's
yeah,
still
he's
very
not shown the
strong,
firepower of some of these other guys, and like his main ability is being incredibly defensive and being able to heal. But I think being that he's in a completely different headspace right now, kind of pretty much retired, I think he's shown that he's just not like on top of his game right now. So I
To
think
be fair,
at 25.
because I feel like he doesn't have that. Like he's not a heavyweight. He doesn't hit heavy. Like he hits real light, and like he pulls up moves that you think would make create a lot of damage,
Yeah.
but they don't. Bro, like you went all that, you did all that, and that's
Bro,
that's
he got soloed by King, bro. Enough
Yeah, like
said.
King and Queen, he
Yeah,
had
for
his
sure.
moment, and then he was gassed afterwards. Like he's just not active anymore. So I think I
Bro.
don't think I could put him any higher.
I lost respect for Marco when I noticed his main power is regeneration, but a week later he was still in bandages, bro. I'm good. I'm good on Marco.
He was carrying the battlefield while Chopper was busy trying to whip up the concoction.
Didn't he say he can't use it on himself? Or like how does the regeneration thing work? Like how does that work?
I mean, he got shot by Kizaru's bullets. Instantly
Yeah.
regenerated.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, I remember something about when he was using the flames on everyone else. I don't know. Let me check.
You
that.
know, I started out thinking that your pick was scandalous, but Zach, you might be onto something, man.
Yeah,
Whoa.
like Marco, I wanted to put him higher. He has my favorite Devil Fruit in the entire series. Obviously I rated him pretty highly last year as well, based off like what he showed at Marineford and everything. But like after showing him Wano, I think he's just not about that life anymore. And I can't put him.
I agree with you. I think
Yeah.
his attack potency is like #1 thing.
Yeah, I think he fought Blackbeard. Like him being a Yonko for after Whitebeard passed was like pretty impressive in itself. But like I think after he lost that war, he's just not about it anymore. Yeah. So Marco at 25 for me. Nigel, who you got?
Wait, am I muted? No, I'm
No,
not.
you're
Okay,
good.
awesome.
We're just
I have one favor to ask, dude. Like, and this is my only request, and I promise you, my list is pretty sturdy. After
All
this, could you please take? I had to switch 2 people around.
Yeah, go for it.
Could you, because I forgot somebody. Can you please take Killer off my list, and can you put Marco there in 26 for me?
So
and
he
then-
goes, and then everybody gets bumped
and-
down, or what?
No. And then in number 25, everything's perfect the way it is. And then number 25, I have King.
Okay, so Killer's just gone.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
taking Killer
He
off my list.
he got it.
Yeah, he Lelouchia'd him.
Yeah.
He said Killer
dude,
never
I-
existed on my list.
I literally started sitting here thinking, and I was like, dude, he's got to go. It's because I remembered somebody that wasn't on my list, and I had to switch like Marco's spot because Marco was originally at 24 for me, but I had to switch Marco down to Killer spot and then put somebody in 24.
Makes sense. King at 25. The King and
Yeah, I
Cat
got-
conversation is going to be interesting.
Oh my
I think
God, that
when we see it
was-
on the rest of people's list.
Yeah, I forgot Katakuri, dude. He's my 24, bro. I had to
Okay,
bump
that's
Marco
why
That's
down.
funny.
Yeah, I have Cat over King. That's funny. Yeah.
All right, Safama, what you got for us?
I have Katakuri at 25. That's why. Like,
Okay. That's
Might as
reasonable.
well.
Katakuri over King, I think, is an argument you can make. Why would you? What is your reasoning for putting Katakuri over King / Queen?
I don't know. His future sight, I feel like, was kind of hacks. Like if you can use that like as it's told, then you can be anyone that doesn't have it pretty easily. I think. In the fact that his mochi that he's awakened is just makes him a lot stronger in my opinion. So I don't know. I just think narrative wise and everything, he's just a lot stronger than King.
A lot stronger. Okay.
Oh, you think he's a lot stronger? That's interesting.
I will level you aerial mobility in this situation.
And the defense is crazy.
That's
Like,
fair. Yeah,
Defense and the fact that he can fly makes that fight very different from something like Luffy.
yeah.
Like, yeah.
It's an interesting one, Katakuri versus King. I do think they're probably going to be back to back for most people on the list coming up.
I think the only advantage that people can really argue is just the future sight from Katakuri, to be honest.
And
The future sight's the most dangerous thing about him, but I feel like there's
100%.
situations where like the future sight, like it can only do so much for you, you know?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you're regenerating through stuff, like, you know, you can't really future sight through regenerating abilities like that.
I got another question though.
For attack potency too, because like I feel like a lot of King's attacks deal a lot more damage than Katakuri's, but it's it just depends on how you look at those attacks.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Sure.
Does after Zoro gave his all in chapter 1009, 1010, all that, and then he fought King and still won, you know what I mean? So do you have like that broken up Zoro or Whole Cake Island Luffy? Who would win in a fight? That's also like
Are you saying like they would be around like the same level versus their opponent, like relatively?
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's also awesome.
The thing is, that Zoro with advanced conquerors hockey is just different.
I think
Yeah,
that's-
it is a little bit.
But he literally saw the Grim Reaper, like he was basically done for, and he still won. So it's like that made me lose respect for King. Like, how are you gonna lose that fight? At least like, I don't know.
No, I agree. King was real funny in the light at some point, like in that fight, because it's like, bro, you got all the tools to win this, but
That is a
he
good
doesn't.
point.
The win wasn't
I don't know, I
convincing.
think at that
If
point, it's
I can like defend. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I think at that point it's more of like a battle of willpower, right? Like how much does like if you remember that conversation between King and Zoro about like which of them is gonna make their respective captain the Pirate King, right? Comes down to willpower, comes down to hockey. That's where Zoro gets like his advanced conquerors boost on his swords. That's where he takes him down. I think it's more of that. I think that's what puts him over, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, I was gonna say like, I feel like when we're talking about like King and Cat, like these are like old heads. They've been doing this stuff for a while, you know. Like Zoro is like a relatively fresh pirate. He has a lot of like room for growth, and as they say, you know, like hockey will bloom in the heat of battle. You had that line from Zoro about like, you know, what happens when you put like back a hungry wolf into the corner. You know, like when you have Zoro backed into the corner, that's when he excels. You know, he did that with Kaku. That's when he did the Ashura thing. You know, like he's best in that corner. So I feel like it's a little bit different. I don't know if I would lose respect for King because of that. King was still a great opponent. It's just when you're facing like the future world's strongest swordsman, you got to cut him some slack, I feel like.
I agree.
It's plot, bro. King only went down because he needed to for the story.
For the pacing, right?
Like real talk, like Zoro literally said out loud, "Yo, this sword is killing me. I can't last very long." And he was like, "All right, let me come down and fight you from flying and throwing like slashes at you." The King's an idiot, bro.
Oh, man.
But whatever.
Yeah, I'm running the poll right now. It looks like King's winning 68%, but yeah, it's a close one. It's an interesting one. Hawaiian, who you have at 25?
I got Yasop. Feel like
Alright.
he's portrayed to be pretty strong, but I don't know where to put him, so throw him here.
Fair enough.
Adam, look.
Don't really have a reason for it. but
Fair
Seems like a
enough.
good spot.
All right, man. I vibe with it. Teddy.
So if this was a different list, should be top 5, but for now, Boa Hancock.
Okay.
A different list.
A different, there's different time, a different ranking, but yeah, probably it's just that
Yeah.
Boa.
Right around the same range as some other people as well. So fair. Rickon.
I got Rob Lucci at this placement.
Okay. Rob
I just think
Lucci.
like if you put Rob Lucci up against a bunch of other opponents, Rob Lucci has the speed, he has the durability, he has the regeneration, especially with his awakening, and in my opinion, he has the fight IQ and intelligence as well. I feel like he can maneuver around a lot of situations.
Do we think Rob Lucci beats current Sanji?
That's the thing, right? Like,
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
wait,
I
I'm
don't
curious to see
think
what
so.
everyone else thinks.
Not a chance in hell.
Nah, yeah, no fucking way.
Yeah.
Oh God, we don't have to slew him like that. That's not what I was. I just asked a question. It just got worse and worse.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. I feel like it's kind of close. It's kind of close.
I
Sanji
do think
wins,
it's
but
close
kinda
enough,
close.
but I think Sanji wins. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is on the Egghead, Luffy and are sweating one surfing while Sanji staring down one. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh my God.
Sanji mid diff with one leg only.
That's all I'm gonna say, bro.
Like Rob Lucci
I'll
versus
take-
Sanji is difficult for me.
Lucci, right.
'cause They're both super fast. They're both now super durable. But I think Lucci has like the regenerative edge, in my opinion.
Do we think Lucci has the attack power?
Yeah,
Fire
I
burns it.
Dude, I think
Yeah,
he does.
like,
He does
if
have
Frit-
firepower.
think he does too.
Compared to
If
Sanji
you
though,
burn
with
something,
Ifrit
you don't
Jambe?
regenerate.
Well,
I thought when you burn something hard enough, it doesn't regenerate. Isn't that like? I thought I heard that somewhere.
No, I forgot about the Ifrit Jambe. That's a good point.
Yeah, like Ifrit Jambe plus the durability. Now he's showing an Egghead,
Dude,
and of course in Wano too.
Yeah, with the like F Shark, right?
Yeah.
Damn,
I don't know.
super
It's close
body.
though. It's close. I don't think like it's a fucking blasphemous pick like some people are saying,
Nah,
but
I got shit on that.
it was just like a
Second,
chain. Like,
Yeah, it's extreme diff. It's extreme diff. for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah.
that was
Word.
Extreme
Yeah,
strength.
that's why I brought it up because I thought it was a pretty close one. Larry, who do you have 25?
25. I got the boy himself, the son of the sea, Jinbei.
oh wow.
Okay.
I love Jinbei, bro.
Jinbei don't get enough credit, man.
Jinbei is, yeah, he's a monster.
He's a definitely top 30. He belongs there for sure. I got Yamato. 25.
Ooh, feels low, man. Feels
Hey,
low.
Eden, you're a
Yeah,
man after
man.
my own heart. Like I got called crazy for having
Well, even he had it 2 spots above you.
look.
Look.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
put a
it's
lot
still-
of weight. I put a lot of weight on the Kaido, like holding Kaido off for a bit. Like that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Pretty is
Do
pretty.
I put like the thing is though I got like King, like if I'm looking at my list above Yamato, it's like I got King, I got Sanji, I got
Let's
like
go.
I got Katakuri, I got Kid. Like does Yamato beat those characters? I really don't think so. And every character on my list, I asked myself, do they beat all the people below them, and do they lose to all the people above them? Which is like the main criteria.
Why?
Yamato.
Sorry,
Yep.
but why do you have King above Yamato? Like, why would Kaido leave like the original Onigashima in Yamato's hands if he thought that if he thought that she was weaker than?
That's a lineage thing. That's because Yamato is Kaido's blood as opposed
Yeah.
to King.
I
And then
couldn't care
also-
less about Yamato.
Well, he clearly had his own vision for what he wanted for Yamato, but Yamato didn't conform to it, which is why he put Yamato in prison. It wasn't because Yamato wasn't born, and then the instant Yamato was born, Kaido hated his kid. It was the conscious decision to be like Odin, to be like Kaido's enemy, that made Kaido resentful towards his own child. That's what happened. We can have the King discussion. I think with King, really what it comes down to is that Lunarians are a really, really broken race. They have a broken
But it-
racial passive. They can spawn fire and they can regenerate. So they legit have like devil fruit abilities passively, and King has a devil fruit on top of that, and he has Conqueror's hockey,
Yeah.
and like
Doesn't
King
have-
doesn't
and he
have
can
Conqueror's
fly.
hockey.
He does well. He had a clash with Zoro where they were clashing without touching. So as far as I can tell, that's a Conqueror's clash. You can call it like, oh, Zoro did Conquerors
Within
here.
that-
Like it's not very clear, but
I don't remember.
What chapter is that, bro?
it's in the
Need to
chapter
see
they
that.
fought, bro. There's a thing where Zoro does like a clash with King, and he like tries to get away because King tries to like catch his sword with the little grooves, and then Zoro uses Conqueror's hockey, and then there's a big thing where they're like clashing in midair and they're not touching, and there's black lightning coming out of it. So I take that as King having Conquerors as well. King recognizing Zoro when he upgraded to his conquerors, like that's a whole other discussion later. I'm just saying, like, I do feel like King is probably the second strongest on the Beast Pirates, all things considered, but Yamato is Kaido's kid. So at the end of the day, when it comes to who's going to rule after Kaido, it's probably going to be the next in line in his family, not his first mate.
Yo, didn't Diamante notice that like Luffy and Danchin Zhao were using conquerors?
Yeah, in Dressrosa.
So like,
no,
can't see that.
but it's a little bit different. It's just like when you have the succession of events where King and Zoro are fighting, and he's like, "So you have the will to become a king." Blah blah blah. I mean, the dude's name is literally King, and it's like, and they're doing this fight, and Zoro unlocks and like taps into his Conqueror's Haki in the fight against this guy. Would it make more sense for that situation? Like, would the simpler explanation not just be that was a Conqueror's Haki clash there? Like, why do we have to jump through hoops? To, like, why do we have to jump through hoops to make King not have it? You know.
I will say this though, even if it's the case where he did have it, then the fight IQ factor has to come in for me, because I'm like for Lotis down the line, Big Mom takes some hits because she's just very erratic and kind of dumb. So if King has like Conqueror's Haki and went out that way, then like the fight IQ probably takes some hits for me there.
Yeah, and I don't want to derail it on just the Conqueror, because I do think all the other things that King has, like his Lunarian traits and his Devil Fruit, do also give him a huge edge. Like even if he didn't have Conquerors, that's a whole other thing. It's like just the other stuff, like all the Lunarian stuff is kind of crazy when you think about it.
Fair enough.
That's true.
That's why they made the Seraphim. The Seraphim are supposed to be like the strongest beings on the ocean. They're based on Lunarians.
Yeah, man, King, I think we just got to see too little of him.
Yeah.
For what, for narrative reasons partially, but yeah, I think that's probably why like there's some inconsistencies with how people view him. On to 24. At 24, I've used this Kid. Kid versus Marco was the one I was debating back and forth on, because like Kid, I think I do appreciate the gun, the ray gun. That I do think there is firepower there that he has. I think his performance against Big Mom, he showed awakening. Conqueror's Haki is kind of wasted on him because he hasn't used it one bit. Defensively, nothing insanely impressive. I think in terms of what he has shown, like I would say he's right here around some of the other top Yonko commanders. And Marco was really the one I was kind of debating back and forth, but I think Marco just not being active right now, Kid gets a slight edge. I know most people probably have him closer to Law, but I think Law just has shown a lot more in terms of what he could do.
Yeah, I don't have Kid close to Law.
I don't have Kid close to Law either.
Okay, word. Never mind then. This.
Yeah. They both took L's recently, but they're very different types of L's.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. I don't know. Like I think Kid's bag is just not as deep. All right, Nigel. Who do we have in number 24?
Got zero back.
I got Katakuri.
Katakuri makes sense.
King and Katakuri, they're pretty interchangeable. Like I feel like if they fought, I don't know. I just like Katakuri better than King. I like his character a lot. So
hey man, I respect it.
He's going in 24.
Word. All right. Safama, 24.
Ready to know big 24? I got Kobe.
Hold on.
No, I'm joking. I take it back.
We never know, man.
I got Sanji.
Okay, you got Sanji here. Sanji versus Katakuri. What do we think about that one? I have Kat higher.
I've Kat higher too. It's tough.
Man, that's pretty tough. Like, who do you guys think is lasting longer, like in the fight? I think it's Kat personally, but
with the Future Sight plus advanced armament.
Well, this is the thing, right? Like Sanji clearly has stamina issues. When he dished out what he dished out against Queen, it wasn't the fact that like he needed to recover from being hurt. It was like he needed to recover from dishing out those attacks. He passed out immediately after.
Yeah.
So he has a stamina issue. So how long can Sanji last going that fast and recovering from all the damage as well? I just don't think he has enough in him to fight for days on where Katakuri does. Plus he has Awakening, right? So he can like sticky Sanji if he does want to at some points. And then he has to break out of it and use Diamble Jambe, which takes stamina. So it's like
it makes Katakuri such a tough matchup because he has the ability to fight from a distance, convincing, right? So it's like, are you even going to be able to get in close the way Luffy was able to? I don't know. So,
good point. Yeah.
I
think
still think that
Sanji...
Snake Man is faster than Sanji right now. I think that because we saw Queen not be able to see Sanji because he was going so fast dictates that he's probably one of the fastest in the show, where it's like, it's Queen, bro. Like, he doesn't have future sight that we know
Yeah,
of.
Queen's slow as hell too sometimes.
Yeah, so it's like, come on, bro.
I'll be honest, I feel like fire might be a good counter to Mochi. Like having Mochi abilities and being able to use fire is like it's not a bad counter. And on top of that, like the speed on Sanji is pretty impressive too. Whether or not it's as fast as Snake Man, whatever. I mean, I still think like that does give him an edge against the future sight as well. Like he may not be as easy to read.
The stamina is a really good point that I didn't consider because I think it was pretty close, but then the stamina was a really good point that you mentioned. All right, who's up next? Hawaiian, 24.
I got Lucky Roo. Following the trend of putting them back to back.
All righty.
Yasop and Lucky Roo.
Cool.
That is interesting that everybody has Lucky Roo over Yasop.
I think it's just his built. Like people just like his built.
Like a proper goon. It's like he's gonna come.
He actually has that 1 feat of defeating Who's Who too. So
yeah.
Funnily enough, Larry, I actually have Yasop above Roo. Actually,
The only thing Lucky Roo has done is shot a random bounty hunter in the East Blue. The hell?
Nah, he beat Who's Who. He beat Who's Who. He stole the fruit in the first place.
If I was to place them one over the other, I would pick Yasop just because he was picked up first to be a.
I'd pick Usopp before I'd ever pick Yasop.
I mean,
why, bro?
Usopp was picked before Sanji. No one's saying Sanji or Usopp's stronger than Sanji.
That's a
How is
good.
Yasop even mentioned here? I don't know, bro.
All right, Teddy. 24.
24. Let's see. I got King.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're getting into the Yako commanders here for a lot of people. It looks like.
I'm gonna be so shocked by who you guys pick at top 20 because you guys are picking some pretty heavy hitters.
Dude, listen.
It's gonna be interesting.
I make my list from top to bottom, right? Like any sane person. If you tell me you go bottom up, I'm like, you're different. You're built different.
No, you're gonna forget people. Yeah. Bottom up is crazy.
Bottom up.
We're gonna see like all 5 Seraphims in the top 5. I feel it.
Hey, Safama might.
What, you could put Seraphims in this?
Go for it, bro.
Just
yeah.
told ChatGPT to make my list.
But what are the names gonna be? Like
Whose list is ChatGPT?
Nice.
My list is not.
Yo,
Bogart put
ChatGPT to ask it if it knows what the One Piece was, and it's so far behind on chapters and episodes, bro. Yeah. So when I asked, I was like, so what happened in chapter 1081? And then it explained what happened in episode like 1000 of the anime. So ChatGPT doesn't know anything.
And now the data's bare behind, I'm pretty sure. Like, it's super far behind.
It's like
just know you're smarter than AI.
It's just that the databases are stuck in 2021. So like the last chapter that ChatGPT has, I think, is like Yamato getting to the roof.
Yeah, like Wano.
Like, it's been a while. They don't even have Gear 5 in their databases. So
yeah,
crazy.
They can't be trusted.
All right, Rickon, who we got at 24?
This spot, I was basically also deciding between and Marco. And for me, I just think Kid has the ability to deliver mass destruction damage really quickly. And this is more headcanon, But like, what happens if Kid just uses his railgun like multiple times on Marco? We never really saw a cap on how many times Kid can do that. But in Shanks is like when he was reading the future, sweet, like he destroyed so many boats in a row. So I have Marco at 24. I also think that, like, I don't know, Marco's attacks don't seem too potent, and what he really has going for him is regeneration. A couple clashes here and there, but ultimately he didn't really do much to Big Mom. He lost to Blackbeard, and he was more of like the support character in Onigashima. So I have him 24.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I kind of went through this same conversation like 2 spots back. So yeah, word. All right, Larry.
Damn, bro. So it started to get really tough for me around this spot. So I'm gonna go with Lucci.
Okay.
Respect that.
I think Lucci, currently right now, there's not a lot of other people he can actually beat. I think when we saw his awakening, it seemed very artificial to me. And then based off of what Chopper is able to do now, with a Rumble Ball, it just kind of makes sense that Vegapunk has found a way for some of these Zoan Awakenings to be produced. So I don't think it's a real Zoan Awakening. I think that overall, he kind of got turned into Wild Coyote, man. It just wasn't looking good for him, and it wasn't looking good for Kaku either. I just don't think that they're capable. Like, I think it would be an extremely difficult fight if he tried to fight Jinbei right now. Like,
Oh, interesting.
I really do.
I've never heard of the Forced Awakening part, because it's interesting, because if you go back to like some of the earlier chapters in Egghead, Vegapunk does talk about like how he hasn't figured out Logia Awakenings. Like, I always wondered why he said that. So that's interesting that he said that, especially with like the Force Sulong that we had last chapter.
All right, Hidden 24.
Kid. Got Kid at
Jesus,
24.
Kid.
I'm glad
Yeah.
Kid ain't top 20 for you, bro.
Yeah, there's no way I could put Kid anywhere near the top 20. I'll be
Nah.
honest. After recent events, man.
Were you backing him? Were you backing him for a while?
That's the thing, man. I was backing him, and I had so much faith in this character, and it's like, I think I've been disappointed one too many times. So, yeah.
Finally broke Hidden. After that.
Yo, but this is the thing for me, right? I still don't think any differently about Kid after how he lost to Shanks, because it's Shanks, right? But I think overall, everybody thought that narrative was going to support Kid to be like the white beard
I didn't anymore.
of
Not
Luffy's
after
generation. And it's like, yo, he didn't have anything to support that. He could beat 99% of the cast, but we're talking about the top 1% in the world, right? You have to have hockey, bro. You have to have these advanced forms as well. You can't just depend on your awakening and your devil fruit alone, because it's never going to take you far. And anybody in One Piece who has ever depended solely on their devil fruit has always lost out to somebody who's more versatile with hockey and devil fruit capabilities. And he just didn't have it.
And Kaido said it, like, hockey dominates the world. That's why Roger was able over. And with Kid, I just find it unbelievably disrespectful of Oda to give him conquerors, and we never see him actually use it.
Not once.
But that's not Kid's fault, though.
It's not.
It's not Kid's fault. Yeah.
That's Oda.
You know what I think? It also is just like, Kid clearly has low battle IQ. The man has terrible decision making when it comes to picking his battles. He like the reason he's even in the mud so hard right now is because he's just done nothing but choose the wrong battles every time and the wrong timing. And it's like, yeah, he didn't get a chance to use his conquerors because he's flexing on Shanks, like, without actually having anything to back it up. And then his crew has no resilience, and they just hand over the Poneglyphs.
Nah, that was what did it for me, man.
Yeah,
it's like, please,
bro.
please.
It's like you gotta be able to back it up, man. We're out here supporting you. We're in your corner, Kid. Like, come on. You know?
The fact that we found out afterwards it was a 2v1 too, like Killer's just down on the side. I was like, man, they Killer dirty like that
to
too.
the level that he's at without Killer.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. I it's actually sad I don't have Killer on this list, but I do think he's like an honorable mention for the top 30. I just think like if I had to put him next to every other person I got on here,
it's a lot of monsters, man. Top 30 stuff.
I can't give it to Killer. It's tough.
Yo, Killer is wiping Crocodile, bro. I'm sorry.
I really gotta give Crocodile the Lucci argument that I was giving back on your show a while ago when I was saying like 2 years is a long time. That's how I feel about Crocodile. I feel like 2 years is like That's a lot of time to improve. He learned from his, he learned from his defeat with Luffy. The story was also being written without hockey really being a concept for like fights and stuff at that point in time. So I just think it was like a different Crocodile. He lost to the main character. Like he's had enough time where if he had a good showing now, it would be totally believable. And he's like running a crew alongside Mihawk. Mihawk seems to doubt Buggy's strength, but he doesn't seem to doubt Crocodile's. He seems to respect Crocodile's strength to some degree, enough to take up his offer to join, which to me it speaks a little bit to his character, you know?
I don't want to backtrack here.
Zoro at Alabasta.
I don't know.
Yeah, when he did the are you talking about like the voice?
He used armament and observation.
I think he's both for sure. Like especially when he uses like the breath of all things or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That was like one of the earlier hints.
I don't want to go off track here, but I still think that Kaku pick is kind of crazy. I'm looking over like Kaku over Killer and Magellan and Doflamingo, and
that's an aggressive pick.
That's a pretty aggressive pick.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember that he can also do Rokugan and all that stuff at a higher level, and he's awakened at this point, right?
True, but like
he's
so
able
is
to fight
Doflamingo.
with Zoro to a certain extent. Now Zoro would definitely body him, but his speed is up there too. Like if we're gonna give Lucci credit, you also got to give Kaku credit. They're not that far from.
Doesn't have Rokugan though. Only Lucci does.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's learned it.
You think
There's
so?
no way he.
Oh, you're going off narrative now. Hold on now.
He learned it. Okay.
I just looked at the list. I noticed this. Who got beige at 28?
No, he said that was a fanboy pick. That was a fanboy.
I just noticed that. I was like, how is he on this list right now? Like,
Beige solos.
Well, this is the thing, right? Like, just to back up the Kaku Clayton as well. So we're in the Marines. They're not pirates. So the Marines overall have training programs, right? Like they train their fighters how to fight. It's easier to access like armament and observation and such because people already know how to do it. And there's people like Bogart who will train you to accomplish those feats. What's to say that CP0 don't have the same type of training programs? Like you're not just going to become assassins for no reason, right? They're going to train you up. They're not just going to put you in the field and just go figure it out. Like I'm pretty sure once Lucci learned how to do that, it was then passed down to people that were close to him in his you know, his group. Why wouldn't Kaku be that person? You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
It's fair. I think with the rest of your list, it makes sense. 23, getting close to the top 20 here. 23, it's my like Yonko commander tier. I've Katakuri at 23.
All right.
Yeah, kind of in that same range. I think Marco Kid, Katakuri, King's gonna be up next afterwards. They're all kind of in that same group. Just in matters of just in terms of like who do you think is stronger? I think a couple of people have shown more above him.
That's fair.
Nigel, 23.
Dude, some of y'all putting Kid at 25 and 24, that's kind of crazy. That's a little disrespectful, in my opinion. But I
off
Kid a bit higher, but I personally I have Lucky Roo here at 23.
Oh wow!
Above Katakuri and King?
Yeah, just simply because he's on Red Haired's career.
That's a lot of clout, bro. That's a lot of clout. You're right.
That's too
the
much
Redhead
clout.
Pirates. They got a lot of clout. I think, dude. I think that every single member on the Red Hair Pirates is like a monster. Like
I agree.
Like
I agree with you.
I mean, like demonic.
Yeah.
Not just like any kind of monster. I mean, demonic. I think
Yeah,
they're
so-
all like.
Nigel, can I ask you a question, Nigel?
Yes, sir.
Do you think the monkey took Kid's arm?
Monster.
Yep. Because if
no.
you do, then you gotta put that monkey over Kid, then, right?
No, didn't
Not monkey.
Didn't it come out and say Ben Beckman took it?
No.
I didn't say it. It's just it's
No,
like
it's
an
implied.
implication, basically.
Well, I don't think a monkey could take Kid's arm.
Why not?
Yeah,
He part of the crew.
Bro, that's so disrespectful. That is so
Is it?
It's
It's not. Let's be real. Is it, bro?
Yes, like that's a monkey, which like, dude, Kid's got Conqueror's hockey and everything. So you're saying like pretty much Is the monkey even a character? Does it have a name?
Yes,
Monster,
he does.
yeah,
Oh,
Monster.
You're
So
telling
That's
me
an
they
officer.
picked the
He's an
name
officer.
Monster for no reason.
So what if
Ain't no way.
what if the monkey was a reindeer? Would it sound any better?
No. Because kid's a Yonko now. Dude. That makes it like even.
No,
worse.
No, I can't kiss not a Yonko.
No, we're not doing that. We are not doing
When did he become a Yonko?
not a young.
Kid?
You're talking about the bounty, which he has 3 billion. But I think it was like Kid and Law. They wrote that clout off of Luffy, and then Oda kind of proved instantly that up against other Yonko, they're not that guy.
You're
Yeah,
not.
he's not.
Yo, Kid
He's
and
not
Law
that
were like
guy.
Salt Bay at the World Cup. bro.
So they didn't get the Yonko title with
No. There's only 4. It's Buggy, Luffy, Blackbeard, Shanks. And technically, let's be
Okay.
real, Buggy is really Mihawk.
Dude, I don't think a monkey put Kid's arm though.
That's racist. Bro. That's racist, bro. That's all I'm hearing. Bro.
No, I will
You're
say to
against
be
the monkey people.
to be fair, Monster's description says like he's more of like the fodder control, while Bonk Punch is like loading up this like King Punch to wipe everybody
Monkey
out.
has a gun, bro. Like
He does?
I didn't know he has a gun.
Yeah, I didn't.
Dude, I didn't know he
that.
has a gun either.
yo,
I don't know if
he's,
that changes
he's
too
like
much,
in a
but-
very important part of the crew, bro. He's like Chopper.
Bro, okay, so you
You're gonna
think
see the vision.
Chopper, Do you think Chopper could take Kid's arm?
Take whose arm?
Kids. Do you think Chopper
Oh, of
could
course
take Kid's
not.
arm?
Metal
But
arm.
but Chopper is also not Monster. Because from your words, Nigel.
Hold on.
you said
Then that's
every
interesting though.
member
Chopper
of the
or
Shanks
Monster?
Pirates go mad hard.
A monster in six.
That
Nah, yeah, I'm running that poll.
I think what he was
Not
trying
monster.
to say though is like because when they gave the bounty, they said that all of them were like they had the highest average bounty. You know,
Yeah.
like so like that's pretty hype. I mean, like I'm sure they weren't talking about Monster there, but like even then, it's like an average bounty. So like even if
completely
Monster, you have a
forgot
Monster,
about
or
Monster,
Rockstar,
yeah.
like
Yeah.
like it still averages out. You still got a Beckman on there, you know. You got your Yasops.
True. All right, let's
He's
move
also
on.
the musician, by the way.
True.
Monster.
Yes.
Oh shit.
He is. He is a
Wait,
musician.
Wait, I
Yeah.
gotta look this up, bro. Wait, hold on.
I think he and Bonk
Wait,
Punch are
wait.
the
Yeah,
musician
uh,
together.
on that note, no way he took Kid's arm.
That's
He-
Chad actually.
Yo, bro, y'all sleeping on Monster, bro. It's alright. Y'all could hype up Emu. Y'all could hype
Hold
up
on,
all
though.
those non-official feet pirates, but we can't hype up Monster. I see how it is, bro.
This poll's
this is
going kind of
Fishman
crazy.
racism all over again. I feel it.
Her agenda is crazy. I'm with it though.
Oh man. All right, and to follow that up, we got Safama 23. Who we got?
Wait, so I didn't. Oh, okay, 23. So I already put Kobe at 24.
No, yeah, it's Sanji. Yes, Sanji
Alright.
at 24.
23. I got Zoro.
Oh,
Zoro
wow.
at 23.
That's a low
That's
Zoro.
low.
placement.
That's a low
That's crazy.
Zoro.
Well, I just said Sanji last time and nobody said anything, but now that I'm saying Zoro at 23.
Oh no,
I
he
realized-
did say Sanji equals
True.
Zoro.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot.
Alright.
What's up
Yeah,
with y'all, bro?
Safama's list is not serious, bro. I
That's-
just look at it for
that's-
entertainment.
What do you mean not? But everyone in the world agrees that Zoro and Sanji are on par. Y'all are tripping.
I just feel like
Oh.
you're forgetting mad characters. I don't know if you're putting
Yeah,
this
bro.
low.
He's not
I'm
forgetting
putting
anybody.
Sheriff.
Look,
Let's have
he's
a
got
bunch of
7 people at 29.
Wait, that's true. I forgot his list. That's like okay, never mind.
Yo, can we get a
Not
bunch
that
of W's in the chat for Safama, bro? He needs it.
Leave.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you.
Oh man,
Yeah,
I'm curious who's above now. I'm curious who's above now. We'll leave it there for now. Hawaiian number 23.
I've got Sanji.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just feel like
Sanji
he's.
Okay.
I think he's significantly weaker than Zoro.
Mhm.
So Zoro's gonna be higher on my list. Probably around ballpark, Lucky Roo, Yasop.
That's a fair
can
spot
def-
looking at your list, I think.
Yeah.
I think that there's a big gap. Like we're starting the power skill. It's like a mountain, and like the bottom is kind of flat, and then it gets steeper and steeper
Mhm.
towards the top.
Yeah, makes
More
sense.
space between picks going forward.
Yeah, again, it's just with some of these lists, I'm just wondering like who you guys left off when some of you have like 4 or 5 people that I did not have on the list. But we'll
I'm gonna
see
be
when we
honest,
get there, I
left
guess.
I I left off King and Queen because I thought they died. But
They just
I
got.
guess
okay.
they didn't.
That's fair. That's fair.
They got sucked up. I think they're still alive.
Yeah.
It definitely
Alright.
got sucked up.
Teddy.
Oh, that's
23.
crazy. Got sucked up, man. Listen, Marco, the Phoenix. God, Marco at
Over
23, bro.
King?
It's unbelievable. Marcos Slander is unbelievable.
Barely over King. Like he's right there. But
Did I
you
not
have to
change your
remember,
mind
like,
with the he's kind of not about it anymore?
I just remember the fact that he held off both King and Queen at some point in time, you know,
Oh yeah.
and he's
that-
retired. So this is probably the last time I'm gonna put that much respect on his name. So I had to do it.
This is
Put him
like
in
his
time.
farewell, his like his
That's the
retirement
farewell
party.
gift. Yeah, my farewell gift to him. Yeah.
When that King and Queen chapter came out, people disrespected King and Queen so much. It was.
I mean,
Yeah.
Marco basically dropped his nutsack on them. So you know.
Oh, bro, the edit. Oh my god.
Oh, by the way, it looks like Monster has beat Chopper in the poll, 59 to 41%. So
Yeah, bro,
we do
Monster-
have some respect for Monster in the chat.
I'm pretty sure. If you correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure Monster in like the film Red data books has observation and armament. I'm pretty sure it said that.
He's also super highly intelligent too. He understands humans as well. Like the dude is a force, bro. I'm
You
telling you.
can't sleep on
Yeah,
monkeys. Zoro's
I put
getting
respect
beat up
on
by them
Monster.
by them ones with Mihawk. So like Monster's
Like
probably
the human drills.
yeah. All right, Rickon, who we have 23.
And dude, it pains me to put this character here. Since I was watching Saboti Archipelago, I saw these three. I'm excited for them, but I have to put Kid here, dude. Like, I don't know, for a character who is like so ambitious, you would think like would have something more to do with this Conquerors hockey. He has like his awakening, he has the attack potency, etc. But I just think like anyone with advanced Conquerors can beat Kid, in my opinion. I have him at 23.
Fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Larry.
I know a lot of people gonna come at me for this. Fan favorite for sure. A lot of hype around him, but hype doesn't necessarily do anything for me. It's Sabo, 1000%.
Oh, dude, I respect this.
Wow.
I respect
So
this
the
much.
reason why I say Sabo is, narratively, he has a lot to contribute to the story, right? That's cool. I don't really care about that though. But what really matters is what he's like has shown and where his feats have portrayed him to be. We know that he was scuffed up against Fujitora, and Fujitora wasn't scuffed up. And granted, he just got the meta no Mi, and he was using it with. But I don't necessarily think that he can compete with a true admiral. And then people will be like, oh well, Sabo went to Mary Joa with a few good men and put some damage on them. Well, there it comes with an asterisk. You're not allowed to like clash with another Conquerors hockey user. Let's just assume he does have it, because what happens? You'll knock out the Celestial Dragons, and they'll probably just like take you out of the Admiral position. So that was a big thing about, did the Admirals go all out? Like, how did Green Bull and Fuji lose to these four guys, and neither of them are at the level of Admiral, I would say. And it's, well, the Admirals couldn't go all out, and that's why I kind of was like, yo, so what? You should have just went all out anyway. So I don't think Sabo is there. He doesn't have the future sight. He doesn't have the Conquerors hockey. He doesn't have the Rio for E missions that are outward and inward. He just doesn't have any of those things. But from what we saw, he's efficient with hockey. He's a good fighter, and he has a Logia ability now. Is he better than Ace? Absolutely. But I can't necessarily put him at a very high degree. So he's gonna stay at 23, bro.
I think that's
agree.
pretty fair,
never
honestly.
Yeah.
I never understood the few good men argument, because like there's no way Fujitora and Green Bull went all out. Like they cannot destroy Joa. Like it's I never understood arguments, so I agree with you for sure.
I got Cat 23.
Cat 23. All right. I don't think any disagreements, because I think this is around the tier of like Kid, Law, and the Commanders essentially.
Yeah, I think my top 20 is probably my top 10 would be a lot more controversial. I think my 20 will be where it starts to really.
Right around this range, I think most people are in agreement.
Yeah.
For me, 22 is King. So just kind of following the the Commanders. I think King. We kind of went through this whole King versus Katakuri thing.
Yeah.
In the beginning, but yeah, I got King over Cat. Nigel, 22.
I got Sanji at 22.
Sanji at 22. Little high. Not a bad pick though. I think it might be a little high, but around the same range.
Honestly, yeah, I kind of put Lucky Root there, even though he's got no feats. I think he's more powerful than Cat and King. Sanji, he's got more feats. I think he actually would beat Cat and King, maybe. I don't know. It would be like, I think he would give them a run for their money if he doesn't beat them. But yeah, I'm going to give him Oda plot armor. So I got him at 22.
All right.
Sanji beating King is crazy, bro.
I don't think that's happening.
I'd buy that.
I think that in the fight, if they were to fight, he would somehow figure out in that fight to like fully be able to control his he did throw the raid suit away, which like nerfed him. But I'm pretty sure like wasn't he like his genetics and stuff like that like coming alive like when he was fighting Queen and whatnot? He was like his Germa blood and his DNA, I guess, were like kind of taking over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It
feel
don't
like
matter,
he
bro.
would feel like he would learn to control it in that fight. I feel like I don't know. It'd
It's
be
close
tough.
enough where I don't think it's like outrageous. Personally, I
Bro,
would have him
he's-
lower, but I think it's close enough.
He's a guy who fights with fire against a guy who is fire. You know what I'm saying?
But it's like we can't hyper focus on like mismatches and stuff, right? Because in the end, the list is like we're looking at in the grand scheme of things.
Yo, but Zoro needed Conqueror's coding in order to even harm King. Like Sanji doesn't have anything close to that penetration pause of landing attacks close.
I
to
mean,
him,
I'm with you.
know what
I
I'm
have
saying?
Sanji. I have Sanji below King, but I do
Yeah,
think it
yeah.
would be difficult though,
I don't know. King deserves more respect.
for sure.
He does, bro. Thank you. Oh my god, people disrespect him so much on Twitter. It's like ridiculous.
All right, Safama, above Zoro. 23. I mean, no, 22.
I also got a right hand, and that's Ben Beckman.
Beckman already. Okay.
Wow, that's low.
Dude, I respect Beckman so much.
Who is up
Seeing
top
this
there,
go
man?
kinda-
Beckman Zoro already?
But that's I have to.
Who's up there?
At this point, y'all are
I-
forgetting characters,
yeah.
not me.
All right, man. We'll see.
Oh no, you definitely didn't forget anyone.
forgot
I had a lot on
characters.
there.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see, I guess. Okay. I mean, like the order, I can't complain about the order because, like, Sanji, I mean, Zoro, Beckman, like
Yeah.
they're around there, but it's just much lower on my list. I mean, on his list than mine. Hawaiian, 22.
I've got. Let me check my list. 22. I got Katakuri.
Okay, yep. Right.
He's a solid dude.
Right in that range of commanders. Teddy,
Let's see.
22.
Fucking Kid, 22.
Kid. Well, it looks like a lot of people have Kid Marco right next to each other, which is
Yeah.
interesting. Soga came
And I
with
have
a
an
super.
asterisk next to his name because that may be the last time he's ever on the top 30.
We think he's done for. He's just at the bottom of the ocean now.
I think he's being packed proper, rolled up like a type blunt. And it's time to smoke it. It's over for this one.
Oh man, Soga came. Appreciate the super
I
chat.
gotta give more love to Kid, bro.
Buggy is number one. Buggy gang. Buggy for Pirate King. I will.
You know
Somebody
what?
probably.
My thing with Kid. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say somebody's probably gonna put Buggy in there somewhere. I feel like maybe we'll have to wait for Par. Par will throw Buggy in.
I was
somewhere.
tempted.
No, you see, my thing with Kid, right, is I've invested so much in him over so many years, only for him to keep letting me down consistently. I've had enough. Like, remember, I don't know if you
That's
guys
what Hidden
remember
said.
this, but back
Hidden
when
said.
Yeah.
yeah, like back when he lost to Kaido, right? People were clowning him, and I told everybody, like, listen, Luffy would have been done exactly the same. I was praising this man Kid for even having the cojones to stand up to Kaido in the first place, right? And then when when Luffy got one tapped by Kaido, then everybody was like, actually, maybe Kid didn't do so bad. I'm like, of course he didn't do so bad. Like, I've been telling y'all, right? So I've been riding for this man kid for a very, very long time. And now he gets one shot by Shanks. Admittedly, it is
Hadn't,
Shanks,
yeah.
but still, like I'm done. I'm done. Pack him up.
I think most people have given up.
Poor
it's
kid,
it's
bro.
it's down
I
bad
feel
for the
you.
kid
I
fans
fought
right
for
now.
kids so much.
It's down horrendous.
All right, Rickon, who do we got at 22?
Yeah, I had him pretty low last year as well, and I just have to put him there for the same reason Larry gave. Like some of the same reasons Larry gave. I have to put Sabo here. Like I just don't think I've seen enough of him, especially like from a feat. Like I don't know. Like I just don't think he's that guy, to be honest. That's pretty controversial, but I have to put him at 22.
I don't think it is anymore. I think the Sabo stock rose for a lot of people because a lot of people had this idea of Sabo fighting Akainu eventually, which I just don't think.
That's
I think
crazy.
I think that's
that.
Luffy. So I think maybe that's why his stock was super high for some people. Sabo around this range is not bad. He's coming up closer.
He'll definitely
list, yeah.
be there soon. But that's the thing too. It's like a lot of people, and this is where it's like narrative compared to like hoping or thinking that they're there already. And I think that a lot of characters that we're seeing that we know are going to have relevance and importance later in the story are going to reach those levels, but currently right now they're not there. And I think that's what a lot of people like. This is the reason why I love Oda doing what he did to Kid, because it gave everybody a wake-up call that what you think necessarily isn't always true. If you looked at Kid and what he was, you would have noticed that anytime he would have versed a Yonko by himself, the same result would have happened no matter what. Even after the Big Mom defeat, which wasn't a real defeat, it was a ring out with another opponent that he was with that had a top 5 Devil Fruit in the game. It acts like a hockey opportunist, right? So it's like, even then, he still doesn't beat Big Mom by himself, even now. So it's like, you got to realize a lot of these characters are not there yet, but they will be. You just got to give them time.
True.
That's the thing. Definitely upward potential is a factor, I think. And especially if they're characters that are like, there's a good likelihood they're not going to be dying anytime soon. Like, I think I got to defend Sabo here. I actually, I'm one of the guys that thinks Sabo is going to be the one to fight Akainu. I think he's going to take him on.
Really?
And I think Luffy's going to get his shots in there. But I think symbolically having the person who inherited Ace's fruit, who Akainu mocked for fire being weaker than magma, actually coming back and defeating the magma user. Also considering that they're both, like, Sabo's position in the revolutionaries is very similar to Akainu's position in the Marines. Sabo is the chief of staff. Akainu's the fleet admiral. They both have a boss. Akainu answers to Kong and Sabo answers to Dragon, but they pretty much run it. Like Sabo's considered like the hero of the revolution. Like, he is the face of it at this point. So the way I see it is like Sabo and Akainu are like two opposite ends of this same coin, where one's the revolutionaries, one's are the Marines. Sabo inherited Ace's will. Luffy's gonna have his hands full with Blackbeard, Eam, and all that stuff. Like, is Luffy gonna just like do a gauntlet where he's just gonna fight each of these endgame villains one after the other? Presumably in the same war. Like, that's where they would all overlap if we had to take a reasonable guess. So I feel like someone's got to take Akainu off Luffy's hands. It's going to be Sabo if I had to pick anyone.
I do think you made a really good argument there in terms of carrying on Ace's will. That's an aspect I didn't think of. I think what it comes down to is, like, are Emu and the Gorosei going to be threats? Because if they're not, then I think Akainu is going to be the guy to bat for the Marines. Right, and then Luffy essentially becomes that's the final guy, and I think I've always thought Luffy would be the guy to fight because, you know, he's literally got a permanent scar on his chest that reminds him of that day, right? So, like, to me, that was always been a stronger connection. But I do like the argument you made about carrying on Ace's will there.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Of course. Larry, 22.
Gonna go out. I'm gonna have to go with the pervy cook himself, man. I'm gonna go with Sanji.
Hey, Vince Smoke, baby.
Okay.
I think that Sanji right now is deserving of that respect. I do give him a little bit more credit than Sabo. I do think it's an extremely difficult fight with Lucci. And as much as as much crap that I do talk about Jinbei being stronger than Sanji, I think overall Sanji right now is stronger than Jinbei. I just do it to
love to
mess
see
with
it.
people's face.
That makes sense.
Fair.
Yeah.
All right, Hidden 22.
22. What do I have here? Oh, this is the only one of these I'm gonna split between two people.
Go for
I
it.
couldn't decide. This one's King/Marco. I think they're
Okay.
on the same level.
Damn.
Interesting.
Marco
Yeah,
disrespect.
I
I think,
rubbing
I
off on
think,
you.
I think Marco. I think Marco being the first mate of the Whitebeard pirates with effectively the same abilities as King, him being able to like go toe to toe with them in Onigashima. I just got to give respect to his abilities, but I can't also overhype him. I have so many other people above him that I just don't think Marco's beating. So
Yeah.
for me, it's like Marco, King, can't decide. I just got to put them. They're pretty much like their abilities are very similar. Like if we think about it.
True.
Marco can heal like other people with it. That's the only difference.
Yeah, for me, like I mentioned earlier, it's just I think Marco's not as active right now, so he's not really in peak condition. But yeah, like this range, like I mentioned, it's like all the Yonko commanders are all coming off right now. And then now we get to 21, the last one before the top 20. I have Law.
Nice.
So yeah, Law right here, right in
I
the
can
same
see.
range with the other Yonko commanders. But I think what he's shown is above some of the other people I've already listed, and this is probably a good spot for him.
Yeah, I give Law a lot of credit because he's the first one we've seen outside of the Yonko to use Haki in a way to counteract Devil Fruit effects, right?
Mm-hmm.
To a woman, and then he reverted back just by flexing Haki. That to me was probably one of his most impressive feats that I've seen from him. I'm like, okay, you're in in that top tier conversation, kind of. No, it's a high tier, not top tier. Yeah, high tier.
Mm-hmm. And his fight against Blackbeard, like he did some damage, even though partially it's because Blackbeard's reckless, but like he proved like the damage he did on Big Mom was not just for show.
True. He backed it up.
Nigel, 21. Hello, Nigel, you there?
You good right now?
All right, we'll move from Nigel for now.
I'm muted. I'm sorry.
You good? He's yamming away over there.
He had like 5 of them.
Yeah.
I have Kid at 21.
Kid at 21.
So far?
Yeah, I think so. But I think you were oh no, Safama hasn't listed him yet.
Well, true.
I was gonna say you're probably the person that's gonna have him the highest, and nobody else is gonna have him in the top 20. But we'll see. Safama.
The glazing was crazy, man. Come on, bro.
I have
Kid's at least top.
21. Safama, who you got?
All right, bro, I'm gonna say my pick and then watch everyone overreact. Even though King, I have the same pick as you. Law's at 21.
Law's
Yo,
at 21.
what are you thinking, bro? Law isn't even
No
top
way.
30, like,
I thought you were gonna say
Diamond.
Gaimon, bro.
Oh God.
That would be
The spot's not bad. Put him over Beckman and Zoro.
Not bad.
That's low.
See, that's the thing. It's not even like the ranking itself.
Yeah,
It's,
I have Law at
You really-
21.
exactly. I was about to say.
Why
It's insane.
over Zoro?
Well, Law's a captain. Zoro's a right hand man.
Makes sense.
Is Brownbeard top 20?
No, I'm not to that extent. Come on. I was thinking Law was gonna be a Yonko.
yo,
He wasn't a Yonko,
if we're
but
going
Law
to
has a
go off of titles, then Apu and Hawkins should be on this list.
Buggy
They're
better
looking
be
at-
up there, bro.
No. Hear me out. Law is like if One Piece wasn't One Piece and it wasn't, Oda trying to make the story go on. If Law actually used his Devil Fruit like, it could be used, he would be the strongest in the world. But obviously he's not. So honestly, just Law's a lot stronger than Zoro. I don't.
That wouldn't
know
be
why
true
that's a
either, because if we went off that, it would be Fujitora. He has the power of gravity, bro. Create black holes.
Yeah, I
discussion. Zoro can't see.
Bruh.
All right,
Insane.
man. Law 21. I'm excited for the rest of the list. Hawaiian 21.
I've got Shiryu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shiryu's a hard
think
one, man. Yeah, Shiryu's a hard one.
Like, I feel like he's strong, but his Devil Fruit feel like it isn't the best. But
It's
he's
mid.
also it's cool, but it's not a combat fruit. It's a
Yeah, it
infiltration.
doesn't
fruit.
enhance he's fighting a bit. Oh, at least not in a straightforward way. Like,
Yeah, like with
yeah.
observation hockey, it doesn't really help. But he's also a strong fighter, so
You can still sense presence, yeah.
Yo,
Alright.
can I ask you a question? Do you think that Aokiji freezes Katakuri? Like just
Is
randomly?
able to?
Like he would just let it happen? Yeah.
I don't think like one go like that.
no, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Yeah, so that happened with Shiryu. When Aokiji was around the Black Pirates. He froze Shiryu immediately.
Good ass point.
All of them, actually. It was like literally all of them.
Yeah,
I was actually
yeah.
looking for that though. Like,
That's
did we
also
see
based on
Shiryu?
I feel like that's also based on future sight though. Like Katakuri would avoid getting frozen because he could see that coming. It's a little bit like you could also make the argument: would Shiryu have gotten frozen if he was invisible? You know, like it's just I don't know. That's not enough to put. That's not enough to say that Katakuri is stronger than Shiryu for me.
I mean, but that's something that says that he wouldn't get frozen in comparison to Shiryu, who would, even if he was invisible.
Yeah, but you know, One Piece is also a series where certain matchups are just gonna kind of own you. Like you know, Crocodile or like NL, for example, kind of just gets an unfortunate matchup with Luffy. It's like that doesn't mean that he's just, you know, like if you're weaker than one character because of an ability difference doesn't mean that you're generally weaker than, you know, all these other characters. Like Shiryu is still, you know, he's presumably the second strongest on the crew. He was the former jailer, like he was a warden of Impel Down. Like that's you know, there's a lot to that.
Yeah, Shiryu.
So the difference is with that Luffy example is that Luffy is a matchup fight for Enel, right? Like
Yeah.
nobody else can be rubber against Enel, where everybody has observation hockey. It just matters if it's good enough to counter most attacks. And that just proves like Shiryu doesn't have the observation to see that he was going to get frozen where Katakuri would.
Yeah, but I feel like with
That
the,
makes him
with the
stronger.
future sight, like I just that puts Katakuri above a lot of people then, because then you could just say he could future sight his way out of a lot of. Like,
I also
problematic
think that scene was so quick, such a quick one-off scene that we can't really
Yeah.
take that much weight behind it. Like, do we really think like Kuzan could just like full on, like straight up trying with all the Blackbeard Pirates trying, just freeze them all one shot and that's it? And the Blackbeard Pirates are that weak? Like, I think it
Yes.
was circumstantial.
I agree,
Yeah.
but here's why I take that
Magellan.
consideration is the fact that Aokiji was straight chilling and they came for him and he won
Exactly.
all of them. I feel like that puts so much weight on his ability because it's like he didn't sneak up on them. If anything, they snuck up on him and it's like, okay, well, I'm just trying to vibe and y'all coming for me. Now I'm gonna regulate. Right.
Blackbeard didn't only freeze him once though. I mean, Aokiji didn't only freeze him once. Blackbeard bursted through the bar and begged Aokiji to unfreeze him. And then it happened again once Lafette whispered to Blackbeard to take his devil fruit. Like it was twice, bro. They were all there.
I just feel like Shiryu getting busted by an admiral is not that bad on Shiryu's resume. Like we don't have the math to show that Katakuri would do any better because we haven't seen Katakuri against Aokiji.
True.
But like we seen Shiryu get frozen by Aokiji, but it's like, yeah, but it's Aokiji. It's
But
like,
to be-
you know.
Yeah, I'm sure though, like Katakuri could just use his
Luffy and
cognitive hockey to break through.
comparable, right?
And like
yeah,
that's
he
like
uses Conqueror's hockey to break it.
the thing is
Yeah.
like these types of moments, I think you really have to consider like what is Oda's goal in showing that. It was to gas up Aokiji.
It's very
Like,
narrative,
you could ask the same question, would people get blown up, would somebody else get blown up and knocked out by a poo? Because Luffy did. Like that went crazy for the week. Like,
it's a
you
lot
know what
of
I'm saying?
context.
These things are circumstantial just to showcase certain characters. We can't take it that much weight behind it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That being said, Teddy, 21. Hello?
Oh wait, is it my turn?
Yeah, your turn.
Yeah,
21.
yeah.
Yeah, my fault. Is it 21, right?
Yeah.
I got my boy Vince Smoke Sanji. Give me
Sanji
that
at 21.
Yeah.
That's a good pick.
And that's the thing. It's like I'm looking at my list and it's looking real nice because everybody I have under him, he does his thing with them. So I ain't worried about it.
I like the list, Wrath. I like the list.
Hey, thank you.
Rickon, 21.
And I'm looking at my Sanji placement. That's kind of an L. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, 20 and 21. I was debating between Katakuri and King. I think I'll put King at 21, just because I was thinking about so Lunarians are durable as long as their flame is on, right? So I think Katakuri is smart enough to understand or notice the flame going on and off, and I think he can find an opening then. Both are pretty durable fighters, so I think intelligence-wise and battle IQ-wise, Katakuri could take it by just a little bit. But I think between both, it's an extreme diff. So 21.
Fair.
Valid.
Larry, 21.
21. Can you do something for me? All right, it's gonna be Kid.
Kid.
Okay. Up next for me.
So I'm known as a legacy Kid hater. And I think that it's always been misconstrued because I never thought Kid was a true bum. I just thought that he never had what was needed in order to fight some of the top tiers in the verse. And you, unfortunately, like I said before, if you're too Devil Fruit reliant, you're gonna end up like Ace. You need armament hockey, you need advanced armament, you need observation, you need future sight, you need to be able to utilize your Conqueror's hockey. Just because you have it doesn't mean you could do anything with it, right? Like I can give Nami Conqueror's hockey and she would have the same result as Kid and what he did so far with it. So it's not in the means of saying that he's a true bum. It's just he never had the opportunity to learn how Luffy learned to use his hockey. And without it, you'll never be able to surpass some of these top tier guys. That's what really changes the game once you start going into the highest tiers of this show, is you need to have hockey. No matter how crazy your Devil Fruit is, you need to have it. Unless your Devil Fruit can surpass and be utilized the same way hockey is used, which is like why Law is stronger than Kid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it really comes down to. Kid is phenomenal, bro. He beats a lot of people in this show. But when it comes to those people who know hockey, there's no way he can compete.
Yeah, I mean,
we got Kid and Sanji at the same spot, Larry. I got Kid at 21, Sanji at 22 as well.
There you go. Yeah, I think Kid, like this range of people is just all depends on how you view them individually, pretty much.
Yeah.
Hidden 21.
I just want to say, Larry, if you get the chance, you should get Legacy Kid Hater engraved on a plaque and have that hung up in the back. I think.
Listen, they already got it for me, bro.
My 21 is Sanji.
Sanji.
Oh,
okay.
Nice. Mr. Prince.
Respect.
Man. You guys had Sanji definitely a lot higher than I did.
Yeah,
Way
that's
higher
why
than me.
it's Sanji. You understand that why it broke my heart. I'm like, nah, man.
Over like
20.
King and Katakuri though?
Yes.
Yeah. I will. I was saying earlier how I think Sanji kind of has the up on Katakuri just because like the fire, the speed is kind of like a pretty hard counter to the future sight and the mochi. And with King and Marco, it's just like we saw Sanji actually like kind of fend off King a little bit. I feel like around the point of Wano, especially with all the Germa related like raid suit upgrades that Sanji got, the closeness of the bounties as they were for a while, I do feel like Sanji and Zoro, weren't, or rather not that they're super close, but their opponents weren't too far off from each other. Like I don't think King is that much stronger than Queen, and Sanji didn't seem to struggle that hard with Queen. So like if I threw him in the ring with King, do I think he'd be reasonably able to handle it? He can airwalk, so he can chase after King in the sky. He can move really fast. He's got his own firepower that he can use. So like I got to give it to him. Over those guys, I think I give it to Sanji, realistically.
That's fair. I think my knock with Sanji is like I don't think he's fully mastered his new abilities. And in the terms of the fight with Queen, one of the reasons that Queen was out of consideration for me was Queen like hurt himself before the fight even started. Like he was blasting himself trying to show off with his own form for a while. So like that fight I think is lower valued in my opinion. I think Sanji's in terms of what he has in the bag could push him above these other guys. I need to see more first. That's the reason I had him lower, really.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a tough one. Honestly, I think like Sanji's a really tough one because like my heart wants to put him higher than these other, bums on the list because like he's a straw hat. He's like he's the third strongest, but like it's hard. It's a tough call with him.
Okay, into the top 20 we go, and at number 20 I have Silver's Rayleigh.
Whoa.
Old man trio, respect.
This early?
This early? Yeah, I think his recent conversation was a little eye-opening where he kind of admitted himself that he's just like, he's slowing down a bit. Obviously, knowledge-wise, in terms of what he has in his bag and everything, he's got everything, and he's got, years of experience on a bunch of these kids, but like the guy's been retired for a good while. And like he's not really active at all anymore. I think him being 20 is a fair spot for him.
I agree. Do you guys think Billy has advanced conquerors? Because I personally think the old men do.
Yeah, I think he does. I just don't think it's as good,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
There's levels to it. It's like just because somebody has advanced conquerors, I'm sorry, I was about to say something else, but just because they have it doesn't mean like, oh yeah, they're instantly like that guy. These people that don't have it necessarily that could, go up against them and still win.
Yeah.
He
Plus, like-
definitely has an understanding of Rio because we saw
all
him,
of it, yeah.
Even though it was young Marco, he did stop him with the finger, which was kind of nuts.
To this day, Rayleigh has some of the most impressive applications of Haki I've seen. Like what he did with the Haki blast, I'm like, we have to this day, we still haven't seen anybody do that.
Do what?
Like the Haki blast that he used on the Ruscana to take out that elephant when he was
like the advanced I always
Yeah.
thought that was like advanced conquerors, kind of like what the admirals did.
Yeah,
that's Rio.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
But
that's what I'm saying. It's like, have we seen somebody actively attack somebody with just a Haki wave, like sheer Haki wave, like take this?
Yeah,
We
since
only-
tomorrow.
Yeah, Sentomaro, right?
But
Yeah,
it's more like an impact type of thing. It wasn't like a full wave, like what Rayleigh
There's
did.
levels to it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, there's definitely levels to it.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, Rayleigh, like
Yeah.
the fact that Blackbeard was even like backed off just because reputation alone shows like he definitely in his prime he was about it, right? But like at this point, I think 20 is fair. 20 is a good spot for him.
That makes sense.
All right, Nigel, 20.
number 20, I got Shiryu and Sabo at number 20. Like,
Together?
in the same spot. Yeah. I have
Interesting.
them kind of on like par with each other. Granted, I don't know. It could be a little biased just because I don't know. I think the whole discussion, Larry brought it up earlier about the Marie-Joie clash and them not being able to use Conquerors and stuff. Like we really don't know if the Admirals were able to go all out or not. But with the information we got, I'm just taking it as it is, and that is still pretty impressive. I'm sure that they were able. I'm sure they didn't take it easy, and that the Admirals didn't give them a big fight and make it a headache. But I still take that as a feat, and we haven't really seen much of Shiryu. We don't really know if he's got hockey or Conquerors.
Shiryu's like
and
almost
stuff. So,
purely narrative that you gotta rank him this high.
yeah, and I'm kind of gauging. I'm just putting Sabo there in the sense of I know I have Sabo listed higher than some other first commanders of other crews, but I don't know. I just think
that's fine.
I think Sabo's a really strong character, and I think he's kind of underlooked. He did. I mean, granted, this doesn't really have to do anything with strength, but I'm sure if he would have gotten caught by some powerful people running through the castle of Marie-Joie, I'm sure he would have been able to hold his own and escape. But you never know. But yeah, that's where I got Sabo. It's tough. It's a little dicey, but yeah, I have them both right there.
Fair. All right. Safama, 20.
I got Kid.
Eustace Kid at 20. I believe the only person to have him in the top 20. You have him over Law and Zoro
That's straightforward.
Is it because he's Captain Kid?
Yeah, and also that his portrayal to be, you know, on par with Luffy. Obviously, he's not on par with Luffy, but like, Law is like an ally. Well, Kid's actually, you know, respectable and trying to be, you know, his own independent force. So I just feel like he's like, if Oda made them, you know, 1v1 right now in a scrap, I think Kid would win
Against Law.
Yeah.
Really, you think he's taking a Kroom or like those like awaken techniques?
I don't know. We haven't seen enough from Law, but we've also haven't seen
We've seen a good amount from Law, I think.
Portrayal.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, I feel like there's a pretty good amount that we've seen. Like we've seen how he does against Kaido, Big Mom, and Blackbeard.
But he hasn't 1v1'd anyone. It's always with help of other people.
Yo, who has Kid 1v1?
Nobody, but that's why I said
Civilians.
that off of Portrayal.
Big Mom's fourth commander or something. Like I don't know. Like
Well, the only person Kid 1v1
He
was
ain't even
Shanks, and he got his.
exactly. Yeah.
He ain't even beat
No,
Snap.
yeah, he didn't even see Shanks. I don't think.
No, he
Yeah,
didn't even
never
get to
saw
see him.
Shanks. Never saw him
Uh,
once.
What
He's
I
so
mean is
monster.
that
Maybe
off of
1v1ing
Portrayal.
Vanderdecken pretty soon down there.
He saw the monkey, bro.
He saw the
Portrayal, man.
All
Portrayal.
right, that's
portrayal, but the portrayal's dead, man. I feel like even the biggest Kid supporters don't believe the portrayal's there anymore. Like time and time
I'm not
again,
a
we
Kid
just
supporter.
You sound
I
like.
just
uh,
feel like there's no way he's weaker than Law. Just from the beginning of the
Why
story,
not?
he was always made out to be this. Like, he even had a higher bounty than Luffy and Sabaody. Just off of Portrayal.
stat padding on civilians, man. He was stat padding on
damn,
civilians.
yo. doing GTA stuff.
It's-
You know.
it's-
Yeah, usually
It's crazy. Again,
I'll just say
bounties
this.
only equate to your threat level, bro. And that means overall to society. That doesn't mean necessarily your power.
and like I could
No,
even
his
get
Portrayal
it when
has
you
always
thought
been on
that
par.
in the beginning, but like now that we've seen it, like the levels to it, he's clearly not there.
He's only
you know?
gone
It's
up.
like
though.
Law,
He's
Law
not
versus
like he-
Blackbeard. Blackbeard looks clearly banged up from that
Yeah.
fight. Shanks versus Kid, not a scratch on him. Not a
Nah,
scratch.
even-
Oh, I
even
mean,
get a
we'll
chance.
into that, but
Oh,
there's,
and
there's
then
a
we'll
difference
talk
in
about
strength
Shanks
between
and
two
Blackbeard. I don't
Yonkos.
think there's that big of a gap. In fact, I think Blackbeard is higher than Shanks. But we'll
hold on.
That is,
no.
Until recent
that is the
chapters-
biggest nonsense I've heard.
Until recent chapters,
We'll cross
Blackbeard
that
wasn't
bridge when
even
we get
top
one.
10. Come on,
It's
bro.
okay.
Blackbeard's
It's
not that
okay.
strong.
Dude has two of the strongest devil fruits in the story at the same time.
And he
but we'll
still
talk about
ran
that.
away from Shanks.
He ran
Whoa,
away
whoa,
from
whoa.
him 2 years ago.
Oh,
Save it for
Blackbeard
the
might be the most overrated.
save it, we'll
person
save it.
save it
He
for the
ended
top
up
five
very
because I'm
high
sure we'll
seed.
get to it. I'm sure
I
we'll
have
get
a
to
lot
we'll
to
get
say
to
about
it.
that one.
Blackbeard is on fraud watch.
Blackbeard top
No.
10 is crazy.
it. All right, let's
Top two.
Did you say top 10 is crazy? No, no. All right, now, all right, man. We got a lot of good stuff coming, people. Let's get to 20 though from Hawaiian.
So, I kind of forgot that Sabo was in the story. Completely forgot. So,
You thought you got
we go with the
Lucian.
tie here. We got Sabo and Yamato tied at 20. I think this is a good spot for both of them because they're both strong, but they have a ceiling, or at least Yamato has a ceiling, and I think we know what that is. I think it's stronger than most commanders, but not quite Yonko level, and I think that's where Sabo is as well as of now. But Sabo can still get stronger.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Teddy, 20.
Let's see, 20. We're going with Roronoa Zoro.
Zoro, okay.
Yeah,
Right next to Sanji, too.
as it should be. As it should be. Man.
all right. Rickon, 20.
My 20 is Cat. Talked about this last time, like Cat Curry versus King. I
Yep.
just think Cat can figure him out pretty quickly, so Cat above him. But it should be an extreme diff between both. Still.
Mhm. Yeah, we kind of went through that whole thing already. Larry, 20.
Another character people think I truly hate, but I actually like. It's gonna be Marco.
Marco.
I
the
do think that
Phoenix.
Marco definitely does beat Kid. He's shown to bang out. Even though I don't consider it a huge feat, he's shown that he could fight King and Queen. at the same time, but then he got soloed after by King. But he was able to clash with Big Mom too, and she couldn't easily just get past him to that degree because, you know, she needed a couple more souls. That doesn't say Big Mom is weak. It just means that Marco just can have this never-ending regeneration. That's a problem to deal with overall. He blocked Kizaru's beam shots. He was able to kick Aokiji. I mean, granted, he got locked up by Onigumo. There's a lot of like flip-flopping with Marco, but when it comes to like somebody like Kid trying to fight Marco, even if you magnetize him, it would do nothing. If you were trying to do anything to Marco, you really just have to have the hockey levels in order to do so. So if you don't have that, then you're going to be fighting somebody that you just can't touch. It's worse than fighting a Logia.
Makes sense. Yeah. Marco's fruit is really strong. I think it gives him a super high floor.
Yeah.
And then he just quite hasn't shown that he can maximize that to the next level. So good spot for him, I think. Hit it, 20.
Lucky Roo. I gotta start putting some red hairs on this list, and we're gonna be knocking out a couple soon. So,
alrighty. Now, Lucky Roo above the other Yonko commanders. Do you think, like,
yep,
they're just that level because it's the Red Hair Pirates?
Yeah, I think with the Red Hair Pirates, their crew, because they're the crew that inspired Luffy. I think if there's a crew that we can compare the power gaps and the structure of it to any other crew, it's not going to be the other Yonko crews, it's going to be the Straw Hats. So the way I see it is like Luffy is obviously he's the main character, he's very, very strong, he has the Nika fruit, all that, but like for most of the story, the gap between Luffy and Zoro and Sanji, and like later if we're even counting Jinbei into the mix, it's not massive, and it's not as big as like, let's say, the gap between Big Mom and Cat, or King and or Kaido and King. I feel like they're a lot more tight knit, they're a lot more closer. And I think that goes for Shanks's crew too. We did hear that their bounties had the highest average. They're presumably the closest in strength based on that, because we know they're not the type of guys to wreak havoc. So they're not getting their bounties from destruction, they're getting their bounties from reputation. So if they all have the highest average bounty, I'm going to assume they have some pretty good rep backing them up. And that goes for like all the main four guys. Like I think the gap between Yasop and Rue, and then Beckman and Shanks, there's a big gap there, but I do think that Rue is stronger than people might want to give him credit for. He's not like Jack or Queen or any of those guys. Those guys are bums by comparison.
Hidden, I'm actually so glad you put him there, because you were making me feel a whole lot better at putting him 23 when Larry was giving me crap earlier. Larry did him now. You gotta get him now too.
Bro, come on, bro.
No offense, but Lucky Roo looks like he can't even see his own toes, bro. Having him in the top 30
He's
is
fast,
wild.
bro. He turns into a ball and just runs over
Big
you.
Mom can't see her own toes either, bro. She would mop every single person that we just named.
It's
figuratively and literally.
It's red hair.
I'm just talking like in perspective. Why do you think Lucky Roo's top 30?
Why do I think he's top 30? Because he, all the reasons I just outlined.
Yeah, he just went out like, repeat yourself, Hidden.
We haven't seen him do anything.
But he's the best Yonko crew.
You were putting Kid so high because of portrayal. Like Lucky Roo also has portrayal.
But that's portrayal backed up with we've seen him awaken his devil fruit. No. Backed up with his devil fruit being awakened, and also him, scrapping every chance he gets. He has confidence, and that confidence doesn't come from nowhere. Okay. He's strong. He's the captain of his own crew. Lucky Roo has not done anything the whole series, bro.
I'm sorry, Safama. So you're telling me the guy that as Parvision in the chat put it, caught the first body in the entire series and has no L's on record is somehow worse off than the dude who takes repeated L after L just because he does more? Just because Kid takes more action, even though all those actions result in definitive losses, that just means he's the stronger character. Is that how we're gonna measure it?
I just want to point out that Parvision's really good at theories and not power scaling. So just
hey Par, you better get in here and defend yourself, man.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point that out.
You can't take L's if you don't show up to work.
Hold on, no. He does have the who's who fee at the very least. At the very least, we have that.
What does that mean, bro?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What is happening?
Shanks can spit on who's who and he would probably die. Like who's not a feat. That's not like.
Okay, so all right, so let's just be real then. Then you're just picking and choosing what you want to count and what you don't want to count, because that's
No,
what that
because
is. Right?
Lucky Roo hasn't done anything, man.
Who is Kid beat in the story?
Kid doesn't even make the first Yonko Kid made it.
Kid's
to
Devil Fruit is awakened.
That's
That
crazy.
doesn't mean anything. Who is he beat? Answer that one. Answer that question.
Kid can beat anybody we mentioned
He can?
earlier. He can beat
Name one.
Momono. He can beat Jinbei. He can beat King and Queen. He
I
can beat
know, but who
Katakuri.
has he beat? Name one. Name one 1v1 he successfully beat. He came out with
Hey,
another. Name
same
one.
thing with Lucky Roo, man. Lucky Roo's beat Who's Who great.
Bro, it was
That's
a
amazing.
question.
That is rough. That's
Alright, it's all
pretty
good.
crazy that like
all
you
good.
can't think of a win that Kid has
Hey,
gotten. Yeah,
no,
that's-
I can think of wins, but like who has
Then do
Lucky
it.
Roo beat?
Yo,
Then do it. I'm asking just one. That's all you need. One.
I forgot their names, but the guys from the freaking prison.
Yeah. All right. Not number 19.
That's unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable.
I like having Larry and Hidden back to back because they're like opposites in terms of how they scale. Because I think Hidden you're pretty narrative driven with your list. So the top is gonna be interesting. 19.
Hidden said, "Yo, he killed a bandit, episode 3, and he top 20 all time." But come on, bro.
Hey man, you don't earn the Marines' respect for nothing. I didn't put them as high, but I think the betrayal is there.
Who's stronger? Who's who or Snack?
Who's who? Wait, who's who is Snack?
Kid didn't.
Who's
win
who or
Snack.
Snack?
Kid didn't beat Snack. He
Yeah,
lost
he
to him.
didn't beat
Rouge beat Snack.
Yeah,
yeah,
Rouge beat Snack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't even, yes. Kid didn't even make it.
He ain't lose
Yeah,
to
he
Snack.
lost. He got bodied.
Not so the way it worked is he didn't necessarily get bodied. He did damage and just bounced.
Yeah,
Like,
he
never
stole. He got what he
defeated-
needed, and he got out of there.
It was Monster who really did the damage.
Unaffected, by the way. Luffy lost like
The
Luffy lost
monster
big, man.
agenda, bro. I was
Luffy,
not expecting
Luffy was
this.
down bad at the end of Whole Cake. Kid got out of there easily. That goes to show for something. Better than,
I mean, Luffy took on
beating Kushu.
everybody. It's a completely different circumstance.
We don't know that.
What do you mean we don't know that?
Nick is a hater, dude.
All right, on to 19 for now. 19, I have Sabo. Sabo's a weird one. I think what he's shown is not as good as some of these other guys, but I also think he's got a pretty big role to play at the end of the story. And then it's just a matter of like, you think he's gonna get stronger or not. And I think it's just hard to tell right now. So I just kind of threw him at 19, to be honest. I'll be
I
real.
kind of threw him at 20. He's
Yeah.
got the potential to be maybe top 15, but right now he's just
Could
not
be,
quite
yeah.
there yet.
Could be lower, could be higher. I'm not sure, but I think this is a
I
good
wish
range
we
for
could
him.
see the clash that actually happened. Like maybe when Sabo like starts telling his story, they do a flashback, and you like
that'll
get
be
to
Yeah.
see a little bit of the clash, which
Mhm.
would be that would be perfect. And
Yeah,
maybe we could actually be able to get some sort of a grasp of what actually happened right there. That's how I would like for it to happen.
Yeah, the only thing we've seen from him is Dressrosa. Obviously, he wiped the floor with Burgess. Did a little clash with Fujitora. It's just not quite enough to, like, it's not as impressive as some of the other people that we've seen have these full fights. But I think he gets a bit of a narrative bump from me, just because I think he's going to be heavily involved in the final arc and battle and stuff. Nigel, who you got at 19?
I got Yamato at 19.
Yamato. Okay.
I think that she's a very strong character, and it's really unfortunate, in my opinion, that she didn't join the Straw Hats, because now it's been officially confirmed as of like a couple chapters ago. Kuzan is the 10th commander of the Blackbeard Pirates. Blackbeard's crew is absolutely like stacked. Like it is stacked. And especially once Blackbeard learns how to control both devil fruits at the same time. Kuzan, we already know what he can do. He fought Akainu for 10 days. He's insanely strong. He can freeze entire oceans and stuff. Like, he is a very strong person. I don't know at this point in time how Luffy's crew could even possibly like fathom going toe to toe with Blackbeard's crew, but
With
I
Kuzan
think
in
if
there,
you
it'd
did
be
it-
tough. Yeah.
yeah, especially with Kuz on there. I think Yamato would have been a great addition to the crew. At least, like at this point, late in the game, they need some sort of another firepower. Maybe they don't, but I would have liked to see one extra, like kind of OP character, and I feel like she would have been the perfect fit. But I guess that ship has sailed. No
Yeah.
pun intended.
It really, with the Blackbeard stuff, it really comes down to Kuzan, because if he's out of there, then it's a pretty fair and even matchup, I think. 'cause-
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Safama, 19. Who you got, man?
I got Green Bull.
Already?
That's so low. Expected.
Okay. Green Bull at 19. Like every time you drop one, I'm just like, I look so dumb
Yeah,
because
I
I
look
just
forward to
don't,
his.
I just don't know what to say afterwards.
Every time Mama drops it, I look at Larry to see his reaction.
Of y'all familiar with Taekwondo?
Bro, you're bringing the Taekwondo energy.
Every
right?
single time, bro.
Yeah.
Dude,
For the weak energy.
30, I got Great Bull. I don't think anything will ever top that. That was
So funny.
absolutely like hilarious. Like, because everybody had the same reaction that we have to almost every Safama pick.
He does not, bro.
Like-
Oh my god,
Serious time. There is no way.
he's
And-
not done a single thing all series.
At that point, he hadn't. So it's like having him at 30 was insane. But at the same time, it's like, okay, well, I get it. But it's an admiral. Got to put respect on the name. But yeah, 19 is a bit low, man. It's a bit low. Ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
It just makes the top of his list even more interesting.
Yeah, I'm so curious.
Makes you look forward to it all that much.
with every entry, it's like, what are you gonna fill the other?
Yeah, right. It's just like,
15
how?
with?
It's like
we're
he shifted
gonna-
his list like like a whole block down.
There's gonna be like S Hawk, S like yeah. There's gonna be like.
S-Take.
I don't know,
Like,
man.
Boris
I don't know.
Boy,
We'll see.
Boris.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
Weevil's like number one.
Y'all got Sanji or Kuzan in the fight.
Sanji or Kuzan.
Okay,
Yeah.
No, I just mean like off of like Pokemon counters. I don't know. I can't fire beats ice. Water.
I don't think it counters enough. It's still Kuzan.
That's still a level 100 Pokemon versus like a
Yeah.
level 50.
Yeah.
Maybe.
The natural counter stops being relevant.
I mean, you gotta think he went up against Magma and still lasted days. Like,
Yeah.
Hawaiian, 19.
All right, this pick is gonna get me a lot of hate. I can already tell.
Love that. Love that
I've
setup.
got Ja Morant of One Piece, Captain Kid at
Oh,
19.
Nah. John Morant is Sabo.
Wow. We smoking on that
Uh,
Grizzlies.
He comes from a good family, wants to be a hoodlum.
Yeah, you're kind of right. But he doesn't take L's like Kid. But I feel like all of Kid's L's have been against really strong opponents. So ranking him as slow as you guys did is disrespectful. in my
Wait.
opinion.
Above Yamato,
just be-
though?
Dude, we still have him in like upper 20s. What do you mean?
Well, yeah. Or I don't. Disrespectful is the wrong word, but I still think Kid is very strong in compare. Just because he loses to Shanks twice or Ben Beckman, I think those two.
Once. He lost a
Well,
monster
he lost-
the other time.
Oh yeah, true. Well, Monster's like beyond Yonko, so I feel like if you lose to a strong opponent, it's not a bad thing.
Let me ask you this. Do you think he lasts as long as Yamato did against Awakened Kaido?
I think
no.
he could.
Yeah?
Because, well, you have to think about it. Yamato was fresh, or relatively fresh, compared to Kid. And Kid also fought Big Mom. And I think Kaido and Big Mom are relatively equal.
Didn't didn't Yamato
Whoa.
have like the ice barrier around her? Like it was just like regenerating. Like
Yeah, she's got a lot in her bag, man.
Yeah.
I think they're about equal, which is why I have them right next to each other in the rankings.
That's fair. All right, man. I think you won the. You got Kit the highest, even above Safama.
Yeah.
All right, Teddy, 19.
I got Trafalgar D. Waterlaw.
Now you got to explain Law over Zoro for me here.
Do I need to explain it?
I think so.
Do you think Zoro does against Blackbeard what Law did?
Yeah, because he scarred Kaido with like 30 broken bones in his body.
Yeah, but guess what? He used his utmost strongest attack, like all out, like Astra 9 sword style, like let me go out and do this thing, only for Kaido to be like, hey, that's a nice little cut. You've done well, now sit down.
I mean,
let's be honest with ourselves, right? It's like, yeah, he has the feet, but the problem is the difference between when you see the damage left by an attack versus when whoever got attacked makes a comment on it, like, oh man, that's gonna leave a mark. Like, to me, I almost felt like it diminished the feat a little bit. Meanwhile, with Law, even Kaido was like, yo, your ability is a problem. I don't like having to deal with this. Like, even from a portrayal standpoint, they're different. And again, with the awakening on Law and the Kroom and all that, what he did to Big Mom, I don't see Zoro doing the same. They just don't have the same type of bag, you know?
Do you think, Teddy, that if Zoro and Law, like, let's say the roles were reversed in the sense of like up on the roof, do you think Law with his sword could have blocked even for a second, dude? Even for a second, that attack from Big Mom and Kaido, like Zoro took that attack and everything?
So I don't think it could, and that's only because their bodies are not built the same. Zoro trains all the time, so his body is definitely like, if we're to say, oh, they're just throwing hands, right? No swords, no devil fruit, nothing. Zoro is folding Law like an origami. That's not even an argument, right? What I'm saying is, when you're taking into account everything that they bring to the table from a battle standpoint, that devil fruit that Law has, and his haki, where now he's able to nullify devil fruit effects just by flexing his haki, he has a lot in his arsenal right now to put him above Zoro.
I would agree. Zoro over Law.
Yeah, I agree as well.
Say Zoro over Law. Right, man.
I think the poll says that too, right? Like, Zoro's winning by a bit.
It's a bit right now. It's a quite a vote right now. To me, it's like when I look back at Roof Piece and like just the contributions and the reactions from everybody. You want to talk about reactions? Like when Zoro tanked that hit, Law was shook. Like he was like, God damn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like, yeah, sure, like Law, like I give him a lot of credit. That's why I got him, above like some of the other Yonko commanders and Kid as well. I think his Devil Fruit is really good. I think he's shown some haki, but like with Zoro's durability and I don't think like damage wise, Law's Fruit is like more than a Vance Conqueror's haki.
You know what? To this day, people are still arguing whether Zoro can do that attack that Law did back in Punk Hazard, where he just leveled the whole like mountain range or something. Like, just the scale of his ability, the things that he can do, the versatility, we have to take that into account. Now, like, because I feel like we're looking at it more so in terms of like they both use swords to fight. Because in a straight up fight, I don't think there's an argument that Zoro is stronger than Law. It's just everything else that he has at his disposal in terms of his arsenal. There are things that Law could do to Zoro that Zoro wouldn't even able to comprehend before it hits him, and he's like, yo, what just happened to me? When you have Yonko commenting on how troublesome your ability is, you gotta put some respect on it to some extent.
True, but
I agree with that, but yeah, I'm sorry, Zach, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, like, you mentioned haki trumps all, because I think Zoro has better haki, and that's gonna outlast in the end.
Yeah, I agree with that.
With haki, I just need him to see something where somebody tries to attack him with some kind of special devil fruit ability, and his haki alone is able to save him. Because I saw that from Law. That's one of the main reasons I put Law a little bit up, because in terms of applications of Conqueror's haki, even Law was like, I saw through dealing like fighting against a Yonko that you can use your haki this way. So he's basing his current use of haki off of what he saw Yonko do. I ain't seen that yet from Zoro. So I can give, you know.
Let me push back on the hockey thing there, because if we're being real, if you placed Odin's sword into Law's hand, would Law be able to tame that sword the way that Zoro did? Would he be able to prevent the haki from getting sucked out of his body? I don't think so. I think that's something that Zoro was able to do. I don't think Law would have like it's just like when it comes to resilience, haki control, and swordsmanship, it goes to Zoro. When it comes to strength training, it goes to Zoro. The nothing happened. We haven't had a moment for Law where he was able to tank as much damage and pain as Zoro did and remain standing. And this was pre-time skip Zoro. Like, I don't know. I respect Law. I love Law. And I think he's a very formidable opponent. I think Devil Fruits will take you a long, long way. But like, you know, like, oh yeah, Law has a room. He can cut something across the island with the room. But like Zoro can also cut mountains too. Like he can do that sort of thing too. It just when it comes to stamina and everything else, the only thing that Law wins in is the Devil Fruit department. Is if I had to quantify it.
That's just the Devil Fruit is so like it's such a massive buff, and he has a little bit of haki on top of it. That's the reason why I'm thinking. Because if we're talking just like straight fighting ability, I have both Zoro and Sanji over Law easily. Like what they've shown me from a fighting standpoint, to me, is more impressive than what I've seen from Law. Like, but it's just that every time I think about the things that he's done against Big Mom and how he's held his own against Blackbeard and all that. Although to be fair, Blackbeard's personality is to account for that as well. But I just keep going back to, man, this man Law, he is a problem, and he gets acknowledged by even top tiers as being a problem. So that's why I get like I see your point. Like I'm not mad at it. I'm just
I mean, this is as close as they could get right now. The poll is 51 to 49. Like
it's close.
It's hotly contested.
Maybe, how about this? How about transplant like Zoro into the Big Mom? Let's say Law, because like Law needed the help of Kid to do that fight, right? Like if you let's say replaced Law with Zoro, like how do you think that fight would have went differently, better, worse? Like, or like maybe like in a 1v1, like do you think Kid or do you think Law would be able to handle Big Mom in a 1v1 better than Zoro could? Based off Onigashima?
I think
that's tough, right?
Because
50,
like
50 right now. Look at
Big
this. It's crazy.
Mom has natural defense, right? That I don't know that Zoro necessarily could be able to bypass.
Okay, bro.
But like Law, Law has an ability where he just goes inside. I mean, I'm not gonna say pause on that because
Yeah, you can't pause on that.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of works. So, but yeah, like he goes inside and then he does his thing. He wrecks her from the inside, right? Gets up in them guts. But I don't think Zoro can do it. What? No, but I don't think Zoro can, like, because Zoro he only has like straightforward frontal attacks. And I don't know that he got the firepower to damage Big Mom in a substantial way.
Bro, he has Conqueror's coded
Scarred
attacks.
Yeah, he scarred Kaido.
What are we talking about, bro?
That's the thing. Like that's why it's like when it like yeah, Law can put his sword through you using his Devil Fruit and do all that like visual stuff. But like when Law did the puncture Willy on Big Mom, it wasn't that like Big Mom actually got stabbed. Like she had a big stab wound there, right? Like that's different. Like Zoro's actually out here scarring these iron balloon type characters. Like he's leaving marks on them with conquerors and stuff like that.
But I have to ask, right? How substantial do you think that attack that the Ashura, Batosai attack that he did on Kaido? How substantial of a damage do you think that made?
Scarred him.
It left a permanent mark on him. Only Odin did that before.
He opened up his scar again.
Are we? Where would you put Odin relative? Like Odin did the same thing. Where would you put him relative to Law? Do you think Law beats Odin?
No. I mean that's just that wouldn't make sense because Kaido has Odin in his top 5 all time. He doesn't have Law, so like that's pretty straightforward. What I'm saying, right, is like this: in their fight in Luffy versus Kaido, right? at no point in time did Kaido make any reference to the fact that the damage he took from Zoro's attack was hindering him. Like it was a footnote in the grand scheme of things where, like, because you remember after it happened, we never mentioned it again. It's like, oh, you did that. Okay, cool. We don't see Kaido suffering from it or being hindered in any way, shape, or form. He keeps on trucking just fine.
That's I don't know if that's fair, because like we had the same, like I said with Odin, like I hate to just be that guy and bring it up
No.
over and over, but like with Odin, it was the same situation where like Odin was fighting Kaido, he gives him that slash, Kaido takes the damage, and then he just keeps going right after that. And of course Odin got tricked, and that's how he lost the fight. But like realistically, if we had to pan out the rest of that fight, I don't know if he would have won it anyway, because knowing how Kaido is, like, he was really, really a tank. And then we had Onigashima, and Zoro leaves a scar on Kaido. There's clearly a whole emphasis placed on it with the panel. Kaido taking clear visible damage. He goes out of his way to note it, and he's like, yup, that's gonna leave a mark. Oh, you have Conqueror's Haki. Like that's the stuff he was hyping up during his fight, like the abilities of Haki and things like that. So I think that's a good demonstration. And if people want to say like, oh well, Zoro was fighting up there alongside all these other supernovas and Law was doing damage too and all this stuff, well, it's like, yeah, but Kaido also had Big Mom there too. Kaido wasn't alone. He wasn't just soloing. It was a 2v5. So it was two Yonkos versus all these guys. Zoro had to worry about two Yonko and two different attacks like getting combined at once with these guys. Like that's pretty I don't know, like to be able to put damage on Kaido in that scenario and leave a scar like that is impressive to me.
That's the thing, right? I don't want this to make it seem, because I'm only talking with respect to Law, right? Because that was the original argument. I don't want to downplay what Zoro did. What he did was substantial. I just don't think it measures up to the top tiers where we can put him above Law, because like you said, when he fought Odin, right? Odin's attack was a lot more substantial. That happened years ago. He still has that scar to this day, and it's sizable, and it made Kaido get serious. After he got that injury, he's like, oh wait, okay, this dude is a real deal. I need to take this man seriously. He didn't do that against Zoro. He was like, oh, that's a cool attack. Like, you got Conquerors? That's nice. That's very neat. But I gotta deal with Luffy though, because
that was pre-power up though. That was also like before the King fight. So like Zoro didn't even have control of his Conquerors at that point. Maybe that would have went different, no? Like had he been able.
That attack probably would have more potency because he has a better understanding of Conquerors and all that stuff. But my fault, yeah, I didn't mean to derail the conversation.
No, you're good. It's an interesting conversation. The poll right now is Zoro winning at 51% to 49%. So clearly a very heavily contested subject. And yeah, no, that was a good conversation. I enjoyed that. We'll move on for now though. Rickon, who do you got at 19?
Oh, he ended up bouncing. He put his list though.
Oh, word. Cool. Let me get through the rest of his list here then.
He has Shiryu at 19.
Cool. Hold on, where's his list at?
In our group chat in Discord.
So within the actual VC, there, like, Discord did this new thing now where they have a chat within the VC, and
yeah,
that's where it dropped it.
Oh, okay.
If you click like next to the call, the like actual name of the call, you'll see an open chat. Like
there we go. Word. All right, I'll just run through his entire list now. Then we'll finish it off for him. At 19, Shiryu. 18, Law. 17, Yamato / Zoro.
His list looks solid. I ain't gonna lie.
Sengoku, Rayleigh, Garp. So after that, Garp feels a little low. I'm not gonna lie. Garp might be a little low there. Rayleigh above Sengoku is also interesting, I think.
Oh. You left Kuzan off.
No, he's got Aokiji at 10.
Oh, yeah.
So Fujitora at 13. Yep. So yeah, so he goes Shiryu, Law, Yamato, Zoro, and then the old man trio, and then into the admirals.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Green Bull after that. And then at 11. Oh, snuck Ben Beckman in there at 11.
Hey yo, if you think that's low for Garp, you ain't gonna like my list, bro.
Same. I might be overhyping Garp, but
Man.
Beckman, Kuzan, and then into his top 10 is Kizaru. Kizaru over Kuzan is interesting.
Yeah. I wouldn't do that personally, but I respect it. I understand it.
Luffy at 8, Big Mom above him, followed by Mihawk, Blackbeard, Akainu, Kaido, Dragon, and Shanks.
King himself, where he belongs.
Rock solid list. Rock solid list. Ricky, if you're listening, appreciate you stopping by, bro. Good conversations all around. And yeah, that wraps up his list.
Yo, Zach, sorry. Before I know that Larry's up next. I know I said I was not gonna be able to stay for too long, but
yeah.
I'm having a lot of fun with this. I do gotta hop on the phone for like 30 minutes. So if I could just give you my like maybe next couple rounds and then
yeah, sure. If you want to go,
come back.
Cool. We could go up to or you could just bounce and then we'll catch you back up when you come back.
That works too.
That works too, right? Yeah. Do what you need to do, man. Back. Cool, man.
Thanks, man.
All right, so yeah, that's Ricken's list right there. Like I said, he goes from Shiryu to Law to Yamato Zoro, Old Man Trio into the Admiral, stuck Ben Beckman in between in between Green Bull and Kuzan. Kizaru over Kuzan, and then it goes into like the top tier Yonko. He does stick Dragon at 2. And listen, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but that's gonna be a spicy. Dragon's always a spicy one.
It is a spicy.
You just gotta leave them off your list, bro. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
All right, now Larry, let's get back to 19.
All right, so I'm gonna tell y'all right now, and I know a lot of people in the comments are gonna go crazy over this.
Do it.
So chill out. I will give you everything I am going to bring as evidence for my pick, but it's gonna be Blackbeard.
Oh, but now hold on.
Hello,
right.
Who said that?
I said that.
Oh god.
So hear me out, right? Hear me out. Blackbeard has no advanced future sight. He has no Conqueror's Haki, which also means no Conqueror's coding. And he also has no advanced armament. He lacks in all the same Haki departments that Kid does. All right? So when it comes down to it, everybody's like, yo, he scarred Shanks 12 plus years ago. Well, yeah, he scarred Shanks before Shanks was a Yonko. We don't know when he fought Shanks, right? And when he went to Whitebeard and warned Whitebeard about Blackbeard and what he was going to do, he didn't go there out of the fact that he wasn't strong enough to defeat Blackbeard. He went to avoid war with Whitebeard because Whitebeard was still in contention of going to war with Shanks. That's why Shanks sent a letter about Ace coming to Whitebeard to fight him and such. He was like, yo, I didn't send this guy after you to avoid war. So we've known that Shanks is a peace-loving pirate to a degree, right? Also, after Blackbeard had the Yami Yami, and after he got the Goro Goro, he stated he was the strongest character in the world and nobody could beat him. And then 2 chapters later, Shanks shows up and he goes, I'm not ready for Shanks. We're not ready for him. Let's bounce. So if people like to say that, yo, he gave Shanks that scar, you also have to remember, if you're saying that Shanks is the same strength as he is right now, then that means that Magellan would also one-shot Shanks since he one-shotted Blackbeard and the rest of his crew. And the only reason they got saved was because of Shiryu. Not to mention, he couldn't overpower Law in a clash. Didn't split the skies with Law.
Law doesn't have
saying
stuff.
like is Law a Conqueror's Haki user? Is he proficient with Haki? No. But he couldn't overpower him. And what did he end up doing? He ended up vortexing him. Not to mention, who does Law have on his crew? Blackbeard ended up jumping him with 4 other people: Stronger, Q, Burgess, and Van Augur. Law literally fought by himself and still damaged Blackbeard. Also, every time Blackbeard fights somebody, he always gets speed blitzed. He got it done by Ace. He had it done by who else did he have it done by? My bad. I think he had it done by Ace. He had it done by Magellan. He had it done by Boa. I mean, not Boa. He had it done by Bonnie. He also had it done by Law. It's like every time you put him in a situation. Oh, Luffy even landed on him too. It's like all these characters always gets these one-shot hits on him. So if Akainu ends up getting that one shot on him, what happens? He puts a hole in his chest. There's so many things that Blackbeard lacks as a character and strength that it's so crazy, because if anybody's reliant on Devil Fruits, it's him. Even Aokiji, he begged Aokiji not to basically take out his crew and him. I just think that Blackbeard will be where we all think he's going to be eventually. He's just not there right now. And I think enough time has proven that so far.
So you think he's gonna his hockey's just gonna grow to that level in this next short time span before he faces Luffy though?
Well, I see, this is the thing, right? So the show is about willpower. We've known that Blackbeard doesn't have the willpower to increase his hockey. He just has the willpower to scheme for his goals. And that's the thing that Rayleigh mentioned most in One Piece, was that in order to grow your hockey, you have to go through adversity. Blackbeard literally hasn't really fought anybody 1v1 and was able to be like, yeah, I've grown from that fight. We don't know what happened with Hachinosu, right? With Wang Shi. We don't know how strong he was, but he was mentioned 8th on the ship by Sengoku. Also, Blackbeard, when he fought Marco, we know that Marco wasn't that strong. He had Joes, who has one arm, and we don't even know about Vista, and the rest of the Whitebeard remnants kind of weren't that great either way. Then we have the CP0 at Baltagar when they found out where Dragon was and his home base. It turns out that Dragon and them left. Blackbeard and crew kind of scuffled with CP, but we don't know which CP's members were there. Was it CP0? Was it CP1? We don't know. We just know that nobody got hurt and nobody died. So it's assumed that they just bounced, right? So there's really no fights post time skip. But even so, right? Even after Blackbeard gained these 2 Devil Fruit abilities, he's ran from Shanks. And then also when he locked up Bonnie, he heard that Akainu was coming from Van Augur and said, yo, we're not ready for Akainu either, and bounced. So there's times, like to me, can you guys truly say to me that Blackbeard would tell the rest of his crew to go downstairs in Onigashima so he could fight Kaido one-on-one? No,
Yeah,
he would never say that, because that's not advantageous. He would
Yeah, but that's
never
just his
choose a harder
personality
route.
though.
But his personality is also dependent on, can he hockey blossom during any of these fights? Does he have the adversity to do such things? And this is why he believes in Devil Fruits. He's always going to give his crewmates Devil Fruits because it makes them automatically powerful to where they don't have to earn it. And that's the opposite coin of Luffy, is that he doesn't gain power through natural means or through adversity. He gains power by scheming and finding the most advantageous moment to surpass everybody. So I think Blackbeard will somehow get stronger. I don't know necessarily how he does it, but I do think that he will get there eventually at the end of the show. So, but right now, I can't see him being anybody that's like.
But you got him at
coming up.
19. Like, I could see this argument if you had him at 10. Like, but
No,
yeah,
so-
like even like Green Bull, like it's like almost a battle of Devil Fruits from what we've seen there.
Well, we know that Green Bull also has advanced armament. He's gonna have future sight. Like, this guy's an admiral. They don't just become admirals off of pure Devil Fruits. That's not how it works with the admirals. It's different from like vice admirals. Like, that happens with vice admirals, but not admirals, not actual powerhouses like admirals.
I don't know. It's safe to assume he has future sight just because he's an admiral.
My one counter to this would be, if he's so weak, why didn't the admirals in that 2 years just go in and capture him and defeat him?
Well, they don't want to upset the balance of the Yonko system. That's very important to them. But they also don't want the 2 Yonkos linking up with one another. So it's the same thing as like it's different with Kaido, right? Because Kaido was naturally a powerhouse. They knew that. they could sense like once he was gone, they were going to infiltrate Wano because Wano had resources that they wanted. And they also wanted to know what was going on there. That was like the only state that's neutral, right? Blackbeard himself wants to be not the king of the world, but he wants to be king of the pirates. Yet he wants to be affiliated with the government and be under their flag. Does that sound very conquerors to you? No, it doesn't. Like that was stated. So it's like, even when he was on Whitebeard's crew, he told Ace if he didn't find the Yami Yami no Mi in a certain amount of time, he was just gonna give up on his dream. Does that sound very conquerors to you? And it's like, no, it doesn't either. He does everything the easy way, and if it's not easy, he finds a way to make it easy. And that's not necessarily like the world is run on hockey, bro. Like that's the power system. It's not Devil Fruits. Devil Fruits is secondary. So when it comes to Blackbeard, I think he's gonna need those hockey feats, and then as soon as he does get them, I think he shoots up to top 10. Right now, he's low for me.
Let me get to this super real quick. Earlier, I missed some earlier. David Ortiz with a 5 earlier. Luffy has his own version of Advanced Conquerors Hockey. Advanced Hockey plus God Devil Fruit can punch an island, grab lightning, turning anyone into rubber. His limit is imagination backed by hockey. Yeah, Luffy's top up there. We'll get to Luffy when we get to him. He also mentioned another one. Law got dropped by a single Thunder Bagua, I guess, when we were having the Law Zoro conversation. But Law did get back up after that. He did get dropped initially, but then got back up and then went on to the big bomb fight. Peter Falk with a 499 in reference to what we're discussing now. In the same scene, Shanks says he wasn't caught off guard when Blackbeard gave him that scar, implying how crazy it is for Blackbeard to hide that strength. I'm not exactly sure. Like I haven't revisited that scene specifically myself. Larry, do you have a response to that?
He did say that, but again, this was Shanks 12 plus years ago. Like, we don't know when he fought Blackbeard at that time. That's it. Like, if we knew when, I'd give some credit to it, because if it was around the Mihawk fights, then I'd be like, sure. But that doesn't necessarily hold up, right? Because even if he did not get caught off guard, Blackbeard still got one shot by Magellan. Like, people refuse to accept that. Like, he really did walk up to Magellan, go over with overconfidence, and then he immediately got wiped out. The only reason they survived was because Shiryu came through with the antidote to cure all of them. Other than that, Magellan just walked right past all of them after he hydrated them.
Yeah, you know what? As I will say, like in terms of battle IQ, Blackbeard's definitely on the lower spectrum as it seems right now.
Spectrum for sure. Yeah.
Another super from GDN. Blackbeard always gets hit first, and Goku, Ace, Magellan, Luffy, Law, one suck, pause from Green Bull at the beginning of the fight, and that's GG. So I'm not so sure about that though.
So this is the thing too that a lot of people like to gas up Blackbeard about, and this is where I have to put the realist into the perspective for everybody. Blackbeard doesn't actually negate the effects of the Devil Fruit. He actually has to, like, if he would have never asked Aokiji to unfreeze his people. You know what I'm saying?
He stops him from
he would have never
it.
asked that. So what Blackbeard has to do in order to negate a Devil Fruit, he has to touch the person with his hand and do so. That's the only way. He can't just negate a Devil Fruit. So people forget, Whitebeard put his hand on Blackbeard's face and quaked him. And he also begged him not to kill him. He couldn't negate that Devil Fruit, right? And then they go, okay, so the Goro Goro no Mi will match up to everything that Blackbeard can do in terms of like hockey. And I'm like, okay, did you remember when Whitebeard coated his Naginata with the Goro Goro, swung it at Akainu, and Akainu blocked it with his kick? I was like, it's that easy to do so with the Goro Goro. Yes, it's very powerful and it could create tsunamis and turn the world upside down. But when it comes to one-on-one fights, it doesn't hold that same strength as much as you think it does. So it's sort of like, again, Blackbeard is not there yet, but he will be. We just don't know how. That's why people have so many headcanons and have to create all these theories around how does he make sense as a character? How does he make sense to be Luffy's final opponent? We won't know until Oda proves it to us.
Yeah, so you kind of addressed this point. David, within the super chat, mentioned Blackbeard doesn't need advanced conquerors. The Quake Punch could rival any attack. But you kind of addressed that. Back to Hawaiian's point though about why like the admirals, if he's even right now weaker than all of the admirals, why they didn't take him out? And you mentioned the balance. The thing is, like, Marco was the one that was named a Yonko afterwards, and I think the Marines would much prefer that over Blackbeard, especially after all the trouble he caused, and with him being a D as well. So like, if he's really that easily taken out by the admirals, I just don't see any reason. Like, keeping balance is not really good enough explanation, in my opinion, for them not to take him down.
So there's it's like the power of the power of the vacuum of whatever Yonko loses, they usually pick up the rest of that territory of that defeated Yonko and the crew members of that defeated Yonko. It actually makes that Yonko more powerful, and it rivals the government even more, because if you look at Yonkos, they're actually just mini governments. Like, look at Big Mom's territory. She literally has islands, Like, that's comparable to the world government. Now, if you take that away and you give it to somebody like Kaido, he becomes necessarily another world government in the world of One Piece. And we can't have that. We can't have opposing sides in the world. It's better to have these 4 Yonkos with the little powers they have and share, in comparison to just one having too much.
All right, man. Fair. I mean, yeah, the chat, some people in chat agree with you. I still think 19 is a little low, but you stated your case.
Very impressive, bro. I ain't gonna hold you, because I get what you're saying. Like, on paper, if you go through his resume, it is not the most stellar of performances, right? Like, he's had a lot of instances where he should by no means be considered a top tier, but at the same time, I mean, he based on the narrative, right? He low diffed Marco and them boys. It takes a certain caliber of individual to do that, and then he gets acknowledged by everybody as, a top tier. You even have Rayleigh talking about, I don't know, and that's somebody that we've all agreed is Aki, right? Like, he may not be as good as he used to be, but he's definitely still up there. And you have a guy like him looking at Blackbeard now saying, it's the feeling I got from just seeing him. I don't think I could take him in my current form. So I don't know. There's a little bit to,
So I'll just counter that, and I think that'll be the last thing. It's realistically, when Rayleigh speaks about him, it's proven that old age does affect the character to a very high degree. Oda kind of lied when he said that they keep the same strength. We seen Whitebeard, what he can do. He wasn't at his same strength. We've seen Rayleigh, and these are guys that haven't been active for a very long time. And the one thing about One Piece that we know what makes you a very strong character is that you can fight for days. That's one thing about One Piece. You need to be able to fight for days. Big Mom and Kaido were fighting for a week before they actually stopped, or something like that, on Onigashima. It's like, or like 2 days or something like that. It's like Rayleigh doesn't have the ability to do such things, because he's already showed that when you use Haki to such extreme degrees, it's exhausting. So you can't just do it all the time. And he's not able to do that because of his old age. So I think that Blackbeard can fight for days. It's just that Rayleigh would need a sufficient amount of Haki to fight him, but would tire out too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. And I have something else to say about that, but again, we're not even the top 15 yet. So
Yeah. We'll wrap it up for now. David Ortiz with Final Super. People getting mad at Blackbeard for being a pirate. I guess in reference to him running away and being a little more cowardly than like the main characters that we see. Yeah, I don't know. I think for Blackbeard, I have him higher. Is because I'm just looking at the time span. Like, I do like that you said you did like preference it by saying that you do think Blackbeard will get there, right? Because ultimately he has to be that final pirate rival for Blackbeard. It's just to see him making the jump from like 19 all the way up to like top 5 essentially. I don't know.
I respect the valid points you made. You made multiple valid points.
He was ready. Like he's been having this argument for a long time. Probably.
I respect that.
So the same thing applies to Kid. same thing applies to Kid. If Kid gained those abilities, he jumps to top 10 too. It's just like these guys just don't have the hockey that you need to be able to compete in this world just yet.
That's fair. All right, man. We'll take that. All right. We'll move on from there. Hidden is gone right now. We're on to number 18. And at number 18, I have Yamato. Yamato was one I was struggling with for a bit. I think what she showcased on her rooftop is incredibly impressive. The fact that she also has a mythical zone with that as well is just crazy. Like, she just has everything at her disposal. I do wish we got to see more of her beyond the Kaido fight. I don't know if we've seen her really deal too much damage as opposed to like kind of just keep up in the Kaido fight. I know she has advanced conquerors haki. But nah, I like Yamato being a character that's like narratively pretty lost. It's kind of hard to predict any like what her future role is. So I think given where she's shown, this is a spot I kind of slid her into. Almost similar to Sabo in a way.
Understandable.
Billy Bob, how she over Law is the same reason Zoro is coming, is because Advanced Conquerors haki I rate very highly. Nigel, 18. We got.
Yeah, I got Law at 18. We've already talked about Law enough. But I got my man Law at 18.
Fair. Cool. Safama, been a minute, man. Get us cooking again. Who you got at 18?
Yeah, been a minute. I got Sabo.
Sabo. Okay. Now, why the separation of admirals here?
What do you mean?
Like, you got Green Bull and then Sabo, and then I'm assuming other admirals like Fujitora above.
Well, yeah, the other admirals are a bit down, but I got Fujitora. I got the other admirals in top 15, but just Green Bull's not as good as them, I guess.
Is it because just because the Shanks moment?
Or I mean that too, but like he's just a nobody. He hasn't done anything the whole series.
All right, man. Sabo over Green Bull. What's the argument for Sabo?
I don't know. He's very strong.
All right, man. I'll take it. Hawaiian, 18.
I also have Law. I think we've said enough, but I think he's stronger than Kid. So yeah.
Good stuff. Teddy, 18.
As my man Code say, I got Charlotte, Charles Barkley, Katakuri.
Okay. Katakuri up here. All right.
Yeah. I think I'm the one who's putting the most respect on his name right now. Out of all of us.
For sure.
I don't know if anybody very like there or higher, but yeah, he had the lasting impact on me. His performance against Luffy was pretty solid. Especially considering the fact that he let that man walk. I'll die on that hill. I don't care. So yeah.
Yeah. I respect it. I think Cat always has that charisma factor where it's just like, you know, he just gets a little more respect from there. All right, Larry, we're back to you. Above Blackbeard at 18.
Boa Hancock.
Boa Hancock.
Yo, I love Boa.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So how many of you believe that Mihawk is stronger than Blackbeard right now?
Me.
I do.
I think
Literally anybody.
Okay.
Was.
Okay. So who did the Marines send after Mihawk?
I don't know.
Yeah. Who did the Marines send after Boa?
Kobe.
No.
And some vice admirals.
For both.
Kobe and 2 Seraphims and a vice admiral by the name of Amakiji. The fact is, right now, so to me, I don't know what happened in that Blackbeard and Boa instance, but it's always been a very weird turn of events, especially since it was off panel, that Blackbeard, not even his coat was turned to stone. And we know that Blackbeard himself has impure thoughts, but he probably also thinks she's attractive. And the fact that not even his coat was turned to stone, screams loudly that she was either caught off guard because she was dealing with the Seraphim, or something must have happened where he got the advantage, because Blackbeard himself said, if I let go of her, she's going to turn me to stone. So that's always been really weird to me, and I know that people's headcanons about Blackbeard being way stronger makes sense as to why Boa would lose that way, but I don't think Blackbeard would have said those words if he felt that he was definitely stronger than Boa. I think he definitely caught her off guard somehow. So until that's proven of what happened in that fight, I have to say Boa. I have to. She has way too much in her bag. Her Devil Fruit's top 5 maybe in the game. She has Conqueror's Haki, and she's considerably the 3rd strongest woman in the show. And I don't even think that Blackbeard could probably take her right now, but there's something definitely happened where he got the advantage again.
It's hard to come out of that exchange that we saw and think Boa is stronger. You mentioned Conqueror's Haki, but with her, we haven't really seen any utilization. I do think her Haki in general is very good, given that she's the ruler of, the Amazon Lily and a bunch of people that specialize in Haki. But yeah, I don't know. I got Blackbeard a lot higher, so it's hard to.
It's yeah. Like, I mean, you made a lot of great points, Larry, but 19 is a tough sell for Blackbeard, bro.
Yeah.
Hang on.
It's only a tough sell because currently right now you guys know that he's going to be the strongest opponent that Luffy has ever faced.
I mean, there is a little bit of that too. Like the portrayal does gas him up quite a bit. So
he's just had really bad showing so far, and there's no feats to give him except he's going to be narratively what we all know he's going to be. And I think that too, but I'm not basing it off of that. I'm kind of throwing that all to the side.
That's fair. All right, on to the 17. Now, 17 is the one that is a complete gamble for me, because 17 is Shiryu. This one, this
way
one,
too early in the morning for this.
This one, like I said it up. That is a complete gamble. Shiryu, we have not seen nearly enough from to put him this high. But Shiryu, I think, has to be around Zoro's level right now if he's gonna challenge Zoro in a future fight. That's just the stance that I'm gonna stick to, and I could put him lower and say he'll get there, but it's just like my vision of the story is there's not that much time left between now and then. He's already got his Devil Fruit. He is who he is. I think I don't see Shiryu getting into like an off-screen fight and Haki blooming. That'd be kind of random. So I think he should be around that level to get to that Zoro fight already, So that's my explanation. It's a huge gamble because feats wise, we've gotten jack shit from him. So I understand the criticism, but I gotta stick by it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm right, it's a W. It's one of those. Who's next? Nigel, 17. Are you muted again?
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I'm right here. 17, it's kind of the start of the old man trio. I got Rayleigh at number 17.
Okay.
Rayleigh at 17 is crazy. Isn't that a bit too high? Or I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Nah, because, right after, I don't know. I don't think so. I think Rayleigh, even though he looked at Blackbeard and said, nah, I probably don't want none of that. I think that Oda in this story, at least with the old men, they haven't lost their strength, but they can do a lot. Whitebeard before he died, he did a lot. Who else?
But what's making me bug out right now is that last year people had Rayleigh even higher, on their lists, right? But this year he's shown even more, and he's had things have happened. He's done things since last year's stream, and now he's even higher on the list. So that doesn't make sense. I thought he'd be top 10, top 7 for most people. But
you think Rayleigh should have been higher on my list?
Lower or closer to he.
Wait, what do you mean by lower? Lower as in getting lower 10 numbers or
Yeah, lower numbers.
Okay, so
Lower.
it's technically higher, is what you mean? Like into the
Higher,
top
sure.
10, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but compared to like everybody else I have on my list, like I don't think there's any way that he could be higher.
Bro, you know, it's like one of those. You think 45-year-old Michael Jordan can beat a 31-year-old LeBron or something? You know, like those kind of discussions. But that's not like it's not the same thing because these characters, like you just said, like Whitebeard and all of them, they're still strong even when they get older. They're still like the same strength. I don't think age in
no.
One Piece is the same as age in real life.
Yeah, I was gonna
also trying
say
to make that argument because you were saying lower. Like I thought, like you meant like lower.
Oh.
When you're saying lower, it meant higher. Like
no, but
you know
on
what I
the
mean?
on the
When
strength
you're
thing,
saying-
on the strength thing, Rayleigh said himself that he slowed down. So like I think
He said
inactivity
he
is
slowed
real.
down, but he didn't say that he didn't say that he became that much weaker though. He said he slowed down. Like Whitebeard was still the strongest man on earth, and he was like
No,
he was on
wasn't.
meds just to
Nah.
stay alive.
No, he wasn't.
He had the
What do
title.
you know he wasn't?
That he did not. He was not the strongest person, bro.
Shanks is not taking on Akainu like that at the time.
You mean the fact that Akainu backed off when Shanks told him if he wanted sauce to continue, and he said
Not
no?
even that. It's just Whitebeard took on like the whole Navy by himself. That's something no one in the world at the time could do that.
Yeah,
And he
Kaido or
lost.
Big Mom could have did the same thing as Whitebeard,
I don't think so.
and probably
Probably
performed
more.
better.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
performed better. He wasn't in his. He wasn't even like he literally was hooked up to life
life
machines, bro.
support, yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
not
he's
like he
still
was
smoking.
successful. Like I'm not sure. Are you saying like just the fact that his courage to do that? Because I think that was
No,
just
because-
circumstantial. I don't think the effect that he had in that war was like it was great for his character and like the type of person he is.
They would have won the
Overall, they
war
got-
if Ace didn't go back.
No, they would have succeeded in their mission in rescuing
What I
Ace, but
mean-
he would have still died.
Yeah, Whitebeard would have still died.
Whitebeard
Yeah.
would have died
Planning to
either
go
way.
to die.
Even if he made it out the war alive, he'd still die. But I don't know. I feel like Whitebeard's underrated, and I feel like Age in One Piece doesn't matter at all. Like we just saw Garp last chapter, the chapter before it, just doing things that I didn't even think he could do in his prime. So I don't know.
Whitebeard lost when people were dying, and Orange Jr. died.
Okay.
That's a L. Like he wouldn't have won the war. His sole purpose was to retrieve Ace, but instead he lost multiple people,
Yeah.
and he basically disbanded his crew.
The top tiers of the Marines were still kind of chilling. It was really
Yeah.
Akainu, the only one that.
But
But I'm
did
talking
anything.
Whitebeard one-on-one, not Whitebeard versus the whole Navy. Obviously, anyone against the whole Navy would, get smoked. But if you put Whitebeard while like at that state of Marineford against anyone in the world, I think he'd win.
He's not winning against Kaido, bro. I'm sorry.
At that point,
Kaido's-
not Shanks
Kaido
either.
would beat him, bro. Shanks would beat him. Big Mom would beat him.
I don't know.
Yeah. I agree.
Well, it looks like he just values. He doesn't think age matters as much. I am interested though. Do you guys still have like the old
Sure.
trio like as a group? Because clearly I don't.
No, I
I've
don't.
been
I haven't
spaced out.
with-
Yeah, because I feel like last year a lot of people had them like just bunched up together, but this year after Garp
Oh.
showing and everything, and people have kind of spaced them out. I know Rickon had them together still, but personally I got them spaced out.
I don't have them spaced out. They're all together.
Still, all right, man.
Yeah, and you're not gonna like the way they.
The way they're ordered. All right, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
17, Safama, who you got?
17. Let me.
You just had Sabo at 18.
Oh, I had Dragon.
Dragon. This
Wait,
is a
wait,
weird
wait.
place
Come
for
again.
Dragon.
That is a very weird place for
Because Dragon, I think you either got to go narrative, he's high, or you got to be like, he hasn't shown anything, he's low or not on the list. What's the reasoning behind him at 17?
I just don't want to put him lower than Sabo, but I don't want to put him so high on the list that acting like he's the uncle over something. I don't think he's that strong. I just think,
Okay, you know what? That's actually a
don't wanna
good
go lower.
explanation, having him like right above Sabo.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. So you think Dragon is a fraud though? He's not like top 10, top 5.
Oh yeah, 100%. Most Wanted man is a stretch. Like maybe he has a high bounty. I don't know, but there's no way. I think he's on par with the Yonkos or the Admirals or any of that.
All right, man. All right, fair. Hawaiian 17.
I've got Rayleigh here.
Okay, looks like
I think he's slowed down. I don't think he's as strong as he used to be. But hockey is still. I don't think hockey affects with your age, and he's called the Dark King for a reason. So I think this is where you take a step up. Like everyone from Rayleigh onwards is going to be a lot stronger than below Rayleigh.
Mm-hmm. Feel that.
I think now it's when it gets like hockey plays a big part. Before it was like Devil Fruit, hockey, IQ, all sorts of things, but now it's like narrative combined with hockey. So I'm doing my list.
I feel that. All right, Teddy, 17.
Yeah, 17. I got Green Bull.
Green Bull, okay.
Yeah, Green Bull 17.
Is this about to be your run of Admirals already? Oh, so you got some respect on the old band trio, seems.
I do. I have them. Actually, it's funny you say that because the next 3 are them. Like,
oh, okay. So you just don't rate Green Bull as much.
I don't. Like, well, it's just the way my list played out, and with what we've seen from Garb recently, that made me realize, okay, so them old men, they might be able to tangle even with some Admirals, depending on which one we're talking about, right? So, yeah, tough luck for Green Bull, but he's chilling at 17 for now till I see more.
Sounds good.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what up, man? We did 2 while you were gone.
Yo,
because right after you left, Larry put Blackbeard at 19, and we spent like a half hour at it. So, so you didn't miss too much. I'm gonna get to 17 from Larry, and I'll catch you up, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Law.
Law. I think this makes sense with the way you've explained your Blackbeard situation. I figured Law was coming up soon here.
Yeah.
All right.
Very interesting.
All right, Hidden, we'll catch you up. 19 to 17.
All right. So next we got Yasop after Rue.
Okay.
Then we got Shiryu after that. And then we got Law after that.
Oh, wow.
Word. I'm glad to see someone else has Shiryu higher, because that was my narrative bet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a dope character.
So I'm right there with you.
You're a gambler for real.
He's like,
I got a couple that I got to gamble in there. All right, man. Let's get to 16. Right above Shiryu, I have Zoro. That was the same explanation. I think Shiryu right now has to be around Zoro if he's going to be that opponent. So they're kind of next to each other. Nigel, who you got at 16?
I got Sengoku at 16.
Sengoku. Okay, cool. Safama, 16.
I got Yamato.
Yamato. That's not bad, you know. Yamato around Sabo.
Yeah, but this isn't bad when you look at it. Just y'all are, you know.
Yeah, you started off a little crazy, but I'm still interested in who you got up top. Hawaiian, 16. Oh, is he AFK? He might be AFK.
Damn.
Teddy, we'll move on to you for now then.
Hey, I got my boy, the Dark King himself, Rayleigh.
Silver's Rayleigh. Okay, cool.
Hawaiian said he got Zoro. He can't talk. He's stepping on it.
Okay, cool. Zoro right there. It's interesting, this range of like Law, Kid, Rayleigh, Zoro. They're kind of like Rayleigh like sliding in here. It's like weird that it's like kind of unanimous that he's like right around this range.
yeah.
All right, Larry, 16.
Old man Sengoku.
Sengoku. Cool.
Yeah.
He only has been retired for 2 years, and he actually are we allowed to say spoilers or?
Like for this,
I think it should be.
Is anybody not caught up in here? Does anybody
wanna make sure.
official
I'm caught
only?
up. Don't worry.
I'm still on
Definitely caught
chapter
up.
like 6.
You reacted to the chapter already, Zach. So
I
I'm
did, but I don't know if
assuming
hidden.
that
Hidden might be
everybody's
official
caught up.
only.
I'm caught up.
All right,
He's
word.
caught up,
Yeah,
yeah.
go for it.
So he's been reinstated too, and he's only been inactive for like 2 years.
Yeah.
And he has one of the many god fruits in the show currently right now. He's also the only Marine besides Garb has Conqueror's Haki.
Yep, that's a big
And
one.
we know that when Roger spit his game about who was worth his time, he said either Garb or Sengoku. And looking at what Sengoku's feats are, with the the past couple chapter, we know that Sengoku probably isn't that far off either.
Makes sense.
100%.
Hidden.
Who do we got above law here? Oh, Zoro.
Zoro, right above law.
Yeah,
Cool.
same spot as you. Yep.
All right, cool.
Yo, what's up, Zach?
What's up?
Hey,
Par,
Par.
that's good.
All right, man.
RV Sean.
Here we go.
Been in the call for like.
Yo, I gotta preface this. I didn't get a lot of prep work. I didn't get a lot of sleep, but I think my list is gonna. Woo!
You're gonna put Zunisha. We all know you're gonna put Zunisha, bro.
Let's
It's
just
okay.
say I cooked, but I didn't exactly taste test this yet. So
Hey,
so-
Hey, if
as
you
long-
want
as
some
long as
time-
you don't have Zunisha or Shirahoshi on there, we good, bro.
If you want some
Nah,
time
nah.
to revamp things a little bit, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. It's been like 3 hours, so if you want some time to revamp real quick, I'll be right back.
3
Man,
hours?
Put some garnishes on that. Put some garnishes.
Yeah.
Decorate the plate.
Nah, we're gonna serve it as it is. All I gotta say though is guys, if you guys want the Iron Chef Parvision stuff, maybe this isn't the showing, but
Hey,
it still might taste good. It still might taste good. Hold on, some people
the,
still
the
might
thing the thing is though, right? I've been watching your channel for a little bit. I've been watching your videos, and one skill that you have that you're pretty uncanny at is you'll have like are y'all familiar with the show Chopped on the Food Network, where they give you a bunch of random ass ingredients and then make some delicious food out of it? That's what you do, Par. Like you start off, I'm like, what? Like Mihawk is a sword. What are you talking about? And then by the end, I'm like, oh shit, he actually spun that shit right. Like he made that happen. And I your Bogart video recently, and I ain't gonna lie, you sold me on it. I'm like, dude, he kind of cooking. I'm not even sure what he's cooking, but he cooking. I like the smell of it at least, right?
Bogart is underrated.
He is heavily underrated. I agree. Like he's
Who
always
is that guy, bro? I've never heard of that guy in my life.
That's Garp's right hand man, bro. Come on now, you don't know the goat.
Who?
Come on, man. Bogart is a G, but
I swear I haven't. Are you serious or is this like?
No,
Bogart's
Nah, he's
real,
bro. He's real.
I know
You gotta
it's
check
like
out the
We didn't
last
just
video,
throw-
bro.
Come
he's
on,
a real
man.
character. Go. Yeah, dude, that's crazy.
All right,
that you
Par.
don't know Bogart is.
Par, you got your list ready? Ready
Yeah,
to give
yeah,
us the
yeah.
vision?
All right.
Allow us into the vision, man. Come on, let's go.
Yo,
We need
the
from
list is-
30 to 16. Half
Yeah.
your list.
Division and
essentially.
blurry.
I also want to preface that me and Larry went completely opposite ways. Instead of like, there's a reason why some of these characters like are so low down. It's because the top group has some extra characters that some people are sleeping on.
Okay.
But I will say something I do agree with Larry on, and does it come up? Yeah, I think this character will come up in the.
If Stronger is not on here, I'm gonna be disappointed, bro.
Par, if we're mind roping on what I think we're mind roping, all right, we'll see. I can see the sauce.
What I also think is like there's a current standpoint and then there's end of series. And we're not there just yet.
Mhm.
And something I did point out in my the Bogart video that got hyped up was actually I'll bring up that point later when the character comes up. Okay, so starter at the 30, I got Beppo.
All right, we're starting off hot. I
Alright,
did say
man.
Beppo beat the Builder Bear allegations last chapter, but 30s.
Sulong Monster Point, Beppo, man. Listen, that guy, he's huge, he's strong, he's Sulong. It's crazy. People don't realize he's also Monster Point, which is kind of wild to me, right? Like he was like shorter than Blackbeard, and now his like fingers the size of Blackbeard, which is kind of crazy. Okay, so we got Beppo.
All right.
Then we got Lucci.
Okay.
Then we got Crocodile.
All right.
Then we got Doflamingo.
Very,
like
all very reasonable so far.
Yeah.
Then we got Katakuri.
I don't like that.
Little low, but we'll see.
That's why I preface some characters are gonna show up lower, but that's because the top part is
All right, cool.
kind of scary.
Cool.
We got Law.
Oh no.
Is that the lowest Law? Let me see. Yeah, I think so. Right?
It is.
By far.
Then we got
He's just brushing
King.
past it.
Then
Who
we
is
got
it?
King.
King? Okay.
Yeah. You guys are gonna laugh because by the time the listener, you're gonna be like, wait, where's this character?
He snuck
got booted
Beppo in
off.
there.
And then I got Marco. Then I got Green Bull.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait,
Then
hold on. Green Bull at 22. I didn't even register that. All right.
Then we got
Hey man,
Boa.
that's respectable, man. Respectable.
I got Boa there.
Boa above Green Bull. Okay.
Wow, that's bold.
Then we got Rayleigh.
All right.
Then I got this is where I just started I don't know, taste testing, but like I got Jinbei there.
Oh, no, hold on. We're going to have to stop. We're going to have to stop for a second there.
Yeah, we need to stop because that's
We're going to have to stop for a
Listen,
second there
I
with
told
Jinbei.
y'all in the beginning of the stream, bro. He's not a power skiller. He's not great at
Why
it.
did you not
Rayleigh
taste
followed by Jinbei is that gave me whiplash. I'm sorry.
There's Green Bull 3 spots before that.
So I would want to. So the Green Bull one, that's the one I was thinking about. So the way I kind of saw it was the people sitting on that cliff watching Green Bull fight. I think they could all take him. Like I think that they all could just like they were sitting there nonchalantly. I don't think they were sitting there like, "Yo, we tag teaming him." You know what I mean? I feel like they could all just like
Pause.
handle. You know what I mean? The Rayleigh Jinbei one. Now that I look at it, I'm like, huh. And then I was like, maybe it's because the ones after it, because I had Yamato after that, and I'm like, can Rayleigh take like the Yamato situation? I don't really know. And then I think, wait, we're at
18 now.
so then I had Yamato, and then Sanji, and then Blackbeard. That's where I had.
So I think
Sanji then.
Safama and Parvision are leading the most entertaining list so far, right?
Well, you threw some spice in there with Blackbeard, but now you've been outshined.
Blackbeard at
I don't
19.
like that kind of fight.
See, like, for me, the Blackbeard pick makes sense there because the way I look at it right now is I've been
Has to
saying
get
this
there.
like Garp is, in my opinion, I feel like Blackbeard's gonna beat Garp, but the thing is Garp is going to be Blackbeard's Kaido, right? Like Luffy had to overcome him, and now Luffy's where he's at because of where he's of beating Kaido, but he didn't 1v1 him, right? So I think like Garp is gonna be the character that the Blackbeard Pirates have to overcome overall to get where like the end of series is, and I don't think Blackbeard is there necessarily just yet. He has all the pieces, aside for like, you know, what Larry is pointing out, like some like the fights, certain characters that he needs to surmount, right? Like I think especially with the last chapter in or 1081 with like the Law fight, that to me was kind of telling of like the fact that he couldn't handle Law in like a clean way. That's kind of like not a good look, right? Law is strong, fair, but like it shouldn't have been like this drawn. It should be a handled thing if Blackbeard's actually that end of series strength already, right? If he was that end of series strength, then it wouldn't be him like being bloodied up and having 4 of his crewmates there. None of the other characters at the very, very top ever get that kind of showing. So that's why I have Blackbeard lower down. But I don't think he stays there. I think it's just current, right? Like
I think everybody thinks Blackbeard eventually is gonna get up top.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah,
no matter where he
The
is.
problem is they all think he's there already. That's the point.
already.
Like when you look at it
Is
in
it a problem
comparison
that we
to like
think he's there,
Shanks,
though?
like Shanks one-shotted Kid, but Blackbeard had to jump Law and couldn't overcome him in a clash.
Yeah, I think
then
The thing is, we didn't see how Law lost, so
It doesn't
there's
even
a
matter.
constant factor of like Blackbeard getting wins, and we're not seeing how it's happening. And there's something about him that Shanks is worried about that we don't know about yet. So there has to be a reason why Oda is choosing not to show us how he's winning these fights.
Even if that mattered, we saw him have enough time on panel to clash with somebody like Law and couldn't overpower him.
And I don't need
to like have all these extra like curricular activities off panel to say he's strong. Like, if you're strong, just overpower him from the jump.
I also like that, like right now, I think Oda's painting like a very clear picture of like a parallel between Luffy through and through, where it's like we just got like the camaraderie here, right? And then like if they're gonna follow the same path, I feel like it's gonna end up looking the same way as well. And then on top of that, it's like, you know, I talked about the Scar thing in my own way too, but even in recent chapter, we saw that like something that a lot of people don't like recognize is like Shanks, like some way or the other, actually it would make sense if he changed his Jolly Roger because of Blackbeard. It's kind of crazy when you think about it, because in the recent chapter we saw that he didn't want to go after the One Piece. He didn't want to go after being the next generation's king or whatever. So he became a pirate. So but he didn't have a Scar. So unless he made his Jolly Roger future sighting his own Scar, that means that he set sail as a pirate, and then later on he, you know, got the Scar. But that would also mean that Shanks wasn't like this like Yonko pirate at the time, right? Like it would mean that like whatever Blackbeard did to Shanks then, it created a new situation. Shanks like saw a new future. He's like, yo, my Jolly Roger now has my Scar on it. Now I have a new like vendetta to live by. And that's not building up Blackbeard in any way either. It's like that's a starting point in my opinion.
Yeah, just kind of setting the timeline.
Yeah, and like, you know, I made that video like 2 weeks ago, and then Oda gave us this cracked flashback. I'm like, yo, that's wild that's like a thing where it's like how people sleep on Jolly Rogers, but Jolly Roger is super important. The fact that Shanks has a Scar on it and he set sail as a pirate before that Scar, and then Blackbeard is the one who gave him that Scar, and now it's just Jolly Roger, I think that says a lot. And so, you know, for that Blackbeard point, I think that there's like a different nuance of like when Shanks said like I wasn't like I was on guard, or I wasn't unreadied or whatever. I think that might lend itself to like the future sight type of thing that like Shanks has when he like looks at Kid and he like was prepared for that future. I think Blackbeard has some kind of like role in that department where it just like surprised Shanks, right? And then because of what Blackbeard did or said or whatever, what set Shanks off at that point. But at that point, it's not like he had Ben Beckman. It's not like he had Yasopp. Like we don't know who he had.
I think we're also going off the assumption that he had future sight already at that time. Based on the timeline, he got that Scar really early on. I don't think he was that great at any form of haki whatsoever. Like he was solid, but he wasn't to the point where he can do the things he does now. So I don't think when he says he was on guard, he probably means that he wasn't caught off guard, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he was able to see into the future. Because I think if he was, he would have never gotten that Scar.
Okay.
I don't even think it's that complicated, bro. It really comes down to like, do you think Shanks would have got one shot by Magellan? If not, then that just doesn't happen, bro.
People progress at different rates. That's the thing. Like that's not a Yonko Blackbeard. That's not a Blackbeard with 2 devil fruits. That's not a Blackbeard post time skip. Like we're talking about different characters who move at different progressions. We want to talk about haki. Blackbeard's actually one of the first people to explicitly mention haki in the story. He mentions it before we see Mantra. He mentions it before we see any of that. He sees Luffy in Mocktown and he tries to size up his haki in Mocktown. He fights Ace. He wins against Ace. We don't see how that fight ends. Shanks is worried about Blackbeard from the beginning of the story, and we never see exactly why. Every single fight with Blackbeard somehow ends in his victory. Somehow. So I just don't understand. Like, if you want a character to be weak, we have to actually give them L's to hold. But Blackbeard really doesn't.
So does Blackbeard not have an L against Magellan?
He has an L against Magellan, yes, that's true.
Okay, so that's an L. You just said he didn't have any L's.
Well, no, but I'm saying that we're comparing L's to W's here. Luffy has L's too. Luffy took mad L's to Magellan. Is Luffy in your bottom 20?
He's saying the process doesn't matter as much. We shouldn't really hyper focus on like these little
But
details.
we also do know Blackbeard's W. Like it's not that all of his W's are off screen, right? Like the only one really is like the Ace one, which we saw. It was like a frontal
Marco
battle
as well.
But like at like Marineford, right? Like he was using his crew a lot of time. He was using a tactic to put himself in the easiest situation. I don't think that's a knock on him. But what I'm saying is like right now, like we go from like a year ago when Kuzan shows up and freezes the entire crew, right? Like there's a certain element of like it doesn't feel like he's stronger than Kuzan there, right? And it's like is Luffy right now stronger than some of the admirals? Probably. Is Blackbeard at that point yet? I don't know. You know what I mean? And I feel like he will get there. I'm not saying he's not going to get there. I think if anything, it's like the potential, right? Like the same insane potential people see in Luffy, that's the same crazy potential you can see in Blackbeard, right? And I think like the people who know that potential the most are the Whitebeard pirates, right? Like the Marco, the moment he got both Devil Fruits is like, oh wait, like Blackbeard does like have that dog in him, right? Like he did know that, but is Blackbeard already there? I don't know. And it doesn't make sense for him to already be there because then if he did make sense to already be there, then you'd have to like recontextualize so many of the past events of like, why didn't this happen? A few people brought them up already, but like I think it makes more sense for him to get there, for him to be this fearful person. And like as far as like the Shanks future sight, whatever, I think the reason why Shanks hasn't handled himself, right? Like because I look at it like when he clashed with Whitebeard, couldn't Shanks at that point just take on Blackbeard? Yeah, yes. But does it make sense? Like why wouldn't he do that if he could? Well, maybe there's another reason, right? Maybe there's a reason why he decided to give his hat over to Luffy. Maybe there's a reason why Shanks didn't want to go after the One Piece immediately, right? What if all of those things are tied? What if that would make the most sense as to why he didn't go after Blackbeard? Because what Rayleigh said, it's not his era, it's not this time. And
that's a million what ifs. That's like a million what ifs there.
That's too many what ifs. Part.
That's like this is the thing. Like only with Blackbeard do I see people wanting to push him lower. But like the guy, like we were saying, he's like the rival to Luffy, right? Like this is the guy that's being built up side by side against Luffy's like as his ultimate rival. How is it that Luffy is somehow ahead on everyone's lists of the guy who didn't spend 2 years training, who already achieved the Yonko status while Luffy was still playing catch up? The guy who was already setting his plans into motion.
So the
reason
guy with
two of the strongest devil fruits in the world at the same time, and who did break in and out of Impel, that like he did all these different things. It just feels to me like people want him to be lower. But if anything, it makes sense for Luffy to be catching up to Blackbeard more than the other. Well, hold on. Let me get to it because the point I'm trying to make is that the resume is mostly W's on his end. We just want to twist them to make them look like they're not real W's. Oh, he didn't accomplish all these various things. Blackbeard isn't that much of a threat. It's not like the person who inspired Luffy to become a pirate has been shivering in his timbers the entire story about Blackbeard's mere existence. He could have taken him out at Marineford. Why didn't he? That is a question that people who want to downplay Blackbeard need to answer. He escaped to Marineford. He backed out of Marineford. Why? Because he got what he came for. He got his devil fruit. He's caught between the whole forces of the Marines, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, all the Impel Down escapees, and now the Red Hairs fully capable of going in. Pull up to Marineford. You gonna stick around and you're gonna fight that out, or you gonna just dip?
Well, Shanks was willing to fight it, and he wasn't.
But he didn't.
And he backed away. Meanwhile, like I said this before when you were off camera, but like soon as he got both devil fruits, he claimed he was the strongest in the world because of the Yami and because of the Gura. And then 2 chapters later, Shanks showed up and he said he wasn't ready for Shanks. That's 1. 2, in order to become a Yonko, it's not off of power alone. It's about your influence and the amount of army you also have and territories. He consumed all of Whitebeard's territories and also grew his crew to the point where they were getting to. That doesn't make him necessarily Yonko level in terms of strength. It just means that he's a Yonko in terms of force to the world and a threat to the world. So Blackbeard himself wasn't strong. He started to gain strength after a while, but as you can see, even Aokiji had him shook. So there's nothing to say that Blackbeard is already at that point in this time, especially when he doesn't have the hockey feats and he couldn't overpower Law by pushing him to the side and defeating him himself. There's nothing to say.
Why hasn't Shanks taken out Blackbeard already? If he went to
why
Wano, hasn't he?
If he went to Wano, he would have took out Blackbeard. But Blackbeard instead went to Winter Island.
Blackbeard's been on Fullerled chilling for years.
But
he's been chilling there.
But you said I'm using a lot of what ifs as to why Shanks isn't like. The thing is, it's like there's so many what ifs when it comes to Shanks, right? Like so many people are like, why is he looking? I mean, Buggy literally like, why is he all of a sudden going after the One Piece, right? There's obviously something behind there. It's like now, if you don't think Shanks is super, super strong and you want to use that narrative the whole way through the story as to build up Blackbeard because Shanks didn't want to fight him, when we know Shanks has an ulterior motive, I don't see that is true when we can look at 1081 and you said like Luffy needs to catch up to Blackbeard, but let's take Luffy and his 4 strongest people, Sanji, Luffy, Zoro, and Jinbei, put them on Winter's Island. Are they struggling against Law's crew like that? I don't think so, right?
Hell
like
no.
against
The
like
Law's
you-
crew
you
is
said-
not like the different the Blackbeard's
but that's
crew
what I'm
is
saying.
There's a
But
difference.
Blackbeard had 4 of his. He had Van Augur, Burgess, and what the Doc
Stronger.
Q. Stronger, and he still ended up being damaged against Law. Plus
We
the
watched
few
him
good
take
men.
damage. You literally watched him take damage from Law. He went in and attacked Blackbeard. Why are we surprised he has injuries? We watched it on panel. That doesn't mean that Law didn't end up losing the fight. Beppo's still swimming away. Why do we have to downplay the W's? If Luffy got the same W, we would hype it up. If Luffy beats Katakuri
wouldn't.
despite Katakuri injuring himself, people still hype up Luffy for managing to beat a Yonko commander. If Blackbeard were to do the same thing with the same scales tipped away from him or whatever, or Blackbeard must win the fight without any injuries whatsoever. Like, I just think there's a difference. We went over how Law and Kid are not the same opponent. Kid is a scrub. Law actually is capable of doing things. I
Real
just
quick, I feel like
I don't know.
with Luffy, because I think you're making a great point that if it were Luffy, maybe the narrative.
Yeah, that's a
would be
really good
different.
point.
But to be fair, a lot of us still have Kaido over Luffy at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like a lot
Yeah.
of us still agree that his win wasn't that clean. So I think there's a little bit of give and take with that point.
So why are we
But
willing
you
to
make
accept
good
him as a
point.
Yonko then? Why are we willing to accept you
I'm
Luffy
not,
as a Yonko?
but everybody else has to. So
But it
Because
was
again,
again,
it's-
but the
He's
plot
at that
wasn't just
level,
Luffy.
but it's
Luffy
individually.
plus his 4 strong. Like if Luffy,
Yeah.
Zoro, Sanji, and others are on there, it's like yeah, Blackbeard being damaged in that moment, but it wasn't just like once, and we don't know how long that fight was. If it was a serious fight, like is the Straw Hats top 4 struggling against the Heart Pirates? You know what I mean? Like even if Beppo went Sulong, like the Monster Point Sulong, right? Like
Someone on your top 30, no less.
yeah, like even there, it's like is Beppo being allowed to escape? You know what I mean? Like that's crazy to me.
Well, let's actually look at what's on the panel. All we see is that Blackbeard's roughed up, which we know should be the case anyway, because he took a direct hit on panel from Law.
And but then he went
and
Sulong
later
Beppo and escaped 4 people, and the 4 people are someone with a warp fruit of all things, right? Like how? Like the Luffy's crew ain't doing that. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying, Par. I'm just saying that Blackbeard having damage from the fight with Law it should not be a surprise. We saw him take the hit. The surprise was actually that Law ended up getting busted by the end of it, because a lot of people, or there was like half the community expecting Law to be pulling up to Egghead on the ship, and now he's not. And now that Blackbeard got the W, everyone's still looking for a way to turn it into an L for him.
Hey,
it's like
I
just
thought
give him
Law was gonna lose.
So is Blackbeard the same level as Shanks?
Is I think so.
Same
yeah.
level, yeah.
I didn't. So
That's
so
the thing, right?
Hold on.
Hold on.
The scar from who?
So did Shanks take damage?
From Blackbeard?
No, did
He has a
Shanks
scar
take
from
damage from
Blackbeard.
Kid?
Oh, not Kid. No, but let's
Okay,
compare
so
them
then,
directly.
But it's a
then
different
they're not on the same
circumstance,
level.
though.
They're
You
not on the
can't-
same level.
You can't hyper focus on these little details when, like Shanks' situation, he saw what was happening. He decided to go full out from the beginning and took out Kid. Blackbeard is just not that same type of person. Just like Luffy wouldn't do the same type of action. Just because their personalities are different, I don't think you could knock on their abilities that much. That being said, I do agree that I think given the recent showings and that there is the potential that Blackbeard gets like a 3rd Devil Fruit or something, that he could grow even more, that I don't think he's like number 1 right now, that he's eventually going to get to, that everybody agrees, right? But I do think you guys have put him just a little too low is the thing.
Yeah, it just feels like if the character that's going to be the end game villain for Luffy, or at least one of the last 2 feasibly,
For him to be 16 or 19
for him to
right
be-
now,
that doesn't make sense. Like that,
Yeah.
I understand we want to do like feats and stuff, but like you got to at least account for some of the narrative here.
I did. He got bodied by Law the first time he met Law, and then jumped
He's
Law
not
with
16.
4 other.
He didn't
crew
get
members.
bodied.
Meanwhile,
No,
he has
didn't,
the
bro.
hold on. He has the 2 most powerful Devil Fruits in the verse, but he still couldn't overpower Law.
But and my take isn't that.
Like, what are
And
we talking
Luffy
about,
got
bro?
knocked out by a
think that the
poo. Like these guys
I
are
think
just
the-
weird sometimes.
I think the Luffy narrative is what I'm playing off of, right? Like Luffy's allowed to get super strong out of nowhere, right? Like in the course of Wano, he went from no conquerors to advanced conquerors to full advanced conquerors in the course of a fight. I'm giving that same benefit to Blackbeard. I think that he's going to elevate himself, and it's going to be super quick. That's how close to Luffy I'm putting it. Luffy is allowed to be like below a lot of people pre Onigashima, and then above everybody in top 10 after, right? That's what I'm seeing for Blackbeard. Blackbeard just like if the moment happens where he's facing Garp, that's it. He beats Garp, and now he's at the same position where he took down a Kaido, Garp, like the legendary level people, and then he elevates the end of series. That's where I'm looking at it. Where it's like Luffy, if we're allowed to let Luffy do that, and we think that Blackbeard and Luffy are these exact parallels, then yeah, I think that's gonna happen with Blackbeard as well. And I think the story fits it, and I think that the difference is how Blackbeard and Luffy are going about it, right? Luffy's not sitting here forcing his crewmate to eat like devil fruits, right? Blackbeard has a different purview of how things are gonna go down, right? And that means it's going to be a different kind of fight. And you know, something that does seem like more of the way Blackbeard seems to be structuring himself is like battle royales, like having a synergy, oddly enough, amongst his crew, like having, if you know, like if all of these dudes have these devil fruits and using them in junction, that would be terrifying, right? Like I don't even know how a single person could fight that. And so like if we think that Blackbeard's going to be strong on his own, when you know at several times we've seen him use his crew, then I don't know, because he's using his crew very strategically, even in the recent showings. He's spreading out his crew. He's sending out certain people with certain people, like Lafitte in Kuzan was a really interesting one, right? I think that's where Blackbeard's strength truly lies, is like the tactical. Though, like in certain fights, he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna take this hit and then like get damaged. Like that's low battle IQ. But he's showing a different kind of like strategy than Luffy is, right? Luffy doesn't think and he just runs in, whereas Blackbeard thinks everything beforehand.
When does it stop being battle IQ and when does it start being strategy that we don't factor into power scaling? Right? Because we have characters that are more intelligent than other characters, like Ben Beckman is supposed to be one of the most intelligent. Don't you think that's going to play a part in his fighting style? Blackbeard is not the type, like I see a lot of people saying like, oh, Blackbeard isn't the type to go do a fist fight like Luffy. He's not the type to go scrap and go balls to the wall. Yeah, that's totally true. But not everyone in the story fights the same. King is not a swordsman hardcore, like to the core like Zoro is. King's willing to cheat. He's willing to use dirty tactics. He's willing to alter his katana to trap another sword.
What did King
let me
lose to?
finish. So King is willing to do those dirty tactics, and Blackbeard's willing to do those dirty tactics. Why do we discount that? Like, why do we not count that as part of his battle strategy? The way he fights people, the way he gets the upper hand. Why is that not part of it? When does it stop being part of it?
Hockey is the power source of the show. If you don't have hockey, you're never going to get into the highest tiers of the One Piece verse.
That doesn't answer the question.
And that's what King got beat by, right? Like King got beat by Zoro. Why? Because Zoro tapped into Conqueror's hockey, and Blackbeard doesn't have those hockeys. This is the reason why most of his feats are not necessarily being downplayed, but they're being realized that this is really what the situation was. He couldn't overpower Law because why? He didn't have the hockey feats in order to do so, so he had to use his devil fruits.
Do you know he doesn't? Do you know he doesn't have hockey?
Do you know that he has Conqueror's hockey or no?
Not Conqueror, hockey in general. Do you know he has?
Tell me, Hidden.
Do you know if he has hockey?
So Hidden, if he had Future Sight, would he have gotten hit by Law?
If Katakuri had Future Sight, would he have got hit by Luffy? What does that mean?
No, he wouldn't have. They wouldn't have, because they're using Future Sight. They're battle prone. They know how to fight.
Got hit by Luffy though, even though he had Future Sight. That's the point I'm making.
But that was after Luffy started to utilize his own Future Sight. He didn't hit Katakuri once before that.
But like Kaido was still taking hits, even though he had Future Sight. He
Kaido
just
has
didn't.
Future Sight too. Like this.
Yeah, but the thing with Kaido is he let anybody hit him because he knew they couldn't hurt him.
Okay.
But when he actually started taking damage, he started dodging, and then when Luffy stepped it up in his game in Gear 5, he was like, "Yo, I'm gonna start using Future Sight to match you."
So now it's a personality thing. So now we're back to the question I asked originally, which is when does Blackbeard's tactician personality stop being part of his battle IQ? When does it stop being part of his battle IQ and start being something else?
So
that's what I asked.
Blackbeard gets punched in the chest by Akainu because he lets himself open on the first hit. Blackbeard is dead.
So, but he's not dead. So that means he hasn't done a decision that dumb at this point. So
what do you mean? He got attacked by Law. Every character that Blackbeard has ever fought since pre-time skip till now has landed the first shot.
And somehow he won the fight. So maybe his strategy is not outweighed by the fact that he tanks a single hit. Why? So like now we're turning the fact that he's able to tank attacks into a negative. I don't understand.
So hold on. So you're basing things on personality, right? And then I base it on personality. And now you're saying that's wrong. But when I tell you that hockey is overall the power system of the show, you're just saying no, that doesn't matter because based on matchups and how he's able to fight. That doesn't even mean anything to me. Like at the end of the day, when you get to these higher tiers, you need hockey. That's what you're gonna see from most of the people in this show, in the stream right now. That when it goes to the top 5 and the top 10, most of the characters are gonna have extreme hockey feats.
I understand, Larry. The whole thing is built off of this assumption that Blackbeard doesn't have conquerors. I want to take the discussion and talk about the actual things he's accomplished, which we keep pointing to, is the scheming, it's the strategy, it's the underhanded tactics.
How do you build your hockey?
I just want you to answer the question without talking about hockey. Answer this question. When does his strategy stop being factored into his battle IQ? Because everyone seems to say he's not a straightforward fighter, so therefore he can't be high on a power scaling list. If their intelligence can't be factored in to how they fight, where is the cutoff?
Okay, so let's factor his intelligence once again, because it's the prime example of the fight that Blackbeard was a step forward and ended up getting rocked. Magellan. He planned to go into Magellan. He planned to go into Impel Down and get the crew members he needed in order to forward his plan, right? He planned all that. And then what happened? He got one shot by Magellan and almost died. And if it wasn't for Shiryu, he would have been out of the story completely. That's his intelligence.
Shiryu not
That's
part
his
of the
personality.
Plan?
No,
he didn't go there to get Shiryu. He had no intention.
No, he didn't.
The guy that was a prisoner, he went there to get all the other prisoners.
Hidden. They even said when they got back up with the antidote from Shiryu that it was fate that Shiryu even came to them and gave them the antidote. And then Blackbeard recruited him.
Is that, well, you need to pull up the chapter for that one. We need
pull
to
up the chapter. I go through these Blackbeard debates all the time, bro.
And also,
and
let me just say, if you want to talk about a different time, different place, different circumstance, we can't keep pointing and turning around and pointing backwards to 2 years ago to Magellan at Impel Down every time we want to downplay Blackbeard. It's always back to Magellan. Oh, he ran away at Marineford. Like, this is the thing. If we want to do that, if we want to talk about different time, different place, let's talk about Shanks v Blackbeard in the first place, because at a different time in a different place, Shanks got permanently scarred by the guy, and Blackbeard has no marks on his face.
Okay, so let me know, was Shanks a Yonko?
Different time, different place, bro.
Okay, do you know if he fought Mihawk after or before?
We don't know that.
Okay, so based upon what you're saying right now, that doesn't make sense, because even if he did scar Shanks, it just proves that Shanks wasn't at the level that he is at right now, because if Shanks walked into Impel Down, he probably doesn't even need to hit Magellan in order to knock him out.
How are we tying Shanks's scar from Blackbeard into the Mihawk?
Because you're trying to say that him scarring Shanks is a feat of its own, when necessarily it's not. It's just something that happened 12 plus years ago, and we don't know how strong they were.
So the Magellan thing happened 2 years ago. What is that? Like, this is the same argument you use against Shanks is in the favor of Magellan bodying Blackbeard 2 years ago.
Okay, so
let's use the same logic across the board, bro.
So the
Shanks
logic
got
is
the scar then. Shanks
logic is the way you blossom your hockey is through adversity and through fighting. Okay, so tell me all the fights that Blackbeard has been in post time skip.
All the fights he's been in post time skip.
Yes, please. I would love to hear it.
The payback war in which he beat the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates.
So Marco by himself with Jozu, who has one arm, and Vista, who probably doesn't really count. Who else is there to fight with Marco?
Okay, so now we're just discounting the entire like now everyone on the Whitebeard pirates except for Whitebeard and Ace is trash, is what you're telling me.
What I'm telling you is that they didn't have the sufficient needs in order to fight Blackbeard and his entire crew at that point in time.
You didn't see the war. You don't know that. You don't.
Well, I know that they got overwhelmed. I know that due to Marco got soloed by King.
Okay. We're talking about, well, I know that you want to go back to Kaido. We're talking about Blackbeard versus Whitebeard remnants here. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And we don't know exactly the circumstances of the battle. We don't know the condition that the fighters were in when the battle was started. We don't know that. We don't know how long after the Marineford.
So we got at par for what ifs and stuff like that, right? And I'm offering you that same thing that you were doing with Shanks and Blackbeard pre-time skip. But I'm actually giving you evidence to where Marco was after that fight. Marco, after that fight, proved that he couldn't take on King, and he still lost.
Larry, my friend, I told you that you know that the fight happened and you know the outcome of the fight. That's what's in the manga. That's it. You don't know any of the other details. I know you want to fill in the blanks, but we have to be objective here. We know the fight happened and we know the results. Blackbeard won the fight. What's the next one? You want to follow along with me? Let's move down the list.
Did he win 1v1? That's
What's
the
the next
thing.
fight?
Did he win 1v1? What's
We
the
don't
next
know.
one? You tell
we
me,
just
bro.
know the W happened. That's all we know. We don't need to. We don't need to. We don't
We
need to
just know the
debate
W
on.
happened.
We don't need to speculate on how the W happened. We
Yeah.
know it happened. That's
Okay.
it. So let's move on to the next fight because you
Okay.
wanted to go through all of them.
Yeah.
so
So what's the
one?
next one?
You tell me.
It's gonna be CP. Did he fight the CP? Do you know which CP
Wait,
he
wait,
fought?
what?
At Baltagar, Baltago.
At Baltigo.
Yeah,
The
when
Blackbeard
he-
Pirates. No, the CP agents got there once the Blackbeard Pirates were done raiding the
No,
island.
they scuffled with them, but nobody was hurt.
Yeah.
And that again proves that he didn't have a 1v1 fight at all to blossom his hockey. That next fight is gonna be
doesn't
at
prove that at
Hachiroso.
all. That doesn't prove. So
This is my point, that you're basing everything off of like
off of what happened.
how
in the
much
manga.
he can get stronger when we don't know what fights he's been in or what hockey blossoms he's had. And this is the point that Parr keeps trying to prove out, is that he's not there right now because he hasn't gone through what he's needed to go through, but Garp will be that guy that he needs to surmount in order to get to the top class of the One Piece verse. But since he hasn't been there and he hasn't gone through those things, we can't necessarily put him there right now.
Look, if you take a all-star basketball player, let's do a little analogy here. And I didn't show you.
Hey, congrats to the Knicks, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Hey man, this is the time, man. All I'm gonna say is Brunson's the future of the franchise. Anyway, take an all-star basketball player, right? You don't actually watch the games. Let's say you don't see the games, you don't see how they won, you don't see actually what happened. But all you see is that this player is the top scorer of their team. You just know that they're the top of their team, and every single game that they play in happens to come out in a W. Maybe there's an L here and there, but it happens to come out in a W. Do you have to actually go and watch game by game every basketball game to verify that this player is legit, or can you just assume that they're doing their job? Every time Blackbeard gets into some sort of altercation that's not incredibly heavily weighed against him, he comes out of it with the W somehow.
So
why don't we just count the
Blackbeard could
W?
fight somebody with his entire crew, and just because he gets the dub, he gets the strength feat too. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that that should be weighed more heavily than what you're weighing it as. I know you're shaking your head, but like the reality is, yeah, we should count that. Why shouldn't we?
All right.
He's the captain of a crew that keeps
All
coming
right.
away with W's. Why are
Listen.
we discounting it?
I'm
That's the
willing.
thing.
I'm willing to disagree.
That's fine.
So yeah, we can move on.
All right, man. Thank you guys for the lunch break. I was just eating Five Guys the whole time. No, but that was entertaining. I'm sure we'll probably go back to it a little more when we actually get to the top 10, top 5, where some people have their have Blackbeard listed. Couple of super chats to get to, and they're both in relation to Parr. So we start with JP Legend, who says Parr stick to theories, power scaling isn't your thing. But followed by Young Smokey with a 1999 said, bro, just watch your Bonnie theory. I like it. Good job.
Oh, wait, my Bonnie theory? I didn't have a Bonnie theory. Oh, maybe you meant Bogard. Or was it, did you have a Bonnie theory? Maybe it's to you.
I might have dropped Bonnie theory like 2 years ago.
No, it probably was Bogard.
Maybe Bogard. I don't know.
Theory.
Either way, thank you
Shout out
guys
to
for your
Bogard
super
theory.
chat. Par, I have one last question before we move on for you specifically. I noticed one person not on your list, and this could go either way, but is Eustace Kid on your list?
Oh no.
Yo, I
forgot about Kid.
nah, he was
He's either
on the
off
list.
or he's higher.
He was on the list, but then I booted him up for Beppo.
Yeah, we stay smoking
All
on
right,
that
all right.
TikTok. I love it. I
Word,
love it.
word. And with that said, we finally move on to the top 15. All right, Rickon, my guy Rickon, who left for a dentist appointment, came back, and we're still on 15. All right, at number 15, I have Ben Beckman. Once again, purely Purely narrative driven. I think as a first mate, I'm kind of scaling him next to Zoro, and I think the red haired pirates are probably a step above right now. So that's my reasoning. Nice and quick and simple. Nigel at 15, who you got?
This is where I actually have the split in the old man trio, and I got my boy Zoro at number 15. I'm a big Zoro stan.
That's fair.
Guy, my dog.
No, that's a good spot.
I got Zoro at number 15.
No, I like that a lot. Looking at the rest of your order there. Cool. Safama, how you, man? You still alive? Who you got at 15?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm gonna dip after this one. 15, I have Fujitora.
Fujitora, are you dipping now? I could get the rest of your list.
Yeah, sure.
All right, here we go. Overloaders, 14-1.
14, I got Kizaru.
Kizaru, okay. 13.
Marco, 13, I have Marco.
Marco at 13, all right. 12.
12, I got Weevil.
Ooh.
Oh, that is entirely too much respect.
I think we gotta stop for that one. We gotta stop real quick for that one. You gotta explain that one.
There's no way, bro.
Weevil literally got Green. You know, Weevil got beat by Greenbow, who you have at 19, right?
Weevil got beat by. It doesn't matter, bro.
All right. Love it. I love it.
Weevil has the genes in him.
All rationale out the window. I gotta respect the dedication. Man.
All right. Number 11.
11, I got Sengoku. He's pushing 50, but he's still.
I think more.
Strong.
Number 10.
60, number 10, I have Rayleigh. He's the gate to the top 10. If you can beat Rayleigh, then you're a top 10 One Piece character. But if you can't, then
all right.
you less than the top 10.
Let's see who surpassed Rayleigh then. 9.
9, have Blackbeard.
Okay. 8.
8, I have Aokiji.
Okay.
7, I have Crocodile.
Whoa, hold on a minute now. I knew there had to be something that snuck up in there. What's you're gonna give Larry a stroke? He was making an argument about Crocodile at 30. You got
I love Safama's list.
What is it about Crocodile that has
that I don't know, he's a Yonko.
He's not. That's Buggy.
Well, Buggy is just the figurehead.
You don't think that's because of Mihawk?
Mihawk got the highest
bounty.
Mihawk and Crocodile.
Oh, you think it's
on one crew?
You think it's both of them?
In reality, Crocodile was, just half a footstep away from being the king of the pirates, but Luffy beat him before he was able to achieve that. But I feel like Crocodile is just very underrated, and he has a Logia and he has Haki, and he's just super sick. I don't know, bro. I don't know what I was thinking when I put him there. But I don't remember. I don't remember when I made this list.
It just felt right, right? It just felt right. I respect it.
Right at the time. I don't know what's up.
All right, six into the top 5.
Big Mom.
Okay.
5, Kaido.
All right. 4.
4, Garp.
Garp all the way at 4. All right. 3.
3, I have Akainu and Luffy.
Akainu and Luffy. So we still got 2 more spots.
Yeah. Akainu / Luffy.
Okay. 2.
Then I got Shanks.
Shanks at 2.
Yeah.
And number
Mihawk,
1 is
Swordsman at 1.
Okay. Got you. All right, man. Thank you. Appreciate you for sticking around for all this entertainment. Beautiful, beautiful list as always, man. Go do whatever you need to do.
Yeah, nice meeting you,
Thank
Safama.
you.
Appreciate you, bro.
Nice meeting you too. Hit me up when y'all start the top 30 basketball stream. I'm hopping back.
Yo, I'm way more
If that ever happens.
No, you guys don't want to hear Safama's basketball take, so I promise you. All right.
Nah.
Hawaiian.
Yeah, I'm not ready for it.
Yeah.
Back to 15 we go.
15, I've got Ben Beckman.
Okay, same as
Same
me.
reasons that you have him.
Cool. Teddy. Nope.
Yo, 15, I got Monkey D.
Garp already. Okay.
God, Chucho. See, I told you ain't gonna like it, man. It's just everybody I have above him, I have him for a reason. That's the problem.
The
It just
Sengoku
worked out
argument
that
will
way.
be interesting, but we'll get to that when you mention Sengoku.
Yeah.
Larry, 15.
King.
King. Okay. Hidden.
I got Sengoku.
Sengoku. And Par. He's still there. He is.
Woo, okay, so I got a little clarification when the people come up, right? Like around the same number, they're kind of relative to each other, in my opinion. Not necessarily one beats the other outright, obviously, right? I have Sabo next.
Okay. Now this is interesting. Now, I have to ask this because you put Blackbeard this low because he hasn't showcased enough. What has Sabo showcased to put him above? Because even Larry has Sabo above, like well below Blackbeard.
Yeah, I feel that. I think the Sabo thing right now, for me, is like the revs, and I just have, like, if people watch my channel, they know that I've convinced a few people that Dragon is probably going to be insane, and so for him to be the right hand of Dragon, and then also to be the right hand to the revs, I just think that it makes sense for him to be just like around relative. But I think that Blackbeard Sabo fight would be really interesting, and after Blackbeard goes through what he's about to go through next, then it puts him safely above where Sabo is right now. But yeah, Sabo is kind of like this like I don't understand Sabo. Like, we're about to get the Reverie story, and that can change a lot of things depending on that, because that was vague as all hell. And the bottom line is that somehow Sabo ended up solo through, like, as a result of whatever happened. So I'm not too sure, but right now I have it as like a similar situation where having Ace's Fruit, the passed on will, but then right hand of Dragon puts it up there. But I wouldn't put him any higher. It wouldn't make sense any higher. But yeah.
All right, fair. 14, I have Sengoku. Same reason people have mentioned already. He's not too inactive. He's got Conqueror's Haki. We've seen, like, at an old age, Garp is still doing very well. I think Sengoku's been a little more inactive than Garp probably. So this is a good spot for him, I think. Nigel.
I got Garp. That's like the only split. I think, who knows, Sengoku and Garp could be a lot closer. I think I have Sengoku over Rayleigh. I think he's way more powerful, but we just haven't really seen anything from Sengoku that I would like to see more. So Zoro and Sengoku, I guess, could be pretty interchangeable on my list. But yeah, I got Garp. That man is freaking nuts, bro.
Yeah, showed out. Hawaiian.
I've got Green Bull. I think's the weakest admiral, but it's still stronger than all of the Yonko commanders.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It's cool. Teddy.
As you already know, got my boy Sengoku.
All right, you gotta explain Sengoku over Garp for me.
It's a devil fruit for me. It's the fact that they're comparable back in the day. And the thing is, if I'm gonna be completely honest, I resisted the urge of putting Garp above them other two. It's just that later, not 1082, but 1081, when he said what he said about, oh man, how weak have I gotten? That hurt me. I was like, oh no, he's really not the man he used to be anymore, is he? And I feel like the kind of devastation he's capable of, Garp, Sengoku can replicate that just with his Devil Fruit. And he doesn't seem that much worse for wear. Like, we've gotten hints from both Rayleigh and Garp that old age really affected them. We haven't gotten that in the same sense from Sengoku, where he's just kind of like, he's more so mentally and emotionally drained from working as working for the Marines, but like, he hasn't shown that power wise he's that much weaker. And if you used to be a fleet admiral, I mean, there's gotta be something to it. So I was like, out of respect, I put him there. Like, I'll put you like right above Garp.
That's fair. That's fair. Larry, 14.
Katakuri.
I like that a lot. I love that take.
All right. Katakuri. Hidden, 14.
I got Sabo here.
Sabo here. Okay. That's fair. And you kind of explained that earlier with the passing and everything of Ace's will.
I also think like with just being like the right hand man to Dragon, I think that he's definitely got some like the Dragon Claw stuff he was doing when he was fighting. I think is just it's probably gonna lend better to the use of his Devil Fruit than Ace. You know, Ace was like Fire Fist, but like Sabo's doing like I don't know, something about like that Dragon Claw stuff combined with the fire. I feel like it's gonna be pretty devastating.
Facts.
So yeah, that's dope.
All right, cool.
Oh yeah, Bar.
Par, what you got for us?
Zoro.
Okay. Zoro here. Is he the highest for you?
I think that might be the highest Zoro.
Yeah.
On... I respect it.
Yeah, Nigel had him one below, but I think that might be a high Zoro. I respect it. It's like all around the same range anyways. So all right. 13. I believe this is where Admirals start for me. Yes. 13 I have Green Bull. Nigel, who you got? I think you're muted.
Bro, my base is getting raided in Rust right now. Sorry, I'm like online. I got Ben Beckman.
Ben Beckman?
Yeah, Ben Beckman.
You got it. Cool.
Don't get looted, bro.
Hawaiian, who you got?
Got Fujitora.
Fujitora, okay. Sounds like we're about to go through an Admiral run here for most people. Teddy, who you got?
Man, that's funny because I also got Fujitora.
All right.
Wait, can I just say real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
I just got this lamb wrap from this Indian joint I go to. This shit busting, bro. Delicious.
I'm right there. Yeah, I'm still yamming on fries over here, so. Larry, who you got?
Green Bull.
Okay. Hit it.
I like how,
it
I'm not
sounds like
Admirals yet, but just about there too. I still got to slot in one more person. I got Rayleigh to put here.
All right. Rayleigh above Sengoku. Any reasoning behind that?
Yeah, I think Rayleigh being the right hand of the Pirate King and Sengoku kind of being like Garp's buddy, like his kind of like go-to best friend. I feel like that sort of relationship and that scale of power maybe kind of similar. So like if Garp is someone that could kind of stack up to Roger, but like at the end of the day, are we gonna say like if we had to say who's stronger, Prime Garp or Prime Roger? I think most of us would guess that Roger maybe has the slight edge over Garp. In that same respect, I think Rayleigh has the slight edge over Sengoku.
All right, that's fair. I like that. Par.
I got Sengoku there.
Okay, I'm just waiting for the Bogarts and the Strongers and the Vanderdeckens. At 12, I have Fujitora continuing my Admiral run. Nigel, 12. If your base is still safe, yeah.
Okay, sorry. It's Green Bull.
Green Bull, cool.
Yep, base is safe. I'm sealing it right now, dude.
There you go. Good to hear.
It was scary though. Sketch.
Hawaiian.
I think I might be underrating this guy, but I got Aokiji or Kuzan. I think.
Yes, you are.
Like, I know he's strong and that he battled Akainu for 10 days, but that was 2 years ago. And he's getting worked by Garp, and I just don't see how, like, I don't think he's improved that much. I think he's very easily beatable.
Very easily beatable is maybe a little strong wording.
Or not easily beatable, but he's more in line with the other admirals. then Yonko.
Then like a fleet
It's just-
admiral. Then like a Kainu is
Yeah.
what you're saying. That's fair. Teddy.
Yeah, so I got Sabo at 12, bro.
Okay.
That's for the very simple fact that in the story, he's basically be put up against Fujitora twice. First time, he was kind of a stalemate. And the second time, we don't know the details, but from what we understand, he made it out okay. So that just kind of, that let me know everything I needed to know, which is, for now, until we get more details, I'm gonna have Sabo over Fujitora.
Cool. Yeah, Sabo's a bit of a wild card. It's kind of all over the place for a lot of people. Larry, 12.
Zoro.
Zoro at 12. Okay. Zoro over Green Bull, but not the other admirals. Do you have a reasoning? Like, what's your thought process behind that?
Momonosuke turned him into baby Groot. And then Yamato did some damage on him. And then he's the only admiral out of all the admirals that Shanks was literally like 20,000 feet away from and got scared from. He got scared because of his haki, shrunk down to his regular base human form, and just bounced based off of that. I don't think any other admiral does that. And a lot of people like to give him credit because he soloed King and Queen, but they were also still hurt, and they were taken advantage of, kind of snuck up on. So I would say currently right now, he's the weakest, especially with his will. He favors somebody like a Kainu instead of favoring his own goals. Usually when you do something like that, you're not necessarily strong yourself. So I think he's strong enough. He's just not as strong as where Zoro is right now.
That's a good point. Hidden.
Perfect to actually bounce off of that, because this one might be rather different on the side of the admirals. I know I said I wasn't going to do this aside from the other time, but I actually do have to split this one between the current 3 admirals. I think Kizaru, Green Bull, and Fujitora all occupy the same spot, the same level of strength. And the reason I think so is because if we're going by, the like Green Bull, for example, running away from Shanks at Wano, that's a pretty significant thing against Green Bull, right? That I agree with that. The thing is, though, I feel like we have something like that to some degree for the other current admirals, like Kizaru getting halted by Ben Beckman pointing a gun at him, who was not even Shanks, the first mate of the crew. It's like that whole Ben Beckman moment also, kind of reminded me a little bit of how Green Bull responded to the haki. And then Fujitora wasn't even able to hold back Doflamingo's birdcage. So it's like, I don't know. Part of me thinks it's more difficult to try and argue any of those 3 over the other, like definitively, than to just
bunch them up.
Yeah, like I feel like it's more simple to bunch them up because they are so close and they are categorized conveniently for us. So.
All right, I'm curious who's going to be above now, because you've just wiped out 2 spots in the top 12.
Yeah, that was exciting.
All right, Par, who we got?
Not that I'm any better, but this next one, woo. Okay, so let's start off with this one's a group as well. It's not exactly a whole group, but I think I put like the reason why this group exists is because some of them might be higher. It's just kind of like weird to put them because we don't know, but I put like Ben Beckman and Lucky Roo and possibly even Yasop, but like the Volume 4 Billion wasn't like completely on his side, but like at least those 2, and then Bogard, all in the same.
Hold on a minute.
Bogard.
They're there. I think the red-haired pirates, like those people, they are like the way I see the red-haired pirates is like, I feel like especially at the top, like each one of them, if they separate out and made their own crews, they would be insane. Like if they actually just kind of like went out their own way. And the fact that I could see that for them kind of just, and like, people are saying like the Yasop thing, like the thing was like Shanks went out of his way for Yasop because of his reputation, and like he sailed to him for that. And so like Ben Beck, like Hidden mentioned, like the Ben Beck and Kizaru thing, right? Like there's these like weird things that we don't really get a full realistic view. But what I do feel like is like the red-haired pirates, because they're such a consolidated like main crew, each one of them is probably like on average higher than what we realize, and that's probably the reason why Oda's kept all of them hidden. Like he didn't even show us any of them at Marineford, right? Like hiding Shanks makes sense, but like Ben Beckman too, like, you know what I mean? It's like there could have been moments to show at least him, but we didn't. And if the parallel or the train of thought goes where it's like he's hiding certain characters because they're just a league above, and I'm not saying that they're gonna end off like super strong. No, I think like our main characters in Blackbeard, like these characters are gonna surmount them as well. It's like that's why they're not exactly in the top 10, but that's also when it comes to Bogard, people are sleeping on it, but there's a 45-minute video, guys.
I was gonna say maybe not the whole 50-minute spiel, but if you have a TLDR of just like refresh people. So Fama forgot who Bogard even is. I'm sure some people in here probably don't even know who Bogard is. So if you want to just give you a quick spiel, the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you. I mean, so the thing with Bogard is there's a trend with all the admirals, current, the OG, and even the admiral candidates, and that Oda based them off of movie characters, and not just like based them off of movie characters. It's like a 1-to-1 movie character connection. And the thing about Bogard was that Bogard's original design was Garp's. Garp's original design was what Bogard is. So like there's like two different connections you have there. He's putting him in the same pattern as the admirals, and he was the original design for Garp, and he's the right hand to Garp longer than Rayleigh was the right hand to Roger. And if Bogard was with Garp at chapter 0 and he looked the same age, right, that kind of implies he's been Garp's right hand for a very, very long time. And I don't see a weak person being with Garp for that long. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, look at the way he's handling Kuzan, and Kuzan is a mentee, right? And that also implies Bogard has never been regarded as a mentee, but Kuzan was, right? So back then, who was training Kuzan, right? Was it Garp? Has Garp trained anybody? You know what I mean? Like the thing is, the other part of it is when we talk about like training, whatever, and this is I was blind blown, but I compare with Artur's world timeline from when Kobe was in chapter 5 or whatever. From then to Enies Lobby apparently is like only 45 days, and the person who trained them was Bogard. Bogard took Kobe from that to
at least
Roku
he's an
Shiki.
elite teacher.
Yo, and so if he can do that, and like what the CP9, they spent their entire childhoods learning Roku Shiki. In 45 days, Kobe did it. You know what I mean? Like Bogard is being tied to so many things, and you know, that video says a lot more about the narrative part of like, you know, where he would fit in the story. But power perspective, I just think that it doesn't make sense, especially now that we see how strong Garp is. If Bogard has been with him during his prime as his right hand throughout the era of rocks, the era before Pirate King, One Piece, all that stuff, right? The Whitebeard's era, the new era. Yo, he has to be strong. It just doesn't make sense for him to not be. And in terms of rank, like the thing is, like, we know that Garp easily could have been admiral many times, and the thing is, like, if Bogard is just a loyal, like a Zoro kind of character, he's just loyal to Garp, loyal to Luffy, then as long as if Garp never takes the admiral position, right, then Bogard will never ascend either. Everybody else, like Kuzan, if he was a mentee, right, he followed his own sense of justice. That's why he became a vice admiral and then an admiral afterwards, right? But Bogard decided to stay with Garp, and look at Garp right now, right? And so that's a little bit about why Bogard is where he is.
I love it, man. You always manage to find these little things and like it's just like form these crazy ideas that, and when the title is always shocking, and then you can't refute it. I linked the video in chat. It's 46 minutes. If that little spiel wasn't enough to convince you, but you know, I love it, man.
Appreciate it. People said they forgot about Bogart. I mean, did he forget about T-Bone? Did he forget about T-Bone? Let me tell you, he ain't forgetting about his characters. Let me tell you.
Hey, shout out to T-Bone, Big T. Best to ever do it.
Oh man. All right, 11. I got Kizaru finishing, kind of continue my run of admirals. Nigel, who you got, man? Might be muted. Might be getting rated. Not sure.
Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
it just kind of died there for a
sorting
minute.
stuff right now. It just got hit pretty hard. So, like,
Bro is
I had
acting like he's
Greenville-
on Onigashima.
F's in the chat. F's in the chat for the Rust based.
yeah, it's number 12, right?
11. We just got
11,
through your green boy.
Fujitora.
Fujitora,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Fujitora.
Alrighty. Hawaiian.
Got Kizaru.
Kizaru. Yeah.
I think Kizaru might have the best fight intelligence out of the
Interesting.
admirals.
Why do you say that?
He just seems like a smart guy to me. He seems very cautious.
Calculated.
Like how he didn't fight Ben Beckman. Like he doesn't take a lot of
What
risks.
the-
So I feel like he's super cautious. And he
And
knows how to pick fights. that
Yeah, that's a good
he won't
point.
win.
Because after that Beckman moment, he still followed up by attack anyway. So you could kind of just, like say that's like a decision making type of thing. So yeah, I think everybody has always rated Kizaru a little higher than the other admirals, just because of his presence in the story so far. Yeah, Teddy, we got at 11.
I swear it's not a collab, but I also got Kizaru at 11.
Word.
Yeah.
Got 3. That's 3 Kizarus right there. Larry, who you got?
I think. Oh yeah. go ahead.
Yamato.
Yamato. Okay.
You got who? Yamato?
Yeah.
Man. Okay. I mean, I see the vision. It's blurry for me, but I see the vision.
Yamato versus Zoro, I was contemplating a bit because Yamato does have a mythical zone and everything. But narratively, she's just so lost as a character that putting her like near the top 10 seems kind of crazy.
Yeah, the best way to put it. Narratively, she's so lost and she can't be found. I love it.
Oh man. Hidden.
My man Ben Beckman.
Okay.
Benny boy.
Gotta do it. Can't fit him in the top 10, but
Mm,
gotta give him the respect.
cool. All right. Par. Who's next after that 4-piece you just gave us at 12?
You know, like I'm kind of a little bit with Hidden, but I don't at the like if I did it, the only reason to do it is to bring Kid into the list, but I'm not gonna. There's no reason to do that. So I got Fujitora there.
Okay. Fujitora here. Makes sense. Looks like you're about to go down your Admiral run soon too. And now we finally get to the top 10. And
We made it.
we finally made it, people. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it into the top 10. At number 10, I have the hero, Monkey D. Garp. I think
Nice.
specifically what made him jump over the regular admirals is it's just the advanced conquers hockey. I think in a long fight, especially in this fight against Kuzan right now, they're close enough. I think Garp's probably at a point where if it's an extended fight, I can't see Garp like lasting like that long, whereas Kuzan fought like for days upon days with Akainu. So that's where I probably give Kuzan the edge. But in terms of like just the abilities Garps has, I think he has the edge over the other admirals that we haven't seen exactly like any supreme showcase of hockey, or definitely not advanced conquers hockey.
Do we all agree in here that 2 years ago, Sengoku saved Akainu's life?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
Finally,
Yes.
Just wanna make sure
Finally.
we're on the same page.
it was so obvious, bro.
It
Oh,
was, dude. It was. Like I've known it. I've known it for years, and now we got confirmation. I'm like, see, I told you, niggas. I told you. Don't listen to me, man. God damn.
It is interesting because I feel like whenever you watch that first, you're like, oh yeah, no, Garp, like Sengoku saved Akainu's life. But I feel like as the conversations like develop online, it kind of skewed a lot more towards Akainu.
Yeah, that's true. But because he was just so impressive.
He was, yeah.
Like the DC, right? Destructive capacity that he has with his Durford is insane, and he has Haki on top of it, and he knows how to work around Haki users. So it makes him seem really broken. But then now we see the light. Now we see the light.
I think most people put the same hype that Kid and Blackbeard have on them on Akainu.
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
but they put it on the wrong people. So Garp was definitely gonna take him out.
That's
All
what
right.
I'm saying.
Cool. Nigel, who you got at 10?
What's good, bro? I got Big Mom at
Whoa.
number 10. Reason I got Big Mom there, even I think that she is extremely like underrated. Like she does not have a very good fight IQ, yes, but for what it's worth, she is still insanely strong. I think she's, in terms of like raw power and what she can do with her devil fruit. Her devil fruit is probably one of the most versatile out of any other devil fruits in the series, I think. Dude, people sleep on Big Mom, and it's a shame that I think she just has like a kind of terrible written character in the whole amnesia thing and Wano and stuff. But I still think that she is a massive powerhouse. She's definitely a threat. So I have Big Mom in the top 10. She's
Hold
number
on.
10.
That was an interesting discussion you had, because you're like kind of gassing her up and saying people sleep on her, but I think you're gonna have her lowest on anybody here at 10. Why so low?
Like, why so low in the top 10?
Yeah.
Because everybody else that I have above her, I think like beats her.
All right, cool.
In my
Then,
opinion.
well, we'll get to it then.
You'll see.
yeah.
You'll see. But I think everybody, even obviously, Big Mom being 10, Luffy's going to be higher than her on my list. I think Luffy right now could, if him and Big Mom fought one on one, I think Luffy would win.
Word. Yeah. Well, we'll see.
I don't think he would beat Kaido though.
Cool. We'll see who you have coming up, and then we'll have those discussions when we get there. Hawaiian. 10.
I've got Sengoku.
Sengoku. What about Sengoku makes you think he's above the current admirals?
His devil fruit and the fact that we've seen from Garp that age isn't necessarily end all be all in recent chapters. And he was definitely stronger than the admirals when he was still
Just 2 years ago, I think he was saying, because he was still the fleet admiral, right?
Yeah, when 2 years ago he was the strongest Marine other than Garp. So now I don't think that's changed very much. I think Akainu's gotten stronger, but
yeah, that's fair. I feel that. Teddy, who you got at 10?
I got Ben 10. Ben Beckman.
Okay.
10. Yeah.
Beckman at 10. Now, I'm curious. How come you got Beckman all the way at 10, but Yasop and Lucky Roo were left off the list?
Exactly. And that goes back to what I said before, right? I've seen Ben 10 literally stop an admiral in his tracks. Granted, there's some context to it, and then the admiral in question moved, but the admiral in question is also Kizaru, right? Not only that, there's been a lot of like narrative hints at the fact that he's rightfully Shanks's number 2, right? That's no debate. And then add to that the fact that we were told that the gap between each member of the main crew, the main Red Hair Pirates crew, they're not that far off from each other in terms of fighting ability, right? So combining all of that, I already knew like, okay, like Lucky Roo, Yasop, and all them boys, they're up there. But we haven't seen anything at all. At least with Ben Beckman, we saw something, right? He just that one time he did something that was enough for me. That's all I needed. It's like, okay, you're that guy. I'll put you in there. Because I don't know too many people in the story who can check an admiral. The only person to do that was Shanks recently with Green Bull, right? So I just have him up there too. And I just need to see anything. When I tell you anything, anything from Lucky Roo or Yasop, and I put them on the list. Like,
that's fair.
That's all I'm
fair.
looking for.
We did get that moment because Beckman at least has that moment, right? In Marineford. So you have something to go off of.
Go back to.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. I respect it, man.
Thank you.
Larry, number 10.
Fujitora.
Fujitora. Okay. Hidden.
Kuzan.
Kuzan.
Ooh. That should be all my admirals, I think.
Yep. Besides the Fleet Admiral, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Par.
Kizaru.
Kizaru, okay. Getting a bit of a admiral run from you guys. Above Garp, I have Kuzan. I kind of mentioned this earlier. I think the current fight, they're pretty close. I just think Kuzan, with his youth and activity, he's probably going to end up outlasting Garp.
Oh.
But
So you're saying Kuzan is packing up Garp? Damn.
I think he'll outlast him, unless there's some like mental thing going on with him there that's not flying by. Like if they're actually duking it out, I think Kuzan outlasts him. I think Garp, his Viagra is gonna wear out, and then he's gonna be slumping.
I was about to bring up that point. You guys, when has come on, guys, thinking that Garp needs Viagra? Have we seen him? Bro, he was throwing cannonballs, and look what happened at Water 7. He kept on throwing. And what did he end with, bro? He ended with a big bet. He don't need Viagra.
Hey, honestly, all these old men, they're built different. Because remember, even Shaki, she was like, "Yo, Rayleigh be out here flirting with them young ones, so they gotta keep up with him."
But for days though, Kuzan went for forever. So like, we'll see. I could take that on that one.
Garp is the Viagra, okay? Put the G in Viagra, okay?
The G in Viagra. You just get a little bit of.
That's a bar. I'll change it. Oh man.
No, but I think most of us here agree that Kuzan's probably gonna win this, right? But my thing is, what diff do you have it at?
Oh, it's like I think they're like on the same level of ability wise. It's literally like stamina that I think Kuzan will. I think Garp just runs out of steam eventually.
Gotcha.
All right, Nigel, number 9.
Number 9. I have Luffy at number 9.
Luffy at 9. Okay, interesting.
Yep. I have Luffy at number 9 because I don't have him higher. Grant, he is very, 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 very strong. But I want to see him get to the point to where he doesn't have this kind of like plot armor, in the sense of like, dude, in the Katakuri fight, he got like beaten down like a couple times and came back. Same with Kaido. He gets winded, gets beat down, has to come back, gets scapegoated out some way. I want that to stop, and when that stops, I can start to put a little bit more respect on his name. But he's still like insane. Probably has the most broken devil fruit in the story. Of course, I was kind of a little mad about that at first. Like when they described it, I think it was like the Gorosei that was describing it or whatever.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, they basically said something like it's like the most powerful fruit or
the most ridiculous, I think.
Yeah, ridiculous fruit. I'm like, oh, well, go figure. Now the main character's got the most broken fruit in the game. When we've been lied, I guess I was more mad that I've been lied to for all this time about the fruit. But yeah, Luffy's very strong, man. He really is very strong. But I'm just not ready to put him top 5 yet.
Yeah, you want to see him like full fight, no losing in between, just kind of get that W, show his full capability.
100%. Once I see that, I'll put a lot more respect on his name.
All right, cool. Hawaiian, number 9.
I've got. Let me check my list. Oh yeah, so initially I have Blackbeard. Initially, when we started this, I had Blackbeard at number 2. But I've been drinking the Blackbeard is weak.
Oh, dang.
Kool-Aid, so I've moved him down.
Hey, you guys got him.
He's been converted. He's a believer now.
Blackbeard at 9. Okay. Yeah, well, we don't need to get into that quite yet.
Did I just hear he had Blackbeard at 2 and we converted him to 9?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, let's go.
Hey, y'all better never be cult leaders. I swear to God.
Drinking the Kool-Aid.
Oh man.
I do want to say though, me and Par don't think he's weak. We just don't. He's not weak. He's just not there yet. That's it. Yeah. Just so
I mean, it's not league, but it's like 19 still.
like, bro, that's weak. That's pretty on this list. 18 or what position?
This is top 1 of the verse, bro. Like,
you have Boa above him.
Yeah, I've explained that too. You should have been here.
I wasn't. Well, unfortunately, I wasn't. But
I think
know, just
I
like-
think my people above Blackbeard kind of makes sense still now, except for the ones right next to him. But that's just because I like Zoro. I like Zoro.
Oh man. All right, Teddy. Who you got?
Okay, so number 9, I got hey, okay. Oh, y'all are so not gonna like me for this, but I got Mihawk.
Yeah, I knew it. I started typing it before you even said it, man.
No, how did you know?
Oh, it's a shame Safama's not here. That's his goat right there.
Man.
I know. I gave Safama some like a hard time before he left. I was like, yo, you
Oh, he's in
disappointed
chat.
me.
He's
How
in
dare
chat.
you?
He said, "Get him out of here."
Oh, he's in chat. Yeah, Safama, if you can hear me, how dare you, bro? You disappointed me. You let me down. I can't believe this.
Nah.
No, but
That's
the thing
crazy.
about Mihawk, I just like
What the hell
people
was-
put too much emphasis on the fact that he's the
He's
world's
riding a lot of
strongest swordsman.
clout. He's riding a lot of clout.
He's
off
riding
of
a lot of clout, but let's be honest. This man talked about Blackbeard, Shanks, and Luffy and started sweating buckets. I'm sorry, that's not my goat. That's not my top one. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, he
not
came back
only
in.
that-
He came back. Safama's back in
What?
chat. He's back in the VC.
Yes, Safama. Yeah, you disappointed.
Where was Mihawk?
He's got Mihawk
I have
on-
him at 9. I have him 9, bro.
9.
Come on,
Wow.
Like you're acting like, oh, just because he's a sword god, that's it. Like hands, feet. People fight with other things besides swords. Like you ain't gonna tell me, oh, just because he has a sword, it's over. Like, nah. Come on now. It's
What
a
else do you want
Mihawk,
to
right?
fight with, man?
What?
Bro, where do you have Shanks? Where do you have Shanks?
I have him at 9. He's chilling there. He's happy.
No.
told
He
me
said
that
Shanks.
I
He said
where I
Shanks.
belong. Oh, Shanks? I can't tell you I got Shanks. Come on. Now.
Nah, then no spoilers, man. No spoilers.
for you.
Higher.
Is he on the list?
Higher.
Is he on the
But
list?
based
Is he
on
on
the
the
way
list?
I've spoken about Shanks before, you should already know where I have him. But Mihawk, to me, there's just so many people above him just in terms of fighting ability. It's like, yeah, you can do amazing things with a sword, but what are you doing to Akainu, bro? When he comes at you with all that raw magma heat, what are you doing? This is the thing that people keep saying, oh yeah, like he's the greatest swordsman. We're acting like swords is the only way to fight in the One Piece world. It's not. With all the difference people have, all the hacky specialists out there.
Bro,
like,
Shanks
come
doesn't
on
have a
now.
delve root, nor does he use anything other than a sword. Maybe he has a Glock, but it's not like he uses it, alright?
He's
Bro,
got a Glock.
Mihawk is the greatest swordsman, strongest swordsman. I guarantee you 5 people out of the 9 people ahead of Shanks, ahead of Mihawk, use a sword. That means Mihawk is stronger than him. That means Mihawk is the strongest character in One Piece.
Oh, see, it's a difference between I use a sword and I'm a swordsman. But I don't want to start
Yeah.
that conversation because that's gonna
Oh
derail
my
Steven.
god, not this again, bro.
Dude, it's like, listen.
Fight for my life every single time.
King exists. King exists for a reason. He said, "I'm not a swordsman, but if you want to fight with swords, I'll take you. Like I go to your arena and fight you there. But I'm not a swordsman, but I can fight with a sword." I don't understand how we see this and we still argue that that's not a reality in the One Piece world. It's a
King
difference
doesn't even
between.
use a sword like that, bro. But Shanks is literally like he relies on a sword. His sword is his main weapon.
Did he use a sword to scare Grimble?
I don't even remember how he scared Green.
Oh my god.
Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Come on now. Like
Yo,
you know,
I'm
you
gonna
know what it is.
bro.
Yo, so
I
so
just
the
think
way
simple minded
I'm
equation.
always gonna view this is literally who's a better boxer, Mayweather or Muhammad Ali?
I
Mayweather.
mean, I
Okay,
got Ali,
So
but
Right.
who would win in a fight between both?
Muhammad Ali, but that's different because
That's it.
that's like different. Like wait,
No,
wait.
it's not different. They both box.
No, but one's a
clearly is
heavyweight, one's a
stronger.
lightweight. One's a
Yeah,
lightweight champion,
exactly.
one's heavyweight.
Because that's what hockey means in the One Piece verse. There's lightweights and heavyweights with hockey.
The
Yeah,
thing
it's
is,
weight
I think
class.
you just
that
can't.
might actually be my favorite Shanks over Mihawk argument I've heard in a good minute.
Yeah, I
That
think
might
you
be-
just
yeah.
can't
I-
place
I-
that much emphasis on just the title. Like, yeah, I think you could make the argument for sure that Shanks is a swordsman, but there's so much missing information.
What's better, 2 or 3?
It depends, yo. Sometimes more is less.
Yeah.
You know, more is less. You know what I'm saying?
What's
Less is
the
more,
what's the
yeah.
situation?
What's better, 2 or 3?
We playing golf?
Yeah, what's going on? What's go- Is this
I don't
basketball
know, what's
points?
higher?
This is terrible, bro.
A 3-pointer is better than a
Come on,
2-pointer.
bro.
He said, come on, man.
Come on,
Dude,
bro.
context matters, bro. In some context,
yeah,
less
that's
is
What's
more.
better, 2 or 3? If we're talking IQ points, 3 is better.
If we're saying anything, he's better.
Yeah, but it's like this,
And if
right?
Curry's the greatest
Zoro-
We're
shooter
talking,
of all
we're talking
time,
a
he's
race,
the greatest player of all
like
time.
if we're
Here's
talking
the
a race
thing,
car.
No, he
Zoro
is,
has
but-
3 swords, right? And Mihawk only has 1. If we go by that logic, then that means Zoro is better than Mihawk. Let's not do that. Like, less is more sometimes.
All right, hold on. We got a
Yeah,
super
bro.
here. Abyssal Leviathan. Mihawk was struggling hard with Vista, who is equal to Snacks by rank. Mihawk shouldn't even be in the top 30 by feats, in my
Okay,
opinion.
so-
He's trash.
I'm leaving, bro.
There's
That's
one
too
thing
much
that people need to learn.
Hey, that's hella
way too
spicy,
unrewarding.
and I'm not mad at it.
So most of Blackbeard's crew doesn't depend on rank according to what seat they sit in for the commander roles.
They don't, yeah. That's
So
true.
you can't say that about Whitebeard Pirates.
Yeah, they weren't ranked by part because I believe
Yeah.
Ace was the leader of the 2nd division, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did not belong in. That was Oden. That was not him. Like he should be in there, but he was. So
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can agree though that Marco is the
yeah, he's rightful.
Yeah.
He's in his rightful spot.
Yeah, he's in his rightful spot. But I think that he like Joe's and Visa has more stees than Ace.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah,
if Marco
I
was
agree.
to perish, then I think one of those two would have led the Whitebeard Pirates instead of Ace.
Makes sense. I missed a super from earlier. From Slovro said, "Don't sleep on Buggy. He's got to be top 10. Devil Fruit Awakening gonna be nuclear. I'm thinking he could split things at atomic level. I've seen that theory before. I don't think it'll happen. I think it came off of the bombastic Buggy name, wasn't it? That theory really kind of started popping off. I still think Buggy's gonna be a meme, but I guess we could go off track real quick. What do we think about Buggy's recent proclamation? And that all of a sudden
It was a bit cringe. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Predictable.
But
Easy predict.
He pulled it out and put it on the table, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
yeah, right. In front of the other
That was
two.
that was
cold.
That was crazy.
Top
that was,
5
that was a
coldest
good
Buggy
moment from-
moments.
from Buggy
that
for
was
sure.
dope. That's a top tier One Piece moment as a whole for me. That was
But-
sick.
What made me like at first I was really confused because I was like, wait, why all of a sudden does he say all this? He's never shown any ambition of that nature whatsoever, right? But then like when you get the little backstory and everything, he tied his goals and dreams and aspirations to Shanks. Like whatever Shanks did, it was like, okay, if you're going after the One Piece, then I'll help you achieve that. But if not, then I'm just gonna go piss off somewhere and do whatever. So for me, like at first I was like, dude, out of nowhere, you're saying that now because Shanks now decided to go for the One Piece too. That's that's a bit funny to me, but I guess the way he did it and everything, I was like, okay, I'll give you a pass. But
Buggy's
I
always
gotta-
been him.
I got-
Always
yeah.
been him. Let me tell you.
I
Let me
gotta
tell you
give him a
guys are
little
all
credit
see
on
like Hidden said he put on the table. You guys all just see what's on the table. I knew what he had. I knew he was packing this entire time, bro.
Pause.
The
Pause.
Wait a minute, hold on
vision.
now. What kind of vision you got going on there?
Sorry, Hidden. What did you say?
No, I was just gonna say. I think the signs have always been there with Buggy. Like I feel like he's always been carrying on. Like Shanks and Buggy both carried on different aspects of Roger, and it makes sense that Buggy made this announcement to me because it's like I know this is off topic, but like if like Shanks is the side of like the Roger Pirates, it's like all about the inherited will, the straw hat, like the legacy, the hockey, the power. Buggy's like the jovial end, like the part that's gonna like throw parties, that's gonna go seek treasure for the fun of it. Like that's what he did with Captain John's treasure, all that sort of stuff. Like the whole energy of the Buggy crew is like if you took the party side of the Roger Pirates and just isolated that, that's like the Buggy crew. No power, none of the actual fighters, just the partiers. And that's the Buggy crew. So for me, it's like him saying that he wants to like succeed Roger, he wants to be king of the pirates and all that. It feels fitting in retrospect.
Yeah, no, I love that moment. I feel like this recent chapters have been all just setting up like the contenders for the One Piece, right? That's kind of what Oda's doing, and it just felt right. Like the Crossgo had to get involved. There was no way they were just gonna be off to the side doing their own thing after the formation.
Yo, Zach, I gotta know, what were you laughing at in the chat?
Bro, I'm typing it right. That's top 5 Parvision sus moments right there, bro. Cock King of the
is.
Pirates.
I always knew Buggy was packing. Make sure nobody clipped that. That's a crazy line.
All right, let's get back on track. Larry, who you got at 9, man?
Kizaru.
Kizaru. All right, cool. Hidden.
Who do I have? I had who's on?
Who's
there?
on?
I didn't number these. I just gotta follow it up the list. I got Big Mom here.
Big Mom here.
Okay.
You want to expand on that? Because Big Mom is coming up soon for me too. Because I'll explain that too.
Yes.
Let me just look at who I got above Big Mom here. It's like I don't want to spoil the rest of my list, but I'm just looking at these names, and it's like if I put them in all 1v1 situations and I had to make a bet on each of them, I just bet on all of them over Big Mom. Like everyone that's gonna come after Big Mom, I would probably put my money on all those guys instead. So
yeah,
Big Mom is a liability.
That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
blame you.
Yeah, I'll spoil mine because Big Mom's next for me. To me, Big Mom is just like the showing. Like I think nobody's gonna argue her power, right? Advanced Conquerors, Hockey, Crazy, Devil Fruits. You know, like power wise, she's got it all. But like her fight IQ and stability, just as a person, the fact that she got defeated by Law and Kid, who like added together realistically is not stronger than her, just because she was too arrogant and then got knocked off of Onigashima, or like the fact that she could be distracted and just get rolled down the stairs or have a bike run over her, or like she's too confident and gets knocked out of waterfall and now she's a whole different person. If you break a picture, all of a sudden she's vulnerable. She's just like completely unstable and chaotic.
Yeah.
So even if she has all the abilities in the world, just in terms of fight IQ, the example my chat and I made is just Big Mom is prime Russell Westbrook. She's got all the skills, all the athleticism, everything in her bag, but she's just not a winning player. She's not winning a championship.
that's so foul on Rust, bro.
She can get an MVP.
Yeah, no,
She's not winning a championship. She's not going to be the best player on a championship team.
You know, it's funny because I had this 1-to-1 comparison too, but it's not with Big Mom. It was with Kid. I said I one time a while ago, I said that Kid is the One Piece version of Harold Miner. You know who Harold Miner is?
No, who's that?
He's like a player who was like on the come up a long time ago, and he was super hyped up as like the next Michael Jordan.
Oh,
and then he
okay.
came into the league, and then he played against Michael Jordan and got destroyed
He got
so
cooked.
bad. that Every
got
other
humbled
time he
completely.
played against Jordan, he just got cooked and cooked and cooked, and he just fell off. And it's like everyone hyped him up. It's like, this is the next big thing. He's just like him. And then nope, it's just like didn't work out.
Andrew
So-
Wiggins was like that for a while before he went to the Warriors and actually figured it out. Like people were saying he was going to be the
yeah.
next Bron for a while there.
I mean, I don't think he can be, but he's definitely good. Like,
Oh no, he's
down low
he's
better.
great now, but like up until he
Yeah.
got to the Warriors, it was just unrealized potential for so long.
Yeah.
That being said, Par number 9.
I got Big Mom as well. There's a thematic that I actually have like for the rest of the top 10. Honestly, this is kind of why I wanted to put Fujitora above Kizaru. I feel like the top 10 for me, they're all characters that are like defending something or have like the ambition like beyond like reality. And honestly, that's like why for me Blackbeard would be up here. But like the same reason, it's like if you put like Luffy before Onigashima, that's kind of where I'm seeing like Blackbeard right now, then you know I'd also have Luffy lower. But for me, like yeah, the top 10, everyone above is like people who have these ambitions. And right now it's kind of like Big Mom. Honestly, I have like a video that basically says like I think that if she were to return in the story, she'd be like at the top, like top. I think like the story wasn't on her side, like the fact that she was in Wano, which isn't her place. She's not defending her own like territory. Like she's just doing things that shouldn't have been done. But then also we were introduced to the amnesia point, and I think that amnesia point was a huge narrative thing because of the memory thing that Oda is trying to like push here, right? Even in Egghead, we're talking about memories. So Oda wanted to highlight something through that, and I think Big Mom's character, once we get that wiped away, I think that honestly Big Mom should be higher than where I put her. But right now I see her as this, because anything above that is kind of like then you're going to some crazy levels.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Big Mom is like the 1v1 is just, I'm not trying to 1v1 that. Honestly, all these dudes, bro, I'm worried about them. They
This
might
is
have
elite
kids that they don't.
territory. Yeah.
They fight Big Mom, they might come out with kids they didn't even know about. You know what I'm saying? Like that's scary. That's
Oh,
scary.
Oh
man.
goodness! And I'm the one on Demon Time. Now, look at this. It's crazy.
Par is sneaky sus, bro. He just sneaks it in there.
I don't know if you think he's not sus after that buggy comment. He's bold sus. Like, this man wearing on his,
Yo,
on his-
we having good times. You know, Saturday we're chilling.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm with it 100%.
All right, number 8, I already said it's Big Mom, and I gave my reasoning for it. So we'll move to Nigel. Number 8, who you got?
Number 8, I have Kuzan at number 8.
Kuzan. Okay. Now, what has Kuzan achieved that makes you think he's above current Luffy though?
Specifically based or like the facts that in the Marine I don't know that Kuzan before oh my gosh, I need to like figure out what I want to word. Okay, so pre-time skip Luffy, like while Luffy was still pre-time skip Luffy, Kuzan was fighting Akainu for 10 days.
Yes.
Freezing entire lakes. All this stuff. So he's already had this insane, naturally raw power, like since off the rip. And over time, he's only been honing and perfecting his craft. I don't feel like Kuzan over time has gotten any weaker. How old is he? Like 30s, 40s?
30s, 40s. Yeah, he's still a young lad.
So he's still like in his prime.
Yeah.
In like One Piece terms. So like I was saying earlier at placing Luffy number 9. I don't know if Luffy could go toe to toe with Kuzan and not, have to have that scapegoat thing of where he passes out, the stamina. How long can he stay in Gear 5? Can he beat Kuzan in that window, in that small window that he's able to control Gear 5 or has control of Gear 5?
That's fair.
That's really the biggest thing for me, and like why I have Luffy so low is he has insane stamina. Don't get me wrong, but everybody on the list that's above him has probably even crazier stamina.
You just want to see him put it all together, whereas Kuzan, you think has probably been that way already, and then probably honed it even more.
Yes, once he fully develops to the point to where he doesn't have to take breaks between fights, and like, because dude, like Yamato like really did scapegoat him right there when he got knocked off. Like, he
lost like 3 times against Kaido in mid-fight, right? So
exactly, yeah. He filled some big boots, and even Zoro and all them when he was knocked out on the roof at first, they had to fill some big shoes. So once he can stop doing that, I will gladly put Luffy top 5, top 3. But right now, I just can't.
Cool. Yeah, I feel that. I want to give a quick shout out to Slowbro, who said kid is Dylan Brooks. Perfect. That is amazing.
Yeah, that's
perfection. That is
Dylan Brooks.
That is amazing. That I couldn't think of a better one. Oh man. Well, moving on from that.
Jimmy Bucket smack talk.
Yeah. Oh man. Jimmy Buckets. Oh, who is Jimmy Who is the Jimmy Butler of the One Piece universe? Somebody who's not as talented, but just shows up when it's time.
It's Crocodile.
Jimmy Butler's not losing to Luffy.
I'm trying to think of a smack talker that can back it up.
Oh man, we're gonna have to sit on that for a bit.
Yeah, that should be another stream.
Yeah,
yeah, right.
Just basketball comparisons. Oh
That's
man.
fun, man.
Hawaiian, who you got at 8?
I got Big Mom.
Big Mom.
Dumbass.
Yep. The intelligence of Big Mom really holding her back here. It looks like she's definitely not. She was probably top 5 for most people last year, I would say, or around there. But this year, that was not a great show.
I agree that she was top 5 last year.
Yeah, not this time around after that showing. Teddy, number 8.
I swear this is not a collaboration. I promise y'all. But I got Big Mom.
Big Mom.
And that's just because she's so mentally stunted. I don't know what to do with her. She's like she has the potential to be, top 3 easy.
Yeah.
But it's just emotionally she's so unstable, and then sometimes she just turns off her brain completely. So I'm like, okay, now you're fighting in I don't know if I can say that word. So I don't say it, but like you're a bit challenged at times.
Okay. Yeah, I feel you. Larry, 8.
Old man Garp.
Okay.
Damn.
I
Cooking.
think
like
that's
it.
the highest Garp in here, but you've left off like the people that have no feats, so that makes sense. Hidden, number 8.
Yeah, this is tough. I've been spending a little bit of time trying to figure out the order on this. These next two. I think I gotta put Dragon here. But
Dragon.
I'm tempted.
Dragon's tough, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just spoil my next one. I'm tempted to do because it's Dragon and then Kaido. I'm tempted to switch them around. I just don't know.
Well, Kaido, you probably shouldn't have
Wait,
spoiled
what?
that one because that's a spicy one. We'll save it. We'll
Oh.
save it. We'll save it till when we get to 7. But okay, yeah. No, Dragon. I agree though. Dragon is like, it's just like, what do you think he's gonna be essentially? Because like, yeah.
Is
That had my
the
jaw dropped.
the Garb and is the Luffy stocks for me.
That's
I
what
mean,
I'm
you
saying,
can-
dude.
I've been
That's
saying that
why
since
I have
every.
him so high
Nah,
on
there's
my
more
list.
to it.
There is no way that you did not come out of Garp's balls, and Garp just did that last chapter.
That's what
and-
I'm saying.
And you are not a freak of nature too.
He must have the Goon gene in him. Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah, like I agree with that completely, and that's always been my argument.
Yeah.
But I also gotta like the inner Larry in me is saying, hey.
Don't get
also
Larry
look
in
at
you,
the-
bro.
look at-
Don't let
look at
Larry
the
in you.
feats. No, look
Pause,
at the
pause,
feats.
pause.
No, but like actually, like think about that. Like
Par's
it's like-
already tainted.
we gotta balance it. We gotta balance it. It's like there's
I feel you.
expectations for Dragon, but he also hasn't done anything at all,
Yeah.
really. So like it's like, am I willing to put him above Kaido, who we've seen extensively do stuff? I don't think so. Like not yet,
Yeah.
you know.
I'll save my Dragon talk when Dragon comes up, but
Oh,
Dragon
yeah.
got some beats, bro. I'm telling you though.
We'll get to it. Par, what you got for 8 for now?
I got Kuzan.
Okay.
Kuzan.
So you're rounding out the admirals there.
Yeah.
Number 7 for me is where I have Blackbeard. Yeah. So Blackbeard, I think everybody agrees he's gonna be like top 2, top 3 eventually. I think after last year I had him at 1 because I thought given the amount of stories we had left, given the amount of story we had left and all the comments about Oda saying like, oh, we're in the final saga, things are going to wrap up soon. I'm thinking like timeline wise, how much time do we really have for Blackbeard to get an entire power up? I was like, Blackbeard might be already there at that point. I was wrong because now that we've seen the levels of what Blackbeard has showcased, I don't think he's quite there. I think he has room for probably another power up to get to that level, but I also don't think he's like all the way down at like 16 or 19. So I think 7 is a good spot for him right now.
I just want to add that, like, Onigashima raid was like 11 hours. In the span of 11 hours, the Luffy that went in is not the Luffy that went out. So all Blackbeard needs is a good 11 hours to come out crazy, bro. So
Needs an 11-hour sesh. That's all he needs.
Yeah, that's all he needs. There's a plenty of 11-hour sessions until the last saga's done, right?
Yes.
So I see it's plausible that he levels up, and a lot of characters could do that too. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
For sure. All right, Nigel, number 7.
Number 7, I'm gonna have to go with my boy Mihawk.
Okay. Mihawk right here. Rock solid spot, I think. Mihawk's another one. It's just like, how do you rate him? It's like, it's hard.
Yeah, it's really just it's just his clout with Shanks for me, just like how they used to clash and stuff. I think he's got the edge over Kuzan, but I'm not gonna spoil my 6, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I feel you. Yeah, Mihawk is essentially kind of a toss-up. Hawaiian, 7.
I've got Dragon.
Okay.
There's just something sus about him.
Yeah, it's
I don't-
fraudulence.
like- I don't know if he's weak, but I don't think he's as strong as I used to think he was. It's something about him makes me feel like he's a fraud.
All
I
right.
got
Not
a
a fraud,
video
but-
coming out for you very soon.
I'll
to
save my
read-
dragon
read
takes when I get to
Our theory
dragon.
is literally gonna be like, yo, Dragon has a hand, and what's on a hand? 5 fingers. You know what
Yeah,
else is
almo-
5 in a
almost-
verse? The Gorosei.
You know what, when Larry, all I gotta say is I got W's with Shanks, Garp, and what everything that came after, and you know, other people weren't. I'm not gonna name names, but I'm not gonna name names.
W's
Yeah, you
for
better
what?
drink your orange juice.
I've gotten
The
nothing
perspective.
but dubs. Listen, bro, we know the chat don't know nothing, bro.
There was
That's
the
obvious.
theory that Dragon was the like son-in-law of Garp, not his actual son, which might.
He's
make
Monkey
me
D
think he's
Dragon
not
though.
as strong.
But even then, right?
Yeah.
Like
You know what that is? That is preemptive damage control. Because they're scared he's not gonna live up to expectations. So they're like, he's not related. He's not related to Garp.
yeah,
or
but
Luffy.
even if he's not related to Garp, right? Let's say that, like, let's take, you know, who was Wrath said, like, you know, we can't underestimate Garp's balls. The thing is, Luffy has to have come from Dragon's balls, bro. Are we down Luffy now?
No,
You know what I mean?
No, that's what
The
I'm
only
saying.
reason people don't think Dragon's Luffy's actual dad is because the guy's eyeballs are not circles with dots in them, and he has like a Roman ass nose, bro. That's why he does not look like Luffy. He's not drawn like Luffy or Garp, and everyone's like, this guy does not
Luffy
look like.
And he
him."
has been like as goofy and shit.
Yeah.
You know what's
yeah.
actually interesting too about that? People say he doesn't look like Garp. And like the same thing happened with Ace and Roger. I feel like after post time skip, Oda changed Roger's design a little bit to make him look like Ace. And I think post time skip, Oda added a Widow's Peak to Garp, and so I think it's like insinuating like, yeah, he's just related to Garp. Because a lot of people like their hairline's not even the same. It's like, no, wait, Oda added that now. So because he didn't have that pre-time skip, and I thought that was interesting.
No, that's a good point too. I didn't know about the Widow's Peak thing. That's actually a
Yeah.
nice detail.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
When he come back from getting milk, let me know, bro.
Yeah.
Larry, go back, sip your orange juice, okay?
Evolutionary milk is hard to obtain. But it's,
All right, Teddy, we got 7.
yeah, so I felt, that's the reason I thought it was interesting you got Blackbeard at 7, because I got Luffy. At 7.
Okay. Luffy and Blackbeard.
Yeah.
It was hard for me to. I think I might have gotten swayed a little bit by that conversation too, to put him maybe one spot lower. But yeah, Luffy and Blackbeard is close, I think.
They're very close. I just don't think, I don't know. Like the way Luffy's behaving right now on Egghead is making me question his ability. Like I was thinking to myself, like, he should be steamrolling through these. And I know a lot of the time there's also narrative involved in it where we need the characters to stay at a certain place while other things happen. So that's why. But like you even had Lucci of all people calling out Luffy, talking about, hey, stop being brain dead. When you see that your facts are not working right now, like think. Like, bro, that's coming from the guy you just loaded. Like what? That doesn't add up. So, yeah. I need to have more convincing, feats from Luffy.
Yeah. Luffy's weird because like he's either like the dumbest guy ever or he's just like clutch as ever. Like when you need the best version of him, he will do it. But like if he's not locked in, he will look like an absolute dumbass.
Notice how both him and Big Mom are very close to each other. It's because they both have that issue.
Yeah.
Where like their minds is just when they're zoned in, it's terrifying. But most of the time they're not. That's a problem.
Yep. I agree. Larry, number 7.
Aokiji.
Aokiji. Okay. You also think he's just gonna outlast Garp here, or do you think something of his other abilities that puts him above him right now?
Did I don't know. Yeah. So basically, I don't think him and Akainu are that far off in terms of strength. I've said it before that, and I think the latest chapter confirmed that when they fought Aokiji and Akainu, it really came down to who was going to finish and kill each other off. And we've seen that Aokiji's been haunted by the fact that he had to kill Saul, which he does think he did do. And he even mentions that. And Akainu even took his leg, right? Where Aokiji didn't take any limbs from Akainu. It was just the battle of values. And I think that's the only reason he truly lost.
Also, him and Akainu have the longest fight in the history of One Piece so far. That's lasted for 10 days. And we know that admirals aren't chumps. So I don't think that Aokiji's that far off from Akainu. And I do have Akainu higher than Aokiji, but he's not that far off. So I think he will beat Garp. And I think Garp's age does play a factor. So we'll see where Garp's stamina leads him.
That's
But
fair.
for right now, I have him one step above Garp.
All right. Hit it. Who you got at 7?
So we have Kaido here, and
Yeah, we're gonna need some
I know that
explanation
was
on
a
this one, I
spicy
think.
one. I'll give some explanations. I do want to also make a change to the lower part of the list if that's possible.
Go ahead.
I'm realizing now I forgot someone. So all the way at the bottom, you see the spot that says Lucci and Crocodile. If you could take those 2 boxes and just drag them down over, like remove Jinbei, and
Yeah.
above Lucci, I want to slot in Kuma. I totally forgot about Kuma, and I feel like he belongs in the top 30.
All
Just
right.
because
Wait, I just want to ask because like it's like current, and so like, are you implying that Kuma like? Because I think Kuma, if Kuma himself was in the story still, then yeah. But like is like, are we ever gonna get that Kuma? Right? You know what I
You want
mean?
me? You want to control Z on that one? You want to control Z on that one?
Because I'm with you. I think Kuma should be here.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about like Sabaody Kuma, but I guess that's not the same guy. Now it's
Yeah.
like Kuma, and he's got like metal parts spilling out of him. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good. All right, yeah, that's fair. Control Z that.
Yeah, I got you.
Kaido. Thanks, sorry. Yeah, Kaido, being number 7. This is the same logic I use with Big Mom. I just feel like everyone above Kaido on this list, I would trust to win the 1v1. So there's only like 6 slots left, so you can start to fill the blanks, the characters I haven't put up yet.
We could.
Luffy.
Yeah, I was gonna
beat
say
Kaido.
Luffy. Yeah, Luffy's probably the one you could discuss first.
Yeah, so like Luffy beat Kaido. I know that people want to say every time this comes up, everyone always goes to like, oh, but it wasn't a 1v1 entirely. He got some help, and for me, it's like, well, Kaido got help too. There was help on both sides. This is a story about crews versus crews. Captains get help from other people, their crewmates, things like that. So Luffy getting a little bit of an upper hand at the beginning of the fight when he wasn't even able to go gear 5th yet, when he didn't even have those Conqueror's Haki accomplishments. He didn't tap into any of those yet. It took him the course of the fight to get there. But now we're talking about Luffy after it's all been said and done. This is Luffy post Kaido. He is past Kaido, he has that experience behind him. He has way better control over gear 5th at this point, from what we can tell, just because he's able to just do it on a whim. He just switched into it on a whim versus Rob Lucci. So the way I see it is like, if you took this Luffy and then brought him back to Onigashima versus Kaido and had the same exact thing play out, it would have been a much shorter fight, I feel like. And I just got to I feel like at the end of the day, I got to give the edge to Luffy here. So that Luffy's, obviously going to go above any of the other characters, that like the other Yonko we haven't talked about, or I haven't talked about. I also feel like Shanks versus Kaido, like I give it to Shanks. Like, that sort of thing. Like this is also the dude who was anticipated to succeed Roger. Even Buggy thought so. He's using Roger's moves. Kaido talks about how important Haki is. Well, Shanks is like the king of Haki pretty much in the story right now. So it's like we can run down the list, but the point is Kaido is the strongest creature in the world, but he is no longer a Yonko. He has been defeated. If we're gonna talk about time right now, this is not Kaido's time anymore. He's not at the top anymore. So yeah, that's why I gotta be reasonable with him.
I've seen people are responding in chat. I think Larry and Part might have something to say to this. I'll let you guys have the floor. Because Larry said this is the wildest take.
It's honestly, you know what it is? It's so rampant through the community that Kaido continuously gets disrespected this way, and I don't really have anything to say, man. I'm gonna just let it rock.
All right.
I'm gonna just let it rock.
It's interesting. There's when I get to Kaido, I'll explain it a little bit more because
Mm-hmm.
after we got the Shanks thing, I did throw up a few polls, and I think my Shanks video explains why I think that like these certain characters are stronger than Kaido, and it comes down to again like the thing that they're defending, the ambition thing. But at the same time, I think like the way I'm kind of playing this current top 30 is like, yeah, Kaido's alive, which means he's gonna come back in the story, which means these certain things are like resolved. But we'll get to that later. But I want to push back on the strongest creature thing because Sulong monster point Beppo, bro. I don't know. That's a creature I won't mess with.
Yeah, no, it's
Oh,
I really
man.
think I think that
You become a Beppo merchant. I hate to see it.
strongest creature in the world, bro. Like we gotta reevaluate, bro. There's a lot of creatures. There's a lot of creatures
Put
out there.
Beppo over Kid. That's hilarious, man.
All I'm saying is you give Beppo Conqueror's Hockey. Hey, he's washing a few people, bro.
Just give him Just give him the rarest hockey.
You just gotta love
Yo,
the Beppo.
I mean, look at what he did to Law. Look, Law
wild
said
take.
Law commanded him to say, "Yo, take me back." Beppo said, "You dumb," and then he took him away and swam. That takes a conqueror to, not even Killer talk back to his captain, right? All I'm gonna say. But for my number 7, I have Luffy. I have Luffy there.
All right, cool.
Hey, there we go. Let's go.
Luffy. Yeah, I'll build off that because Luffy is next for me. I think he's got everything in his bag. I think the main issue with Luffy that most people agree with is like he doesn't quite have it 100% figured out, it seems. It doesn't quite have it 100% under control. As far as against Kaido, I think if they fought again, right now, I still think Kaido would take it because Luffy just doesn't quite have full control over everything right now. And I think that's the main thing Luffy has to prove. So until then, he's out of the top 5 for me. And the main character always has like the most room to grow anyways. So if I put him like super high already, then, that leaves a little less space for him to go up even higher. Nigel, number 6, what you got, man?
I got Kizaru at number 6.
Okay.
I think Kizaru is probably the second strongest admiral. Even though we haven't really seen him do anything, the fact that I think his Devil Fruit is busted. I think that is such a crazy good Devil Fruit. We've seen him like kick lasers. He can shoot lasers. He's got a laser sword. Like light, the Devil Fruit of light, being able to travel at the speed of light is pretty insane. Even though we haven't been able to see like what he's been able to do.
Yeah, he hasn't gone like all out.
To be honest, yeah, like just like try to even think about fighting somebody like who's like if he's gonna take you serious, like traveling at the speed of light, bouncing around and stuff. His attacks come at the speed of light. That's fast. But yeah, I got him at number 6.
Okay, so you just like highly value his Devil Fruit, and you think
Yeah,
when he
I
actually
do.
tries, it's gonna show out and prove itself.
Yeah, and I would assume he's got a good understanding of hockey of some sort, being an admiral of the Navy. But yeah,
All right, cool. Hawaiian Punch, number 6.
So here I'm debating between Luffy and Kaido because I think they're about equal. I think Kaido got a little less help in the fight, so I'm gonna put Luffy at the 6.
Entirely fair. Cool. Teddy, number 6.
Yeah, so I got Blackbeard. Blackbeard number 6. I feel like kind of like Luffy, he still has room to grow. I think he'll get there eventually. He's not quite there yet. I see him losing almost handedly to everybody that's above him except for one person. That's because we don't have any feats from that person yet. But other than that, yeah, I think he's right where he belongs.
Got room to grow, but he's kind of been at it longer than Luffy has.
Yeah, he has. So he has a little bit of a leg up on Luffy in that regard.
I feel that. Larry, number 6.
Mihawk.
Mihawk, okay. Now Mihawk is interesting. Because he has no feats, and I know you're very feats driven. How did you come about placing Mihawk?
ultimately Mihawk is supposed to be where he is endgame right now, right? And I think that not only does it fall on feats, but sometimes it goes off of like how Oda's writing the story as well, right? So that's narrative. But the thing is, Oda sometimes does certain characters that are supposed to hold certain weight to the story very incorrectly. And I think Mihawk happens to be one of those people like Big Mom and like Kid who have been treated kind of wrong for their character. And for him, it's like, yeah, he goes in chapter, like I think chapter 51, he tells Luffy from the get, what do you want to be? And he's like, oh, I want to be king of the pirates. And he's like, well, you're treading a more perilous path than trying to surpass me. So it's like, and then he goes to Marineford War. He attacks Luffy like 14 times and only lands like 3 times. And it's shown that he jumps with all 4 limbs on the sword itself. So he's actually trying to attack Luffy and murk him, right? But he just can't. So if we hold that same standard to like people like Magellan, then Magellan has to be a certain type of strength as well, right? Post time skip. And a lot of people don't do that with Mihawk. And the thing is, it's like, unlike Shanks, who hasn't been in a story and hasn't really shown much, when he did show something, he showed actual hockey feats that were a part of the top people in the verse of One Piece. So he didn't really need to show crazy amount, but Mihawk did. He had his slash thrown by Joe's, which was meant for a Yonko, and then et cetera, et cetera. It's just a lot of weird stuff around Mihawk. I think he's on fraud watch, but necessarily I know at the end of the day that that Zoro has to surpass him in order to become the greatest swordsman. There's things like Mihawk not blackening his blade is still up for discussion. We don't know if he did that or not. You know what I'm saying? And there's also, who's the previous swordsman that got his, he got the title from? If I go by Hidden's logic, it's probably when Shanks lost his arm. So it's like, we have to start assuming that Mihawk is of that caliber because he's supposed to be where he is at the story that Zoro has to pass, but he just hasn't had great showings. And that's something I've always kind of said. Like, even in the latest chapter we just read, right? Like, people are now knocking him for being like, damn, like, yo, I gotta go fight these guys. I know that seems very fraudulent, but I can't hold that to Mihawk because he still has a place for Zoro.
Yeah.
So I think that right now, currently, he's got to be top 6. He has to be able to beat Garp. He has to be able to beat Aokiji as well. And he just had a bad showing, but I don't think he's necessarily not strong.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think you made a good point where Mihawk is almost like the kid of like the top tiers, right? Where he's like put in these situations, like even like being unable to cut Buggy in the first place back in Marineford was another moment where like he just hasn't had these moments where like even stories outside of him fighting Shanks that like you can go back and say, oh yeah, he's done that. But his role in the story, like you said, is massive. So he's got to be up here. Hidden. I'm gonna have to take you away from scrapping in the comments for a second.
I was just discussing things civilly with with my friends in the chat. Swizzy.
Impressive that you were keeping track of that, Zach.
Yeah, I was watching that. nah, it's all good. It was fun. Who you got at 6?
Luffy.
Luffy at 6. All right.
Yeah, I see. I see the arguments that are being made, and like, Luffy's not quite there yet. He doesn't, he still has to deal with like, occasionally has to take a break after using Gear 5th. But these are like the same things that he had to deal with when it was, when Gear 4th was a thing. And usually he suffered the most from those drawbacks when he initially gained the power up, and every successive use of it seemed to come easier and easier to him. We've already seen that since Wano. Like, Gear 5th definitely took a whole lot out of him to get it to come out the first time, and then the second time all he had to do was get into that Gear 2nd position. He asked his heart to start beating, and then it came back, and now it's just like he doesn't even have to ask. He's able to switch into it. So I think with every successive time that Luffy does something in Gear 5th, it's clear he's like learning, getting a hang of it. And it's Gear 5th, like it's the Nika fruit. If we actually look at the fruit he has, that is probably the most busted devil fruit in the story. Like it's Toon Force, like I gotta even though he's not quite there, it's really hard to like imagine anyone countering that like outright,
Yeah, that's fair. I think a lot of people more so just want to see it first, but you're looking at like past like progression that he's already made, and kind of assuming that he should be making that same progression already.
Yeah, it's like how fast he's leveling up too. Is like what I'm counting. It's like the fact that every time he uses it, it's like better than the last. You know.
Fair. All right, Par, number 6.
I'm gonna rattle some bones with this one. I got Garp at 6.
Okay, Garp at 6. You kind of went on your spiel earlier. You think he's still got it, full of energy, not slowing down at all. So you think like the way he's scrapping in the last few chapters, he could just do that like consistently?
I think it like Garp is still like going to be a character that like it gets like Kaido, Douglas Bullet, like to take him down. You gotta bring a squad. You know what I mean? If you're not bringing a squad against Garp, you're probably not a top 5 character, right? Like that's kind of how I see it. Like anybody in this group, like they're gonna need help unless like they're in the top 5. And the thing about Garp, I see it as like, you know, he's like he's the Marine version of Roger, in my opinion, and like he looked for freedom and he shaped the Navy how like a lot of the like Kuzan is one of his mentees in the top 10, right? And like he's handling him, and I get he's the old age thing, but I kind of look at Garp kind of like Mike Tyson in a way. It's like Mike Tyson could be 70 and you're not walking up on him, right? Like that's kind of how it is. Like if Garp was amputated, bro, you still would be terrified. Most people would be terrified. Like I think that Garp is like when it comes to the resolve of what he's doing and where he's at, like I think he's defending something that like and doing something that almost like nobody else in the world could possibly do, right? Like he's a D-clan in the world government. He's been there for so long to the point that no one can even like you know touch him necessarily, right? Like at the end of the day, if he wanted to push back on Sengoku at Marineford, I'm sure he could, but he was like, yo, Sengoku, just hold me back, right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like if your friend holds you back from a fight, you're not punching your friend, right? Like you're letting your friend hold you back because maybe they got their head on straight and you don't, right? So I see Garp as like this character, and like, you know, when I look at the 1080 was it when he did the Galaxy Impact, like last year, I was saying like I think that even now, like he could. I'm not saying Galaxy Impact is Bajrang level, but I'm saying that he could pull out things on that level. Maybe not multiple, right? But like to be able to do that with just Haki is kind of insane to me, right? Like there's something that Luffy and these other characters just don't have yet. Like I don't see like Luffy doing a Galaxy Impact. Like there's nobody like they're not doing that, you know what I mean? I'm sure they could fight them, but like in order to get to the top, it's Haki, right? And if that entire blast is Haki, none of these guys have done that yet, right? And that was not like a serious Garp either. That was a laughing Garp. So if Garp is like that, then yeah, I think he's gonna die. I don't think that he's invulnerable. That's not the case, but I do think that he's still at this level where people can't scoff at him. And if you disrespect that, then you're gonna lose it, right? Similar to like what Kuzan did. Kuzan froze him thinking, and then Garp's like, are you dumb? Like, do you think that's gonna stop me? You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of disrespect where like you can't do that to someone like Garp, right? Like Garp doing that, Kuzan doing that, Garp immediately was like, bro, why are you being so disrespectful? You know you're gonna need more than that, right? And that's why like the top 5 characters I think would never do that, but then also you know, can in a way handle him. And again, it's like these at this level, it's like it's very close, obviously. Like I think like if someone were to, you know, close their eyes for a second, it's like over in a way, right? Because that's how close these power levels can be and how dangerous they are. But yeah, that's where I see Garp, and I like, you know, he's not in the top 5, but I think this is kind of like crazy because even when I you know, back when I still headcanon that Garp was going to be really strong before 1080, like I wouldn't put him in the like top 5. Like that's crazy, right? But then now with this showing, now where I see like what Oda's doing with the story, with like what Haki really means, the resolve behind it, I do put Garp behind that. And I, you know, I had another 45-minute video about that too. So so yeah, that's that.
All right, man, that's fair. Now we finally have entered the top 5. Here we go. Top 5 territory. We finally made it. And at number 5 for me, I have the Fleet Admiral Akainu. The top like this top like really 7, I would say is pretty
Super
difficult
stacked.
to yeah, it's stacked.
Yeah.
Pretty difficult to kind of figure out. Like 5 and 4, even 6. Like you just kind of have to figure out which way to lean. I think Akainu, given the discussion we've seen with about Kuzan and their fight in the recent chapter, his stocks are boosted a little bit. He was super impressive during Marineford. As the Fleet Admiral, I think he's going to be one of the final villains to fight as well. Personally, I think he will be a Luffy opponent, so I think Luffy has to get to another level to reach him currently, or at least be around the same level, which is why he's right above Luffy right now at number 5. And then the few people above him, I think I'm just making a narrative gamble, really. Nigel, number 5.
What's good, bro? Number 5 for me, I have Dragon.
Dragon. Okay.
Dragon is going to be number 5.
Fair. How'd you come around to like placing him? Because he's a weird character to figure out, right?
Yeah, I kind of knew that he was going to be in my top 5, to be honest, because even though I have Garp at 14, I think that just has to do with age, why I have him like so low. And I just don't think, like, if Kuzan can go 10 days with Akainu, like 3 years ago or however long it's been, I don't know if Garp can go 10 days with Kuzan. Or it could be the other way around. Who knows if Kuzan can go 10 days with Garp, like if Garp's really that guy. But Dragon, someone said it earlier, like Luffy stocks and Garp stocks really kind of made me want to solidify my spot for him in the top 5. There's just no way that he is all these people in the Revolutionary Army who have a lot of power don't respect him because he's weak or just some fodder person. I think Dragon might have already stirred up some trouble and fought. I think Dragon has probably fought people like Akainu and stuff like that before, and we just don't know about it yet.
All right.
But yeah, I think it just has to do with lineage and stuff as well, and just him being a D, like the D clan and stuff. But yeah,
I feel you. Cool.
I couldn't place him higher though, just because he has no feats, and I don't have Emu on my list. So.
Hawaiian, number 5.
Nor should you.
I've got Kaido. I still think he's top 5.
All right.
Barely above Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
But I think everyone in my top 9 could beat each other given the right circumstances. Except maybe top 1 or 2. But...
Yeah, like I said, I think like 6 to 1 is like they're all like minuscule distance between them probably. Teddy, number 5, who you got?
I got my boy Kuzan, Aokiji.
Ooh.
I know it's pretty high. I think I probably have the highest Aokiji right now. It's just because he's still within that age range where he should be in his prime. In fact, probably still growing a little bit with all the different encounters. Him just completely turning the whole Blackbeard crew to ice instantly, to me, that's another notch on his accomplishments, where I'm like, okay, he's really that guy. And based off of the fact that he was able to go up against Akainu for 10 days straight, my thinking is wherever I have Akainu, I need to have Aokiji right there with him, because I don't know there's too many characters in One Piece that can do that and hang with him like that. So yeah, I got Aokiji at 5.
All right, that's fair. Larry, number 5, who you got?
Akainu.
Akainu. Perfect.
Same here.
Okay, back to back. And Par?
Yeah.
Hayden, did you have something to say, Hayden, about
I was just
Akainu?
gonna say the Akainu placement, like right over Luffy, is something I've just been on for. Like I feel like Luffy's right around the point now where if he could kind of take Akainu, it would still it would still not look great for him, but I think he could do that fight now and probably come away with the W. I feel like, or like it would be really close. So
You know what's so crazy now is the way Luffy is currently. Remember when he pulled up against all three admirals back in Marineford?
yeah.
He could do that now, and it wouldn't look so crazy.
No,
Like, he's
like,
come so far.
he's at the level they were taught. Like when they were like, "You're not at the level yet." He's there now. I think.
Yeah, like he's
For
there
sure.
now. Yeah, he's like, yeah, he's in the conversation, man.
All right, Paro, who you got?
I got Mihawk.
Mihawk
Hey, yo,
here.
Par, we're gonna need to have a conversation off stream, bro, because this is wild. Why you got Mihawk so high, brother?
I have a video coming out later, but it's more like I think it's pushing back on the Fraud Hawk agenda. I mean, like even like Larry, if you Google me Fraud Watch on Google, Larry comes up.
Yo,
and
why
it's-
do you have to tell them that, bro? Keep it to yourself.
Yo, it's mad funny. But the thing is, look at Larry also put him up there, and it's I think like the truth is, it's like when you go back and you look at the series of like all these feats that Mihawk have, we look at it in the hindsight view rather than what Oda wrote the story as. And if you look at the story without the future set, and you look at the things that Mihawk has done relevant to everything next to him, everything in that same time period, Mihawk is still above like all these characters. It's wild that like we're using hindsight so strongly for that, but I think like Oda is a kind of writer that had to choose narrative for a lot of reasons when it came to like Marineford and those kinds of things. And I think like when it comes to Mihawk, you know, I've been on the boat that he's like the ambition stuff may not be there, but I think Mihawk is that character where even if he doesn't have conquerors, let's say, because there's like this road where he doesn't have conquerors, and I've been seeing it and I don't like it, but like even if he doesn't have conquerors, I see him as this character that like even without conquerors, he can still box this top echelon. And like one of the things is like if Zoro can scar Kaido now and Mihawk is like the end stage, and if you think that like Zoro's close to Mihawk even now, then it's like, damn, doesn't that put Mihawk really, really high up there? It's kind of interesting. And Mihawk is this weird character, but I think it's safer to put like Mihawk here because he's one of those characters that, you know, when push comes to shove, I don't think he would mess around. I think that he would hold it down. And the last chapter where people are trying to push on like the Fraud Hawk thing, I think it's a lot of it's disingenuous. You know, given the conversation, but it does lend itself to the hockey thing, which is, you know, why, you know, spoilers for later, but there's a few characters above them. But yeah, like I don't think it makes sense to say Mihawk is number one, but I also don't think it makes sense to put Mihawk super low given like Zoro's goal. And I think like swordsmanship should be respected. But then I agree with Larry, like there's still some things like I pointed out, like Zoro was handed like Shusuite, but you can't say like Zoro blackened that blade, right? Like that's not a feat you can give him, and we don't know Mihawk's context at all. Like there's all these mysteries, but he's one of those characters again that gets tied to all these top tiers, and then he's also like one of those characters Oda's chosen to hide from us for a lot of reasons. And then also like he's still like even in Cross Guild, he's given the highest bounty closer to Shanks. And I won't like, you know, disrespect the point that like, yeah, he's a lone wolf in most regards. So, and for him to have that high bounty alone, it's kind of wild. So I think Mihawk should be regarded as one of the strongest people. I think when it comes down to like why he doesn't do more, it's because he doesn't necessarily like the Yonko says, why does he care about that, right? Like he doesn't care about toppling the world government or any of these things. He has a completely different subset, and it's wild that he's so strong despite not even wanting to be a main actor, which we know he doesn't. He told Luffy like, yo, Pirate King's a more treacherous path, and then also like to Zoro, sacrificing your spirit, sacrificing your pride is something that like a certain character would do, but like Mihawk doesn't seem to be like that. But again, and then the reason why he's lower than other characters, it's like he's not chasing after these large like goals, but he seemed to have achieved something that many characters, it's not like that. There's sometimes like people get these reputations that aren't backed by a lot of characters, but his reputation has been backed by a lot of characters. So you know, I don't think it's something to sleep on, and I think that he will end up being something like, you know, even if you want to say like he and Shanks went separate ways 12 years ago, I think it's like the same thing as if Luffy and Zoro split up. I don't think like Zoro would like get weaker. I think Zoro and Luffy would meet up and then they'd still be like crazy strong, crazy rivals. I think that's the kind of people that like are respected. And one thing I will say though, actually it makes sense to bring it up when I talk about a future character, but that's where I put Mihawk.
Fair. You kind of did the talking for me because Mihawk is next for me at 4. Portrayal wise, we kind of talked about it already. In terms of feats, not very impressive. Especially at Marineford, he's kind of had a lot of these moments where it's like, looking back, it's kind of lacking. And then, in terms of just like, he's just like not very involved in stuff these days. So like a lot of these moments, like the recent chapter where it just kind of makes him look a lot weaker to these guys because he just doesn't want to get involved. But I don't really think that's a testament to his strength. I'm tempted to even put him a spot higher because ultimately I think he is Zoro's end-all be-all goal. And for him to be that, he's got to be like, I think at near the very top. And then of course there's a Shanks connection. I think you can't put him above Shanks just because of a title, but I do think those duels mean something. And like Par mentioned that even though they've split up and kind of gone off and done their own things, I don't think that necessarily separates them too far apart. Last year I had them like practically right next to each other. This year I think Shanks gets the feet boost because it was just that impressive. So Mihawk is staying here at 4 for me.
Now, one thing I do want to bring up too is like, I know we like to mention Mihawk's bounty just being the highest in the Cross Guild. You have to remember what Mihawk's previous title was before he became the strongest swordsman in the world. And that was Marine Hunter. And we know that people who attack civilians and who are a direct threat to the government are going to have a higher bounty than those that show stronger strength feats. So even though you may consider Dragon the most dangerous criminal in the world, that's because his intentions towards the Celestial Dragons increases his bounty 10 times fold in comparison to somebody like Kaido or Big Mom or even Shanks. So I just wanted to state that, bro, because there's an example too of like Kid. The reason why his bounty was higher than Luffy's, even though Luffy has all the strength feats and the taboos of the world that he collected before that point, should have made him a higher bounty than someone like Kid. But he was too much of a threat to just people overall. That's what made him more of a danger and had an increased bounty.
Yeah, for sure. Nigel, who you got at 4?
Number 4, dude, I got Blackbeard.
Okay.
Gonna put Blackbeard at 4. And that was another thing, like within my top 3, like my idea there, I just thought that I think he's like, I put him over Dragon just because we haven't really seen Dragon do anything yet, but I still think Dragon is like a top 5 character. And then, yeah, I have Blackbeard there because I don't think he's necessarily stronger than than the other 3 that I have in my top 3, because he doesn't have the both Devil Fruits mastered. Once he has both Devil Fruits mastered, and you guys almost kind of persuaded me to change Blackbeard earlier in my list. You guys really had me sold on him being like extremely weak, and in reality, he is really weak. But I couldn't put Blackbeard lower on my list, knowing what he is going to be. And yeah, that's kind of where I have it there.
Yeah, he's really weak. Only 4th strongest in the
world. All right, but yeah, Blackbeard.
What happens?
I'm interested most in where Hidden has him because I think he's probably gonna have him the highest. A couple of new members. AIM, terrible, thank you. Abyssal Leviathan with the super chat mentioned Data books say Vista had the edge on Fraud Hawk Cope. Do we have a verification on that?
I didn't say he had an edge.
That sounds agenda driven.
Vista's Viver card said that he's one of the top swordsmen in the world that can see why Mihawk is number 1. Like, you know, the way I see it is if you don't play basketball, you don't like snowboard, you don't swim, like you look at like great swimmers and you don't understand why
You're not gonna appreciate
Michael
it.
Phelps
Yeah.
is better than everybody else. And you gotta look at his body, you gotta look at every single thing and dissect it. And you'd only see those differences if you are also at the top. So that's kind of how I read that. But it didn't say he had the edge on him.
No, it didn't say like it was. I had the edge on Fraud Hawk.
Yeah,
that wasn't
that's
that
how-
wasn't the
Mihawk
quote.
just couldn't push him to the side. Like Blackbeard couldn't push Law to the side. So
All right, Hawaiian number 4.
We've got Garp here.
Oh,
It's pretty high.
I mean, Safama had him too. There.
Yeah, I feel like Garp is a nuke. And until proven otherwise, I'm always going to take the nuke over the sniper rifle. Which is what I feel like some other
Okay,
characters.
bars. That's what I had to say. I can't counter that. That's a bar right there.
You ever play Halo?
Yeah.
Gravity hammer.
Teddy, who you got that for?
I mean, based on what I prefaced earlier, you know, wherever you have a Aokiji, Akainu is right there. So that's my boy, the Red Dog, number 4. You know,
makes sense.
Yeah. Go ahead. And with that, I'm gonna be right back and getting ready for work and shit. So I'll be away for a minute.
All right, man. Larry, number 4.
Luffy.
Luffy.
The amount of disrespect I heard on Luffy's name happens to be the worst takes I've ever heard in my life. Y'all be forgetting that this dude doesn't need to go into gear 5 or 4 or 3 or even 2 in order to just start banging out with Kaido in hybrid form using Conqueror's coded punches. It's disrespectful, bro. Like, the dude started dodging base Luffy. And listen, I see where people disrespect Kaido. I see where Kaido is on some of these lists, and I just can't get it. But overall, Luffy right now, man, has everything you need in order to compete with the greatest in the world. Akainu still doesn't have Conqueror's Haki that we know of. He struggled against Old Man Whitebeard. And I'll tell you right now, Luffy right now will beat that Old Man Whitebeard easier than Akainu did. I just don't see Luffy losing to almost probably anybody in the show right now. He can make the size, a fist the size of Onigashima, and then cover it with Conqueror's coding. He has the ability to attack anybody at free will. I think if you start looking at this Lucci fight and the way Egghead has written him, it kind of throws Luffy to the wayside, because till this day, he's mentioned Kaido 5 times since he fought Kaido. I think if he was to go back and fight Kaido, he'd lose too. Just because Kaido's no longer holding onto an island. He's also not taking damage. Luffy, was fighting multiple people before that as well. But ultimately, like, Kaido, I still don't think was going all out. He wanted to lose to Joy Boy. He wanted this grand death or a grand way of going out. You know what I'm saying? And he found that in Luffy. He wasn't even awakened. And like, I know Hidden recently said that King must have Conquerors as well because he recognized it in in Zoro. Well, wouldn't we hold the same energy? Wouldn't we hold the same energy towards Kaido when he mentioned how devil fruits are awakened and he knows how they work? He's the one who gave us that info before Vegapunk did. So for me, I think if Kaido's going all out, he still beats Luffy. But I think right now, Luffy being in base form, being able to use all these different types of Haki, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a time and moment where we're seeing Galaxy Impacts with Gatling gun in the near future. So it's only a matter of time at this point. But right now he would decimate Blackbeard and it would be mid diff the most. So I'm giving this right now to Luffy 4th.
All right, Luffy at number 4 for Larry. Hidden. Who do you got at number 4?
My man, the original Lauji, Garp.
Garp at 4. Okay, we got 3 Garps at this level. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think the dude's really strong.
Enough said, I guess.
I think I've gathered that, from the recent chapters.
All right, Par. Who we got at 4?
It's a little interesting, but I got Akainu. It's just weird, but I wouldn't necessarily want him here. I was convinced, but it just kind of like narrative, I feel like plays, but then also if I really were to put my own like version into it, I think like when it came to like the Punk Hazard situation, I think Akainu wanted it more than Kuzan. We see that reflected in like the recent chapters, right? What Kuzan really saw, and he said at like not Punk Hazard, or yeah, at Punk Hazard, Kuzan saying like, I never thought that the world government was the end all be all, and that was after the fight, right? And so that kind of lends itself to like Akainu wanted something more than Kuzan, which is why ultimately Kuzan, lost and Akainu's over that. So like if take that, like he's going to be stronger than Kuzan incrementally. I think now Kuzan might be more because he's following his own path, ambition thing. Akainu is interesting because he's in a position he's in a role where like I don't know if he necessarily like he doesn't like the Gorosei, it feels like, but he has to follow them. And I don't know if that hurts his like overall power levels or anything. But I do feel like, again, if you found Akainu on an island and there's nobody else there, I think that there's a lot of people who are going to be struggling to actually beat him. And I think that even like again, I think Garp, like these are all relative. I think Garp could probably beat him. But then the other part of it is like, we don't necessarily know like Kuzan and Akainu's upper limits with their devil fruits, with their hockey. Does Fleet Admiral, does that mean he has Conkers? It's so weird. So I'm just gonna lean on the fact that like, hey, Oda decided to the only character really he told us about Conquer's hockey in a Fever card was a Fleet Admiral, was Sengoku. And I'm just like, maybe it makes sense that Akainu has it. Like he has to basically lead the Navy, which is not a small task. Yeah, he's behind a desk, but like I don't know, it just wouldn't make sense for him to be like weaker than here, in my opinion. And hey, like the other part of it, and I guess it's a good time to mention here, like I people might have thought that I'd be a person who'd put like the Gorosei and Eam into the list, but putting them into the list now is still like, even though I think that they might be the strongest people, whatever, it wouldn't necessarily make sense to do that right now. And it would like completely skew everybody's list if I just added the Gorosei on top of everything.
Yeah,
right?
you'd be shifted down a block essentially.
Yeah, but with Akainu we get more results of that, right? Where it's like we go into Marineford, he's one of the he's the strongest person there that is on the Marine side that is not like actually doing something, right? Because Sengoku and Garp were kind of like took a back seat for various reasons, and then but then if we're going to the last saga and the Marines are going to be a huge adversary, I think it just makes sense that Akainu is put a little bit there. Although like I do, like again, I have the other admirals further down besides Kuzan, but Kuzan has shown me like the ambition side. I like that's my what I see, and so like Akainu for sure has that. It's just like, what does that necessarily mean in the long run, and how long that lasts, and if he changes, that all changes. But I think Akainu would make sense to be put here for sure.
Makes sense. All right, we get into the top 3 now. At number 3, I have Kaido. Kaido, for me, this Mihawk, Akainu, Luffy, it's almost like one tier for me. I think they're all around the same level. I think Kaido is still stronger than current Luffy until Luffy proves otherwise. I think Akainu narratively is going to be around Luffy's level, slightly above him. But he hasn't really shown enough. Just the feats that Kaido has showcased, it's just incredible. Like, I think based on, if you were going just off feats, I think he's clearly number 2 based off of what he's shown in the story. But I think in terms of narrative that, he's probably going to be around some of these other characters. And then the top 2, one's going to be a huge gamble narratively for me, and the other one has actually shown it. But yeah, Kaido sits there at number 3 for me. Nigel, number 3, who you got?
Yes, sir. I also have Kaido at number 3.
All right.
Cool. Like you said, he has shown enough to be number 2. But yeah, I don't know. My number 2, I have. Yeah,
we can address it when you get to 2. Yeah, so you see, you don't have to spoil. Hawaiian, who you got at 3?
I got Mihawk.
Okay.
I know there's allegations about him being Fraud Hawk, but Yeah, I'll leave him up there until proven otherwise.
Yeah, he's an end game guy, so I think there's value to that as well. Teddy, are you back yet? Maybe I think he might still be getting ready. So we'll move to Larry for now for number 3.
Big Mom, baby.
Big
I know a
Mom.
lot of people. I know a lot of you guys were saying that, yo, she has mental instability issues. Listen,
That's
bro.
facts.
Listen, bro, none of that matters, dog. She got everything you can possibly need. And I think
she still
that
lost,
Oda, listen, I think that Oda really tried to play up the fact that Devil Fruit still mattered and used her as a message. And that's why Law and Kid fought her. Because not once did she decide to use Conqueror's coding against them, but she used it against Page 1. And it just shows that even on the rooftop, she kind of used Future Sight with Zoro about to cut Kaido and told Kaido to watch out. So there's times and moments where Oda will hype her up, but to me, it's always looked like Oda never gives respect to women in One Piece overall, especially in the strength factor category. And I've been on the show and I've said this a million times, but there's literally not a lot of people that can mess with Big Mom, not in the grand scheme of things. When she's on her A game and Oda's not trying to send a message with her, she's literally top 3 right now. So to me, there's not a lot of people that could beat her. And even Kid and Law didn't even beat her. They ringed her out. With
Yeah, but that's
bombs
her
that happened
fault,
to just be there.
though.
I mean, I don't think it's her fault, bro. Like, if she would have got up, like if she never hit those bombs, she would have got back up and just beat both of them and then went back to the rooftop and helped Kaido. That's really what would have happened. But if the bombs are there, she gets blown off. And she even said, don't think this is going to kill me. And then she just dies. Like, I'm not saying she is dead because it's not confirmed, but it's assumed that she just dies, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's no character with that amount of resolve that says that right before they die and then just die. Like, in One Piece, that just doesn't happen. But it happened to Big Mom. There was clearly bad writing in Wano, and Big Mom has suffered for it extremely.
That's a fair argument that she's kind of like the victim to the plot.
Really glad they gave us a jackhammer before.
Yeah, I think most people. Yeah,
it's rough though, because this is the reason I was explaining for why I gotta put like Garp over Kaido, right? And it's like if we're gonna say for certain characters, oh, are we counting the current version of them or their prime version? Are we counting current Garp or prime Garp? It's like, well, current Big Mom and Kaido are currently in the earth, in the ground, in a Looney Tunes hole. So are we counting that version of them, or are we counting the version like that's the thing? Like, both of them got stripped of their Yonko status. They took L's. They're in a hole right now in the ground. They're incapacitated. We don't know what's going on with them. So it's like, are we counting that version? Because that's the current version. And as far as I'm concerned, I will take Galaxy Impact Garp over one of those guys. That's just the way I feel about it. Obviously,
it's really hard to argue.
You are out of your mind.
I mean, I see his point though.
What I will say is Big Mom might be dead, but the Charlotte Linlin's coming back, baby. She's gonna be strong.
Like I feel like for the time being, narratively speaking, both Kaido and Big Mom have been erased from the story. So it's like it's hard to make a point, like a case for them.
Because they're kind of unknown right now.
Yeah, exactly. Their status is unknown, but I've been personally so impressed with what they've done so far in the story.
Yeah.
That, it's just the legacy ranking that they have right now.
I told you, I'm getting the nodes over here.
Just like I don't know, when I see a character get one-upped, like it's hard for me to hold them to the same pedestal I did when they were at the peak of their hype. Like when Kaido and Big Mom, when like we were in the middle of their fights on Onigashima and we were hyping them up as Yonko, that was a different time. But now the fights are over. Every other character in the story has leveled up. They've gotten to, give their showings. Oda's been saving these characters for the end game for a reason. So like one trend I'm noticing, like looking at a lot of our top fives and looking at my own top 5, is a lot of the characters involved here are going to be characters that have not done much in the story yet, but they've done enough for us to know that they belong here. And the way I see it, well, you also have Boa above Blackbeard, but let me go on. But,
and I've explained
I understand. Yeah, I wish I heard that explanation. I would love to. But the point I'm trying to make here is that Oda hasn't shown us these things for a reason. Oda is not going to show us a a top 3 fighter in One Piece and then downgrade us to like a top 7 or a top 10 character for the end. The characters that are coming now are naturally going to be more impressive and stronger than the ones that came before them. The opponents that Luffy faces, the opponents that all these other characters face, there's a reason they weren't covered before, and it's not just narrative.
Crazy. So would Kaido struggle against Lucci or struggle against the Seraphim that Luffy currently is?
That's not the point I'm making, bro. The point I'm making is that
I mean, you're saying that characters are going to be stronger if they're not shown until later on.
That's not what I'm saying.
To be Lucci.
That's not what I'm saying at all. You missed the entire point. The point I'm saying is that characters that haven't been shown yet, like Shanks, like these characters that haven't gotten that much demonstration, do you think Oda's saving them for the end to make them less impressive than Kaido and Big Mom? You think Oda's going to be saving Shanks, Dragon, Emu, Blackbeard? He's going to put them all at the end and they're all going to be less impressive than the things we just spent the last 5 years going over? How is that a way to end the story?
Are we going to say characters that are already at the end, or the characters are working towards the end?
The characters in the top 5 in question. Lucci's in my bottom 25, 30. Like, I'm not talking about Lucci. I'm talking about Garp. I'm talking about Akainu. I'm talking about Dragon. I'm talking about all these guys. Those are the ones that are really in question right now.
Yeah. Dragon has to at least show me if he's left-handed or right-handed in order for me to give him any type of access to strength feeds. He can easily be like Aokiji's level with just insane ideas. You know what I'm saying? Like, he would never be in a top 5 if so, right? I don't think Aokiji's top 5.
Yeah, but there's reasonable expectations, you know. I think if Dragon came out of nowhere and Dragon was weak as shit and Dragon couldn't do anything, I think most people would be pretty surprised. I don't think anyone has ultra low like there are, maybe we can't predict down to the T, and you know, like obviously what we're all doing here today is comparing headcanon, but realistically there's a expectable range for a character. Like you see Dragon and it's like, yeah, he hasn't done anything, but we can kind of reasonably expect him to be in this area, like, you know, because we're endgame One Piece. That's like where we're at right now. We gotta factor in all the players, all the chess pieces moving in the end game are going to be the best chess pieces, the most useful ones. So that's just the way it's been organized.
All right. I'm sure we'll follow up with that conversation when we get to these couple of top twos. Teddy, I missed your 3 while you were gone. What's your third one?
Yeah. Ironically, my 3 is Dragon.
Dragon. Okay.
That's the one I was like, we haven't seen anything from him, but it's just off of the strength of both Garp and Luffy. I'm like, he's right in the middle in terms of generation. He should be in his prime. If Luffy basically working up to his prime is that scary, and if Garp post prime is that scary, what is Dragon, right? It's speculation. I understand it's mostly headcanon, but I for now I choose to go with it, and kind of like you, if I'm wrong, well, I die on that hill. You know, it is what it is.
Hey man, I'm right there with you.
Imagine if we play strength on people's lineages, like Big Mom's parents or Sabo's dad, or, you know, Don Quixote homing, how much they would, you know, contribute to their sons or offspring's strength. That would determine how strong they are too. Like,
I mean, it's beyond that though. He has a bigger role in the story as the revolutionary officer, and
we also got 3 data points. We got the, you know, the 23andMe going on with Dragon. We got that D clan too. You know what I mean? We ain't
how many of Big Mom's kids have Conqueror's Haki?
Well, they are not important because nobody even knows about them.
I feel you, but like
they didn't make a name for
themselves,
themselves,
right?
Dragon made a name for himself.
I think that the lineage part is just one factor that some people mention, but it's for Dragon, who I have coming up actually. You know, you just kind of have to look at everything. I think even in terms of just at the very least, just him being the leader of the Revolutionary Army, I don't think you could leave him out. At least like high, he has to be at least higher than Sabo. He taught Sabo what he knows, and he leads the entire Revolutionary Army. Even if you wanted to go based off a complete, just like what's in the story, I think he has to be at least at like above Sabo level. And then beyond that, the reason he's so high for other people is partially the lineage of like Garp and Luffy being like where they are all time, and also just like his role in this story, how important he's going to be when it comes to the final war. The fact that Oda ended chapter 100 with him, like he's not small character that's just been around like a big mom pirate of like one of her 100 kids, you know?
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, Hidden. Who you got at 3?
My man Tony Hawk.
Draco
Got him in
Mihawk.
there,
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna say the order, but the remaining 3 characters are Mihawk, Shanks, and Blackbeard for my list. The reasoning behind this, to some degree, is also they are the 3 current, as far as I'm concerned, the 3 Emperor level fighters aside from Luffy. I know Buggy's the Emperor of his crew, but if we look at, and someone mentioned this in my stream yesterday, but if we look at the Buggy crew dynamic, it's wealth, fame, and power. Crocodile is wealth, Buggy is fame, Mihawk is power. Mihawk's the power, he's the muscle of the Cross Guild. So for me, it's like the 3 remaining emperors that are left, these are all like old school pirates. We got Shanks, we got Mihawk, we got Blackbeard. They're the top of their respective groups. They're, you know, they have some of the highest bounties in the story right now. Mihawk is the end goal for Zoro, and if Mihawk or if Luffy is going to be presumably the strongest in the story by the end of it, I would assume that the person that Zoro is going to have to beat, and he's going to be become the number 2 to Luffy's number 1. That person can't be far off from the top right now. Like Mihawk being the strongest swordsman, just that person can't be, like, just thinking about it from the whole perspective of like, who else in the world is there to compete for titles like this? We have the Pirate King, the king of all pirates. The strongest swordsman in the world is essentially the king of all swordsmen. Luffy himself said, like, a pirate king couldn't be a pirate king without, the best swordsman in the world, or some shit along those lines. So I feel like just it feels right to have him in the top 5, especially there.
Completely fair. Par, who you got?
I got Kaido.
Kaido here at 3. Okay.
Yeah. Like, I agree with what Hidden was saying of, like, you know, the story wise, like the characters that we're getting shown right now are showing feats greater than, but the thing is, like, the way I see Kaido is, and I talked about, I think in my Shanks video I talked about this, and this is where I was going to bring it up, where it's like, I think what Kaido was lacking during Onigashima was like the resolve. Like, he had like from his introduction to the end of Onigashima, he was confused in a way, right? Like in the flashbacks, as a Joy Boy, like he's talking about tales after death. He's talking about all these things that like don't necessarily matter. And then like when he was in his drunk phase, he kind of forgot about a lot of those things. And then he, like Luffy says, his haki was getting stronger. And I feel like that resolve there was missing from Kaido. And that's what separates him from like these other like top tiers like Shanks, right? Like his resolve is insane, which, you know, I'll talk about later. But the thing about Kaido is when he got defeated by Luffy, I see it the same way as like all the other characters that Luffy defeated, except it was more direct in that like Kaido had like a realization in that defeat. He's like, yo, Luffy is Joy Boy. I'm not going to act like something I'm not now. And I feel like even though we don't see him back yet, I feel like that is enough to already tell me like, hey, if Kaido comes back, like he's probably coming back a different kind of character with a different focus. And it might be one with like an actual like resolved person. Like he's not throwing himself off of islands anymore. And you know, at the same time, I did want to like play around with this thing for a while, but like, and I talk about this in a few of my videos, and people are like, yo, Kaido not being up there is crazy. And like you know, and he's like 1v1 bet on Kaido. When it was funny about that, because I'm gonna have a video about this, but a lot of people refer to that narrator box, and LJ was in the chat bring it up, and I told him to go back to chapter 795 when the narrator said that. The narrator didn't actually say that. The narrator was saying people said, and then in quotes the rest of it. So it's not even like a narrator box kind of saying. The narrator box is pushing a rumor. Yeah. And like it literally is people said in quotes. And the thing is like, well, who are those people saying that? Because like then you go to Zoe and you see the way people are talking about Jack. And like, are those the people pushing this thing? Well, that's who makes sense, right? Kaido's been holed up in Wano for 20 years. Like, who's talking about him like that? Is it the Beast Pirates, right? And like, so those kinds of things don't necessarily matter. But with Kaido, we see him on Onigashima. I personally think that like, yeah, if Luffy ran up, even with Gear 5, from fresh on fresh. Like even that Onigashima Kaido would probably win it in an extreme diff, or hard diff or whatever. But I think like Kaido's gonna get reintroduced to the story at a point where he feels obsolete, but he's gonna come back and he's gonna show us why he has that reputation. And I think it's like this narrative of like Kaido being Luffy adjacent. Like he was probably like the closest person to achieve something that Luffy wants to in like the wealth, fame, and power aspect, but he was doing it not in the Joy Boy way, right? Not the MC way. And that's ultimately why he failed, because he's an antagonist, right? But in terms of that, yeah, I think he was like the closest, like, Shanks aside, like one of the closest people to that. And I think that he was successfully doing a lot of things in like defending a world, creating a world, and very, very close to achieving a lot of what like Luffy probably by the end of the story is going to do. It's just that Kaido didn't have the right resolve, didn't have the right direction with his dream. And now I think he might have the right head on his shoulders about that. He's not going to be throwing himself off islands. And hopefully the narrator doesn't, like, when we reintroduce the characters, the narrator box comes back. He's probably not going to get reintroduced with the hobby of unaliving himself, I feel like. So, because it would probably, if he really wanted that, then he could just stay in that volcano hole, right? But if he brings himself out of that hole, he's probably coming back as a different Kaido. And what separates it from Big Mom to me, and I linked my video about it, is that with Big Mom, there's a few things for her that I feel like she needs to overcome, but that wasn't really said, and that's like not her fault. That's like the story part, because none of the focus was there. But with Kaido, because the focus was there, we did see that like character arc slightly there, where like through fighting Luffy, he's like the tail stuff, and Luffy fought back on that, and then like the hockey stuff, and Luffy like showed him that, and then Luffy surmounted that, and then and then by the end of it, Kaido had that realization, like, yo, he is the person who defeats me is Joy Boy. So that might get that false like pretense out of Kaido's head and push him to the right dream in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's a really interesting angle on Kaido's return. I think that's something most people probably haven't even really considered, and just taking him at face value. So I like that perspective. We got a couple of super chats. Muglatan earlier said someone better have the balls to put Emu on. I don't think anybody is going to have Emu. I did that last year for the brand, because the channel is I'm the King. But this year I had to let it go. I had to.
I mean, if y'all putting Dragon, you might as well put Emo too.
Oh, man. And then we got Stroud of 5. Thank you for your stream, man. Who is this Larry character? He sounds like a god tier content creator. Yes, sir. Yes, he is. I'll be linking everybody's channel at the end of this stream, which is
Stroud's not biased by that.
We're wrapping things up here. Speaking of Dragon, though, that's who I have at 2. Easily my biggest gamble of this entire list.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I think it's just like Dragon is one of those characters where, like, you look at his role in this story. I kind of went through this earlier, and you look at the feats. And if you want to go safe, you probably put him between like 5 to 8 or something like that to kind of balance it out. But I'm just going to say, like, I think he's going to be that guy. I think he's going to be that guy, the way he's been portrayed and used in the story, how he's going to be used later in the story. The family that he's part of plays into it to a degree. But yeah, Dragon's one of my gambles. Like Teddy said, with Dragon at 3, I gambled with him even more at 2. Yeah, so he's just like Shiryu, kind of one of just complete narrative gambles. But we'll see what happens, I guess. That's the fun of it. All right, Nigel, who you got at 2?
I got Akainu at 2.
Okay. Might be the highest placement for him on the list, I think. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to. I think this might be bold saying this, but I think he actually beats Kaido in a 1v1. Just because.
Do you think he's gonna be like a Luffy opponent later in the story? Because I can see that angle.
Larry got up and threw his head and walked out. By the way, for the chat because they can't see it.
Nah, I think. Yeah, Akainu can literally bring down like fireball comets from the sky and like all kinds of other crazy shit. And he's been portrayed just like along Blackbeard as like the top two, like biggest, I guess like antagonists for Luffy. Like you know what I mean? If that makes sense. I have them like right below each other. I guess they're like interchangeable. Like I guess I could put Akainu at 3 and then Kaido at 2. But I think Akainu would get like really, really, really mad in the fight, and like his side of like of him like wanting to just have pure justice so bad. I feel like that would drive him over the edge to defeat Kaido. Where more or less Kaido, I don't really think Kaido really even cares to fight anymore. I think he's like trying to fight to die, and he's still. I don't think he's even dead in that pit, but
I think his willpower's not as strong, essentially, which is a big factor.
Yeah. I think that they're very close. I don't think that it's like Kaido, and like we were saying earlier, like did someone say? I'm pretty sure Larry even said like Kaido doesn't have Conqueror's Haki. Do we think it's not confirmed, right, that he has Conqueror's Haki?
Who, Kaido?
Yeah. Wait,
Well,
no, he does. He does.
Yeah.
Like the I don't know how to explain it. I think like I think that would be a really close fight, and I have them both at like 2 and 3. But I think like you said, yeah, Akainu's like willpower is just like too like in the sense of like I don't think he would let himself being like the head of the Marines lose to Kaido in a 1v1.
All right, man. I appreciate the bold take. Hawaiian, number 2.
All right. Can I give my top 2 because I have to go?
Yeah, go for it, bro. No problem.
Yeah. So I've got Akainu at number 2.
Oh, okay.
It's agenda for me because I think he's gonna be the final villain.
Okay, that's fair.
I think he's gonna be like the first person Luffy actually kills, like meaningfully. It's like I'm sure Luffy's killed people, but he doesn't like.
It's not intentional,
like
really.
Yeah, this is gonna be like intentional, or he's not gonna do it, and he's gonna like redeem himself, I guess, and like be a good hero like other. Safama says I sound dead. Yes, it's 6:30 a.m. for me.
All the way out Korea. Let's wrap things up here.
So,
who's number 1 for you?
Number 1 is Shanks.
Okay.
I just think he's super strong.
See,
He's the guy.
you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing. I appreciate you.
All right, man. Get some sleep. Appreciate you for being here, man.
Yeah.
Fun.
Thanks for
fun
having us.
Of course,
It's a great
man.
time.
Take care, man.
Good time with you, bro.
See you later, bro.
All right, Teddy. Who you got at 2?
Kaido.
Kaido at 2.
Beast.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm tired of the disrespect, bro. He stay getting disrespected for whatever reason. I don't know.
Yo,
why.
whatever reason.
He's holding the L right now.
Well,
He's holding the L. He's a Wile E. Coyote outline in the ground, and he's holding an L right now. That's why.
he is, and I understand that. And for me, I'm just like, there's so many circumstances around that W for Luffy, because I'm like, what if it wasn't magma there? What if it was just like straight brown? Because we know that Kaido, he can fall from 10K and he's fine. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know like how
The feats are crazy. I think.
Yeah, the
a win is
yeah,
a win.
I don't want to undermine that.
Yeah.
I mean, they are. But
So, I'll give Luffy the dub, but I was still thoroughly impressed by everything Kaido showed us. Out of respect, like I'm noticing now, my list is a lot of respect. I'm putting a lot of respect into all these characters' names, but next year it's going to be the way Oda is going right now. If we're gonna keep getting more chapters like this,
oh yeah,
I think it's going to be a lot of changes, a lot of things moved around. So, but for now, yeah, I got Kaido.
All right, man. Larry, who you got at 2?
Kaido.
Kaido at 2. Okay.
Yeah. Anything less than that is just disrespect.
Fair point.
That's what I'm talking about. Talk to him.
Just disrespect.
All right, Hidden. I'm interested. Who's at 2?
yeah, Blackbeard.
Blackbeard at 2. Okay.
And then that would put
I
Shanks
respect
my
that.
number 1. Yep,
Hey,
I think.
Ah,
Yeah,
the
I'm
right thing,
reasonable.
that's
Okay, yeah.
No.
I'm surprised.
I can justify it. I mean, I've been giving my reasons all through the stream, but just to quickly say it, it's just a combination of all the factors. It's like this is the successor to Rox, a man who was able to command the future Yonko. Blackbeard broke and impelled down level 6, the worst criminals of the world, and brought them under his wing. He succeeded. He took up Pirate Island from Wang Shi. You know, like everything about his come up into the Yonko position, taking out the former Whitebeard pirates, sneaking in and pulling that last second move and getting the devil fruit from Whitebeard. Now he's in command of 2 of the most powerful devil fruits in the entire story. It's just like there's so many things that add up to a terrifying opponent. And when my number 1, I wrote this list from the top down actually. So my number 1 was Shanks. So when I started my list with Shanks, I had to think, who is Shanks the most worried about out of if he's my number 1, who is my number 1 worried about more than anyone else on this list? It's Blackbeard, so he goes in number 2. And that's pretty much, I mean, that's like the quick, but yeah, that's my explanation.
Wait, go ahead.
Go ahead, Zach. Okay, I'm just gonna be real quick. We were just talking about this before you came hidden. It's like, if you do your list from the bottom up, you're insane.
Yeah, yeah. It's the other way around is tough.
Yeah. Hidden, I wanted to ask you, Blackbeard, do you think is this where he stays? Because I think a lot of people, even like Larry, thinks that Blackbeard probably eventually gets close to number 1.
I think he moves well past where Shanks is right now.
Okay.
I think end of series is like it's gonna break this list. I think Luffy and Blackbeard end of series and Emu. End of series Luffy, Blackbeard, Emu are gonna make this list look like playtime. That's what I think.
All right.
Imagine Emu's just another Stelly.
Yeah, I mean, look, like Emu's definitely the one that's kind of up in the air.
It's a wild card, yeah.
Yeah, but like Luffy. Once Luffy gets the full grip on the Nika powers, now we have on one side, we have a dude that's basically god tier. And then on the other end of it, you have Blackbeard who, knowing Blackbeard, he has some scheme to become the most powerful in the world or something. If there's a third devil fruit he's eyeing, I mean, what do you do about a guy with 3 like of the strongest devil fruits at that point? That's like another god tier character right there. He's just got powers for days. But yeah, you beat him, but you need Luffy to do it. That's the thing.
You beat it with Haki.
Yeah. I mean,
that's usually how it goes with devil fruits.
No, but that's because Kaido said that once, but then he lost to another devil fruit power. He lost to Luffy unlocking his devil fruit awakening. So Kaido kind of got contradicted on his own shit in the same
after
arc.
he beat him once with his Gear 5, and then he had to go back into it, and then
Kaido lost the fight to a devil fruit. That's it. That's just like the funniest part about all this is that at the end of the day, it's all about Haki, but then Kaido loses when Gear 5 came out. Gear 5 did not happen because you can't not any person walking down the street can tap into their Haki hard enough and then go into Nika mode. But it was the Nika mode.
Was it because of Gear 5 or the Joy Boy realization?
I have no idea. That's not the point. What did he lose the fight to? I don't understand what you're saying.
He lost the fight to an idea.
He lost. So you're telling me that Kaido realized that Luffy was Joy Boy and then gave up the fight and lost right there? Is that what happened, or did Luffy not actually hit him? Like, did was this like Patrick outside the Salty Splatoon? He was like, wait, Luffy's Joy Boy? I'm just gonna the fight's over.
He wanted to lose to Joy Boy.
He realized he was Joy Boy when he lost. It wasn't the other way. It's not like giraffes grew their neck to eat from the tree, bro. It's the other way around. He didn't realize that Luffy was Joy Boy and then lost. He lost first and then realized he was Joy Boy because the criteria for Joy Boy was the person who beats him. He explicitly stated it.
Did he have the flashback before he got knocked into the ground or while it was happening the clash? You can say whatever if you want.
How do we know
I'm asking you a question. It's a valid question. Do you think
you haven't answered any of mine, bro? I'm telling you what's the criteria for Joy Boy. What did he determine what it was?
You didn't ask me a question though. But I'm asking you a question.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Did he have that flashback before he got knocked backwards, or was it during the clash?
I don't remember.
Okay. It was during the clash. I got you.
Okay.
So that idea happened before he actually got defeated. And when he realized it and had that realization that Luffy was Joy Boy, he accepted that fact because what did the flashback entail? He was talking to King regarding Joy Boy.
Hey man, I'm still confused. Is Luffy even Zoro?
I'm very confused here as well. So what happened was
Wait, even if
that
it happens,
he got knocked into the ground, and then immediately after that, then he gets the flashback where he says, King, I think I know who Joy Boy is. This is after there's a Looney Tunes hole in the ground that he says, King, I think I know who Joy Boy is. Who is he? He's the man who shows up to beat me in the future. He has this realization after he's been knocked into the ground. So you don't got me. It's here in the chapter. I'm looking at it right now. He says this after getting hit. I got you, bro.
I was gonna say, even if it happens,
what?
Yeah. I was gonna say,
But it
even
was
if it
still the
happens,
same reason. So
I don't know. Yeah, I think Kaido lost ultimately.
Yeah,
you
the
get
point-
the
the point I'm trying to make is just that, like, you know, if I got Shanks at number 1, I got Blackbeard at number 2, Kaido, you know, there's a whole thing I went on about Kaido, but you know, whatever. That's my list.
All right, Par, who you got at number 2?
Hey, I just want to throw it out there. Calm down, guys.
Good. This is what I want. It's been too vanilla for your list, man, if I'm being honest.
There's a whole video explaining. The next video is going to explain why this makes sense to me.
Quick side note: I love how you have a video as an answer for almost
Yeah,
everything.
my man's like, don't worry, I got
it sounds
45
like
minutes of
every-
material on this.
I got that future sight. No, I know what people are gonna ask me in the future, so I come prepared. You know what I mean? Most people make videos after fights. I make it before
Anytime
because I
somebody
know.
asks something, I feel like you're about to say, "Well, I'm glad you asked."
Yeah.
Go to my page, video right here. It's everything you need to know.
You know,
that shit.
all I'm gonna say is that, you know, Aizen would be shaking his boots if I was in that verse. But
Hey,
let's
you challenging Isaac.
yo, so
everything.
I got Shanks at number 2.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
No. We gotta jump immediately to number 1, though. All right, we'll go jump in. We'll jump
We gonna
immediately.
reverse order?
No, we'll jump to number 1. Go through it because I want to see who your number 1 is. Because
Did you
I'm
say me,
thinking
Hunter?
Okay.
it's gonna be Shanks across the board here. I think Shanks for me. Nigel,
Yeah, bro, it's Shanks for me.
Shanks for you.
I always knew Carbon was smart.
Teddy, I think I know your answer is Shanks. I believe. Yep.
The God King himself, Shanks. Absolutely.
Okay. Larry, you got Shanks.
yeah, Shanks for sure.
Hayden, you got Shanks. Yes.
Yes, sir. I was muted.
You good? All right, Par. Who is it? Who is this number 1? There's only one Mihawk on the board. Otherwise, it's all Shanks.
I got Dragon at number 1.
Okay. I thought I was making a gamble. This man was making a gamble.
You ain't gambling hard enough,
I didn't
bro.
gambling hard enough, apparently.
I don't feel like a gambler in comparison to you, Bar. That's crazy.
Yeah, he went 3, I went 2. Par comes in with a 1 on Dragon. You got to give us the elevator pitch for the 45-minute video that will come out.
So I already talked about the Shanks reason in that was like the first video in the series. Shorter, it's a 30-minute video, but overall thing is like, even in the recent chapter, like this notion of he didn't necessarily want the One Piece originally. Then it seems like his Jolly Roger had to have changed after Blackbeard. There seems to be like a Blackbeard focus, and I'm not saying that that's his end all be all, but there's a different perspective that I think Shanks has, like something that Roger told him, whatever. That, and then at the end of the day, he gave his hat to Luffy, right? He kind of, you know, in a way, what Buggy did to Shanks in that flashback, Shanks did to Luffy, right? He imparted his dream, it seems like, into Luffy. He wants to see Luffy be the new era. He doesn't want to be the new era, but the reason why he's number 2 and on top of everybody is because in the video, something I say, it's like it's so curious, like what is Shanks actually fighting? And he kind of tells Whitebeard asks, like, what enemy did you give your arm to? And his answer, like, if you read the thing, he basically says it was for the sake of the new era, which basically means that it was for the future, the sake of the future, meaning like he's fighting a future that nobody else is really fighting. Like none of the other characters are fighting this like enigma future that apparently only Shanks can see. And now we're seeing that Shanks has like this future sight, and it's kind of curious about why Shanks is doing a lot of what he's doing. But when it comes down to it, I think like a lot of times we have to look at who's like what you're resolved against, and there's not that many characters that are resolved against the future like Shanks, in that he bet his arm that he like was clashing with Mihawk with, right? Like there's, in a lot of words, it was his pride. He gave up his pride. He made a bet 14 years ago, and that takes insane resolve. I think that's why we see the Shanks that we see today. There's no other character making a self-sacrificing bet against an enemy that far in the past like Shanks, and that's why we see him doing what he did to Kid instantly, right? Like that's why, like, I had that whole idea, and then boom, we get it. He knocks him out instantly, right? It's because he has the resolve backing him. He's protecting a future. But here's the thing: the reason why I have Dragon above him, and like, I just want to point out, I got a video where a conversation with King of Lightning, the ultimate Shanks lover, and I got him to even see the world where Dragon is actually above Shanks, even though he loves Shanks. He's like, I'm not gonna put words on his epithet. The chat already knows, but like that was the ultimate point where it was just like, if this is why you think Shanks is strong, what about Dragon? Obviously, narratively, right? And I came in saying that my list is opposite from Larry's, but the reason why I have Dragon there is because there's not a single character doing what Dragon is doing. There's other characters doing what Shanks is doing. There's other characters doing what Akainu and Kuzan are doing. Every other, like even the Yonkos to a certain extent, right? They're within a system. The balance that the world government's trying to keep. They created their own worlds, but even with Big Mom, she's inviting CP0 over. Kaido's working in tandem with the world government. He's actually feeding the world government throughout the entire story. He's giving them weapons, and he's like hiding. He's creating this thing, building up his source, but he's working in tandem, not directly against the world government. Neither is Big Mom. None of them are. Pirates are working like they're not, Robin says it in like chapter 432, right, where pirates don't necessarily go against the world government like that, or the Navy, but there is one organization that is doing that. He's creating his own world while denying the world that exists right now. So he's the only character that is successfully doing that. And people can say like, oh, Sabo took the mantle, but it's like Dragon has been doing it for way longer, for a long ass time, and he's been successfully uprooting like 8 kingdoms in his own way. And like, in terms of the hockey devil fruit conversation, that's a whole different thing. I forget who blood god I think in the chat was asking. I have like a playlist where Dragon is actually one of my first theories about with hockey and like the elemental stuff. But the overall thing being that in order to do what Dragon's doing, you need insane resolve. There's not a single character in the entire series who decides to go against the world government and take over kingdoms. There's nobody's doing that. Luffy's doing that on accident, and he's not staying to he's not.
That's not his ultimate goal. Yeah.
Right. But Dragon is, and he did that a while ago, and it seems like there's even an evolution in his resolve, right? Prior to Ohara, he had a different sense of what he was going to do, but then it changed, and hey, like that is a significant thing, right? So the fact that he's doing all that and there's no other character doing what he's doing, that to me tells me that in terms of what backs hockey, resolve being that the backbone of it, Dragon being the only, there's not like someone name another person who's acting against the world government like that. There's nobody. And so for a lot of reasons, I think that Dragon will end up being a very, very strong character, but there are some things in terms of like ambition and notoriety, right? Because like Luffy's working like with the people, he's garnering the love and attention of people, and I think ultimately that's more powerful when it comes to the end of the story, and why like Luffy will end up being like super strong. And in that regard, what Hidden said about like Blackbeard and Luffy, I also agree. I was saying in the chat where I see it as Luffy and Blackbeard at the end of the story are gonna supersede like the ceiling, right? And I think that's like part of the course of every single anime shonen, right? The main character and the primary antagonist end up showing like god level powers, and Luffy's on the precipice of that. We're barely know like Blackbeard's side, but he's on the path of that as well. But Dragon right now, in terms of what he's doing and then how he's regarded, I see him as like the only character that has the willpower to do what he's doing. And it seems like all the like Kaido and Big Mom, they want to do something similar. Even Whitebeard, they want to do something similar, but they didn't, right? Like they don't act against the world government. Even Whitebeard's facing off against the Marineford the way he did, right? Like that, even that was a shocker, right? Yeah. So for Dragon to be doing that actively for that long, that tells me that his hockey is going to be next level. And you know, the powers, the reason why the hockey thing makes sense to me is because all the powers that we've seen from him, meaning Logtown, where he basically, you know, King of Lightning said, like, wouldn't that be like a Logia feat, like for him to encase the entire island in wind? Baltigo is also said to be encased in wind as well. In Gray Terminal, if you look at the blast of wind that there is, that's like insane. And if it's just from hockey, which, you know, again, go watch like my videos about Shanks and Garp and then it'll make more sense, then yeah, he's next level for sure. It just comes down to like what he's actively willing to do in order to enforce his power. And when you look at Dragon's backstory, right, at the end of the day, he's a pacifist, right? So he's not going to act like Kaido. He's not going to act like you know, even like Larry was saying, like Shanks is a peace-loving pirate, like, but Dragon came into this world as a pacifist apparently, right? So that says a lot. And honestly, a lot of times the people who are pacifists, the people who like restrain their power, end up being like the crazy strong ones in the reality of things, right? Like I think again, like a Mike Tyson thing comes back, where like just a recent interview where he was like crying about how scary his punches are, right? Like in old age. And I'm like, yo, it's kind of true. If he wanted to, if he just walked out and punched everybody that disrespected him, he'd probably have like a long list of dead people, right? So being as strong as you are and being able to withhold it too, I think is a testament to power as well.
All right, that's fair. I think you were very consistent with the whole resolve point as well, especially as you went into the top 10 and explaining your other reasons. I appreciate the hot take, the biggest gamble out of everybody, putting Dragon at number 1. Like he mentioned, he's got a video backing up more points if you're interested. But ladies and gentlemen,
I'm definitely interested now. I need to see this.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the top 30. I can't even speak anymore because we've been going on for almost 7 hours. Let's get some W's in chat for all of these lovely guests that have been joining me this entire time. All the people that have been sticking by for this entire stream as well. We got some new members. Ronnie Williams, welcome to Elite. Appreciate you. I'm going to be dropping the links to the special guests in chat here as the W's pass by. There we go. If you
now another 7 hours for the watchers.
There's Larry's channel, that One Piece Talk. Hidden Island, his rival.
There's no rival there, bro. I'm just better.
Okay. Par Vision, if you want to see the vision, I'm gonna throw it up on screen as well. There's Par.
Appreciate it.
Hidden.
All right.
And Larry, that One Piece Talk. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna wrap up the stream there. Super fun times. Take care, everybody.
Yes, sir, dude.
Peace.
Peace. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate you.